Hello, Jeff.
There. Hello. Is this working?
Can you hear me? I'm playing Mama
Yes.
Said Knock You Out in the background. Is it not?
Okay. Yeah. I can hear it a little bit. Yeah.
I'll get close to it. There we go. We're just waiting for our third member.
Yeah.
I think these noise
It's
canceling headphones are too good. Like I can't actually hear the music coming through.
yeah. It's just canceling it all
All right,
out. It's not even playing out to this stream all that
Alexa,
much either.
stop. All right, Alexa's our assistant who's on our staff. She we,
Great.
we brought her on, as I think Jeff was employee number 9 of our global syndicated e-talk show. I think that's about the right count.
Yeah. Yeah. Number 9. I'm just. Yeah. I'm just on the other side of equity. I get no equity in this.
We call Jeff the Trisha Paytas of this talk show.
That's right. Yeah. I'm just here to eat and be
45%.
pretty. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
45%. Um,
Yep.
Looks like we have another special. You know what? I might start early. I know we usually do our preamble, but I see a beautiful looking person in the crowd here. I might want to invite to join the kickoff. Johnny V, you are muted, my friend.
Nice.
Nice. But now you're not.
Nice.
Now you're not. Welcome, gentlemen. Happy Friday.
Hey, hi. It's Friday.
We had a short hiatus. I think we've been off for what? I think we've been out for 4 days that we haven't been doing the show for.
Yeah. Never missed a show. Clubhouse. The fine folks at Clubhouse.
Well, they just weren't willing to play ball. So when we had to negotiate an exclusive deal, the people at Twitter Spaces were just far more understanding. They were far more, they want to go on the journey with us. They appreciated the content. And so, here we are.
They felt the vibe, and here it is. A sense of what what number you pull in with your car a couple months back, and here we are.
Here we are indeed.
Dude, is it my phone that's making everything go like?
I heard that too.
Yes.
Okay.
But it usually also is your phone, Johnny.
I want steak chalupa, no tomatoes.
All right. I'll get it.
Johnny, are you ordering from Taco Bell for the second time today?
That's awesome that you. Yeah, I guess chalupa give it away. No, not the second time today.
Third time today. Come on, don't be crazy.
First time this week.
The third time this week. How much? I mean, it's probably cheaper to just employ a driver for you than to pay DoorDash and Postmates the amount that you do.
I don't. Well, hold on a second. You make me sound like a jerk here, but you guys also use Uber Eats or DoorDash, right?
Rarely.
What?
Less so. Now that I'm vaccinated, I can go places, not as much.
Jeff,
there was a while just.
Jeff, I think your connection is something's wrong with it because you're cutting out. Johnny, are you?
Am I
Jeff
okay?
Because I thought it was my connection, so I went over to Wi-Fi, but I'm better now.
Yeah, I am.
Can you hear? You can hear Jeff blooping.
Is it maybe that? Does it sound better now that I'm holding my phone up to my face because maybe it's the wrong microphone? It's not the microphone.
It's still got a little bleep bloop here and there.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't know if because you're trying to get on 3G and you haven't got the 5G vaccine shot yet. Maybe that's part of it.
Oh, that's. I mean, I could drop off. See if that
so
helps.
Weird. It's so weird. Yeah, I switched over. I was on cell and then I switched over to Wi-Fi, and I think that helped my connection. But Johnny, you sound clear when you're not muted.
Oh, that's good.
For once, because usually when we do our weekly calls, you're like blip, 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 blip.
It's typically Jeff that's bleep.
No,
bleep,
it's usually you. Let's be honest.
Really?
Yeah. Or maybe it's just the way you talk. Sometimes you just talk bleep blah bloop.
I think.
Oh, ha.
When we are on the phone together, Johnny is always cutting out. I don't know if you're like in an underground bunker, secret lair somewhere, but like when we are like on a phone call.
Yes. Every time Johnny is the one that is bleep blooping.
Yeah. Do I sound better now?
You're better. Yeah. I don't know what you did.
Yeah, you sound great.
All right. I got off my Wi-Fi. I'm downloading just terabytes of hardcore pornography here, on my home connection. So,
I mean,
maybe that's the problem.
I'm downloading Ratchet and Clank right now, so that might be.
Yeah, so I hit my I downloaded a whole bunch of new games, and I hit my my data cap before they throttled me for Xfinity, and it was Ratchet and Clank that did it for me.
What is your fancy person like you, John Vignacchi? What is your data cap?
I think it's a terabyte.
That's a lot of damage.
Well, I think that that's what everyone's cap. I mean, I don't know what everyone's plan is, but that's what I assume everybody's cap.
I don't think Ninja has a cap.
Ninja's
no cap.
Highland
Ninja
Park,
is
Illinois.
No cap.
Yeah, that's yeah. No, I pay them. I pay those people their $50 in blood money to bypass the cap, and so I can just kind of keep going.
Yeah, because I get an overage, and then I pay $10 more, I think, for the next 500 gigs, and then I think I don't know. I should probably look into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be nice to be CEO. Oh, don't even know what my bills are.
No,
Speaking of CEO, I went to Adam's new studio, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You guys got a new building right as all this stuff was jumping off, right?
So. Yeah. We basically signed a new 11-year lease right before fucking COVID hit. So I'm smart. I love paying rent for a year when not a soul can go into an office. That's pretty awesome.
So Adam came to my home while I was in town for my stepfather's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Adam came to my home, picked me up in his Tesla, and drove me extremely aggressively down to Chicago.
I never knew Colette had such a sensitive stomach, and I would have not put her in the back and not driven like that in my Tesla.
Yeah, it was crazy. So so Colette was in the back. For everyone listening, Colette was in the back, and it was born and raised in that area, so I know what it's like to drive down 41 headed into Chicago. And Adam was you were racing people. I mean, I did the whole old person slamming the brake on my side of the car.
Nice. Yeah, classic.
As people were just trying to casually get into the left lane. Adam's like, wow, shooting that. And then Colette basically was holding on for dear life and was green in the back as Adam floored the Tesla around.
Johnny, business, we don't have time. In business time, we gotta make decisions. And we gotta move fast. Move fast and make decisions.
Yeah. Adam drives at the speed of business.
Right. But
at least I drive my Tesla unlike Dave Lang, who just puts his in autopilot and lets it drive it for him.
Right. At 11:30 p.m. coming home from Gibson's.
That's.
But so we went to his new studio. But I did get. Jeff, did you ever go to EA Chicago?
No, never went to EA Chicago.
It was cute though, because Adam and I were there for that entire EA Chicago thing while we were at Midway, right? And then
Kudo Sonoda ran that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. But Adam's place is right in the heart of downtown, overlooking Daily Plaza. And it's spectacular. I mean, congratulations, Adam, and Dave and Chelsea, of course, and everyone at Iron Galaxy. I mean, it's amazing to think 12 years ago, which was what was a ninja team of engineers to come in and help out people. This has expanded into what it is. It was spectacular. It was cool.
We just hit 215 people.
Jeez and Rex. Wow.
It's crazy. Wow. Dave started it by himself almost 13 years ago in his basement, and we are now 250. It's insane. It is. Yeah. Thank you, Johnny. No, it's been, it's funny because when I first joined, Dave was like, we gotta, kill to eat and got a cute little spot where everyone's sitting on top of each other. We have bunk beds for desks, right? Where people are literally on top of each other.
Jeez.
And over time, you got to sort of scale. And then when we moved downtown, I made a horrible CEO miscalculation where I built for 15% growth. And by the time we moved in, we were out of seats. And so I was like, shit, we got to move again in the same building. Luckily, our building had been sold to another owner. And so we were able to leverage and get more than twice the floor space and upgrade, which was pretty cool. So, yeah, thanks for coming to visit. It was cool to show you around. And you had your own conference room to yourself to take your private meetings. And
it was spectacular.
Yeah.
It was really good.
So do you have people going back into that office on a regular basis yet, or is it still kind of?
We have about almost 20% of our staff is back working, all vaccinated people that want to. Basically, it's a rolling volunteer status. So people put their hands up and say, I want to go back. And so far, we have 20% back in.
Nice.
Yeah, and then each month people do signups, and then because we got a plan for it, right? You can't just be like YOLO.
Right.
And the other thing that's hard is a lot of people like, oh, I want to sit in the chair that I'm going to sit for forever. Well, we kind of have to do. We got
what?
No, I'm saying a lot of people like want to get in and like claim a desk, but you're like, we're not. The current layout is not going to be the permanent layout because we're still sort of trying to have people sit in every other seat, and so the desk you're in now isn't the desk people are going to be in for the next,
So you haven't told them yet that all of their names are already pre-assigned on the monitors.
They were for the move. That was just for the move, Johnny. Okay. They've seen it. They saw the walkthrough video. I love that you're trying to nerd me out in our.
I know, I totally
exclusive Twitter Spaces, globally syndicated talk show, e-talk show. Come on, Johnny.
Sorry.
It's E3 week. It's E3 weekend. Would be Jeff? I was trying to think of would today be the Friday going into the weekend of press conferences, and then Monday would be the start of E3? I was trying to where are we? I don't even know. What is time? It's fucking halfway through the year. Also, by the way, it's 6 months.
That's
God,
definitely There's definitely an aspect of everything that's just like, all right, year's getting going. I was like, oh, it's June. What the fuck happened? So what would this be? So tomorrow is Ubisoft, and then Microsoft is the day after that. So we're still kind of.
So we would have been driving down yesterday?
Something like that, yeah. Or for me, sometimes it ends up being like the day before or whatever, depending on how setup goes or all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that sounds about right. But technically, all of E3 starts tomorrow, including because they just have a schedule of panels and stuff, and the press conferences are kind of jammed in around that. So
yeah,
it's all kind of loosey goosey, I guess.
Isn't it normally Sundays where everything started though? Like if it were, back in the day,
well,
wasn't it Sundays?
Rolled back. Yeah, it was originally Sunday, and then it rolled back to stuff happening on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then people were throwing out ideas of starting things on Friday, and I was like, "What the fuck now? This is literally a 10-day experience."
And then Nintendo would go Monday morning, and the show floor would open Monday morning, and then it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or no, it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Tuesday, yeah, because then Tuesday morning was, it was PlayStation was always Tuesday evening, right, or afternoon.
No, because that'd be day one of the show. So it was they were
Monday,
the day
Monday.
Yeah.
Monday afternoon. I can't remember. It's
I know it's stupid. It's not that long ago, but it feels like ancient history.
I can't understand how it all worked.
Yeah.
But now we just do digital showcases. We all watched Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Jam kickoff. What was it called? The
Summer Game Fest is what.
Summer Game Fest kickoff, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we had some trailers. I thought it was a pretty good show. I see a lot of people going oh, that was a 2-trailer show. Everything else was garbage. Blah blah blah.
No, there was way more. There was way more than that.
Yeah, there was a good. It's a good cross section. Realistically, he's not going to fill his show with every AAA banger that's going to be announced. All those companies have their own events. So.
Yeah, totally.
Elden Ring is a really big get for that show.
Huge get.
And yeah, and I think the Wonderlands thing, as much as I am not interested in that particular video game, it is it's the next thing from Borderlands. That's a big deal. So he opened and closed with I think good sized things for the type of stuff that he normally gets access to, and then had some interesting indie stuff along the way. And yeah,
announcing new publishers, new developers, new partnerships. There was a lot of meat. I felt like there was the most meat on the bone of a Keighley joint in a long time, and it was kind of cool to see I want to know more backstory. I'm like, where does Prime? Was it Prime Matter? Was a new publisher?
Yeah. And so they had their thing today.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, as part of the. Is it Koch Media? What is the name of? How do you pronounce the name of that company? It's not just Cock, right?
I've always
That's
called Koch.
I know everyone just calls it Cock, but like, come on.
No, I don't.
I was told by people. I was told people at from when I was at Disney Europe. People told me it's Koch Media, and I was like, okay.
All right.
And
I purposely my whole tenure at PlayStation purposely mispronounced it, or maybe pronounced it properly as Koch Media, because I was not comfortable calling it. Just like that one developer that used to be called A2M. I couldn't call them.
Right.
I was like,
that's right.
Artificial minded movement. I'm not going to call you A2M because.
And then they renamed it. I think they must have eventually gotten to.
Yeah, their behavior now.
Yeah.
But like Koch Media and A2M, we're better.
Yeah.
Well, so there's also the Koch brothers, the Koch.
Right. Yes.
And then there's Koch, not related.
Where are we going with
Kochs
this?
are not related.
Oh, no. Do the Cox touch? Okay, all right. If so,
only if
I'm
they're working with A2M.
Yeah.
You said that there's brothers, Adam?
No, that's a different thing.
How many Cox are?
All right, so as many as you want, and then some. What do we even? All right.
We are also
Johnny,
horrible.
depends if you're.
You about 2 seconds before my wife comes downstairs.
Johnny, depends if you're in VR or not. Then it really depends on who's. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So,
But yeah, they had their event today to kind of go into more detail on that. But like, we did not watch that video, but everyone who did said like, boy, that was a huge waste of time for like consumers and media, because it was really structured like a recruiting video. Like they were talking about studio culture and all this other stuff that you're like, that's cool if I wanted to work there, but like that's not, they're not like going into anything too relevant about actual.
Who are they
games?
What's the background of Prime Matter?
It's just another Embracer label, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Sounds like someone's Googling.
Yeah, because Koch Media is part of Embracer Group.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a label under a label under a label.
Saber, and so Saber.
Yeah.
Saber's doing a game for Prime Matter.
Yes, which like whatever that means, it's all one company at some point. So it just like that's I think why a lot of people look at this stuff and go, this looks like money laundering, because they keep buying stuff and then starting new labels, and it just seems like they're just shuffling money around. So Payday 3 is going to be a Prime Matter game. And
that was Starbreeze.
Yes, it is still Starbreeze apparently. But yes, so they are going to publish. They will publish Payday 3, I guess.
Okay, so Koch Media that runs Deep Silver announced Prime Matter, game publisher. It's a new premium gaming label. So is it just a different label that's different than Deep Silver?
It's just looks like it's just a different label for them to put stuff on. Maybe they feel like Deep Silver kind of got associated with some budget stuff, which it definitely did over the years. So maybe they're just like, hey, we need to start something new.
But also some cool stuff. I mean,
I don't think any of the stuff that they showed looks like like
Dead Island,
terrible, or
and,
you mean Deep Silver? Yes, they definitely
Silver.
Saints Row is a Deep Silver joint technically. The new Time Splitters studio, I believe, is under.
Did they announce another Saints Row?
No. Yes, so a while back they kind of confirmed / announced that they are working on a new one, but then they also said for E3 this year, they're like, hey, nothing's ready to show, so they're not going to show it here. But
I just sorry that I thought you meant today, but of course Jeff
no
than me, because he's in the media and this is his job to know these things.
It's something like that, yeah. But I don't know. It seems like a publishing label. Maybe I was going to say sort of like, but maybe not entirely like the whole like private division stuff that 2K has, where they just want like a prestige label for what they view as kind of their bigger games or something like that. Because I think the Embracer Group now, with all the different publishing labels and all the other stuff they own, like they really do need something like this. Like I said, because I feel like Deep Silver, for as much as you're right, they got into Dead Island and then and Saints Row to a certain extent, but like by and large, I feel like over the history of Deep Silver, they are maybe more known as like publishing some kind of budget stuff or kind of B game type material. So maybe this is a chance for them to start over. I don't know. Or
I wonder
like I
who
said,
runs it. I wonder if, because Saber was starting their own publishing label, I wonder if this is also like the guy, because I saw him speaking about something. I wasn't sure if it was about this specific.
so yeah, this is when at the thing at Keeley's thing. This is when they announced this label. I think is when they had Todd Hollinshead out, and
Sure.
he is, I think, running publishing for this thing.
Okay.
I could have gotten that wrong, but like that's the, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird. It's weird because I think the entire Embracer Group thing just reads as weird, because they kind of, the name kind of came out of nowhere for as much as they renamed, what they like renamed THQ Nordic or whatever, and
Yeah.
and then buying Gearbox and buying all this other stuff. I thought for sure that this whole thing was eventually, like when they acquired the THQ name, I thought the eventual goal was, okay, we're going to rename ourselves from Nordic to THQ Nordic, and then give us 18 months and we're just going to rebrand as THQ, and then we're just going to go for it with this name that people remember. And now, like, the THQ Nordic name, I think, still exists somewhere in this hierarchy, and now everyone is just getting embraced.
I once very much offended someone that was within that company, because I was like, why on earth would you pay money for the THQ name? And they're like, hey, that's really mean. I'm like, well, I mean, it just doesn't mean, it means something to certain people with certain games, just like Midway. Midway meant
Yep.
a certain thing to certain people about like sports games or the heritage stuff. But like going forward,
Do you know what THQ stands for?
Yes.
The hot quotient.
Jeff, enlighten us.
Toy headquarters.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Better than
remember
TFB,
when-
Toys for Bob.
Well, no, but THQ is different. But I remember in at Midway when there was acquisition talks, I remember speaking to Neil Nicastro and being like, I don't know if I want toy headquarters on my business card. Young 21-year-old or 22 at the time, whatever it was, Johnny V. It was funny. I had no idea that's what it stood for, but that was.
In the meantime,
that was
he's like, there's the right way, there's the wrong way, and then there's the fucking midway, and we're gonna be the midway.
We own your dreams.
Jesus.
That was always the saying internally. If there's the right way, there's the wrong way, and then there's the midway.
Which, by the way, is still a good life lesson now.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
but like the THQ stuff, I don't know, like that name for all, I mean, I think near the end it got maybe associated with some, well, I don't know. I think of THQ, I think of like a lot of bad licensed games the same way I think of Acclaim.
That's kind of, Acclaim, Midway, THQ, I think is like the double A.
Sure.
Which entertained us for many, many years and served an awesome purpose within the industry. But then I think the industry then went for either your AAA, right, or your single A. And not that, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like, I guess like,
the middle fell out,
Yeah, but like, do you feel that name is like super tarnished to like the mainstream consumer, where they might just see it and go like, oh, THQ, I remember those guys. They used to make the wrestling games I liked.
I guess, but I kind of think about the heritage of like in television, rebranding that and be like, well, what does it even mean to anyone, right?
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
Atari,
exactly, yeah.
like over time, like if it ceases to mean what it originally set out to mean, then I don't know. It just, I mean, it's game recognition, which everyone always wants.
Yeah.
Which is better than Nordic games, which people are like, what? So are they based in the Nordic?
Yeah, and like, is every one of these games like a $40 PC game that is janky and like turn-based strategy that is like halfway broken, but like people who love it really fucking love it. And,
hey Jeff, there's riches and niches. I don't know if you've heard.
Oh yeah, no, that's my whole career at this point.
Turns out not a lot of people love Sour Patch Kid video games.
Maybe next time, maybe just the timing wasn't right. A Sour Patch Kids sequel might open up the market a little bit. I remember when Acclaim went belly up and all that stuff got sold, and some free-to-play company, Playdom, I think, bought the rights to the name Acclaim and rebranded for a while, or some company did, and then Playdom maybe bought that company. I forget what the lineage was, but like, and you started seeing those like free-to-play points cards in stores with the Acclaim logo on it, and I was like, what the hell? Do I get like a Simpsons game if I buy this? Like, what do I? what licensed garbage do I get out of this? Do I get a free copy of BMX Triple X if I buy this card?
Yeah.
Or
do you guys remember that that peripheral that was, I forget which system it attached to, but it was you could like punch at it. This sounds so horrible. I'm thinking about it's like maybe it's LGN or Jeff.
was
do you
it
know
was
what
it
I'm
the
talking about?
U-Force? Was it the thing where you would kind of like punch at air and had like sensors on it for the NES?
I think
The
so.
Power Glove?
Yes. Was it for NES?
Yeah, that was maybe the
Yeah,
U-Force for the NES.
that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing pictures of it, but I've never actually seen one in person. It was right up there with like Power Glove in terms of like, here's this ridiculous thing that someone made, but like they didn't seem to make any games with it, and so what are you even supposed to do with this thing?
Or incredible technology that's too far forward for the
That's
time it was
true.
released.
Yeah, I mean it's just
that-
VR. They just made VR. I mean the Sega Activator, get inside the ring and play Mortal Kombat on the Genesis with the Sega Activator. That's the ultimate way to play.
Do you still have a Power Glove in your collection?
Somewhere, yeah.
Of course he does. Yeah, I think
I ever
Phil
broke my
Spencer's coming
arm-
over to help sort through that stuff, right?
It's. I wish. I'm in the middle of kind of trying to pack up and get everything ready. We're looking to ideally move out of this house, and so the fun part of this garage that would have been fun to have someone come and hang out in, or that sort of thing, kind of
It's getting dismantled.
Yeah, kind of got wrapped
Oh,
up pretty
that
fast. So,
Yeah.
but maybe not in the E3 timeframe, but maybe it's still an idea I'm kicking around for sure, but not this week. There's too much other crazy shit happening this week.
Yeah.
I got people in the house remodeling a bathroom for E3. That's my E3
I heard
plan.
you might have a problem with bees, Jeff, or some sort of bee like honeycombs. Or
I've got a honey bucket out front.
I saw on TikTok, by the way, hot plug. Jeff Gersman's TikTok feed is one of the greatest of all time. If you're on TikTok or you have children that you're on TikTok and you use that as an excuse to be on TikTok, then I strongly recommend you should watch, because the daily honey bucket view is pretty good.
And now Harris Forest is now demanding I update with honey bucket information on a more regular basis. So to appease Harris, I've had to make more videos. So it's
content.
Yeah, and so anyway, long story short, I've got like dudes walking around the house cursing and cutting and drilling, and they've got one more week on it. I think they got the shower in and the bathtub and stuff, and now they're moving on to other stuff.
Jeff, we had some guys that were painting our front stoop. And they just chain smoked for 3 days straight, like right outside of my house, and like
Nice.
The windows were open and we just like rip into the house. Do you have anything like that, or are they dropping huge deuces in the honey bucket and leaving the door open, or what?
No, the honey bucket's been okay. Actually, a truck came and emptied the honey bucket yesterday. Like a honey bucket truck came, like with the pump and the
honey truck,
the tank, the honey truck it rolled up and hooked up the hose to the honey bucket and drained it, which must be a fun job. But so no, other than they are wearing some. So we're doing the master bathroom because the floor had completely dry rotted out under the shower and it was very dangerous. I'm not good at maintaining a home, it turns out. Well,
you got it, Jeff. You got that house when you're like what, 23?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was.
So you don't know any.
Yeah.
We don't know. I didn't know anything about anything at that time.
It was more like late 20s, but yes, it was definitely like somewhere in there. And so and my hoodlum friends moved in and fucked the place all up, and so it's just like this was maybe not the best way to treat this investment property or whatever.
Do you love that when whoever moves in and buys a house is gonna be like for 10 years, like, what the fuck did the old person let this happen? You're literally leaving a ghost behind of all of the bad decisions you made for 10 years.
I mean, we replaced the floor. We ripped the carpet out a while back and did some other stuff. So I think we've hidden the ghosts pretty well, but we'll see. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I had to, like the shower in that bathroom was going to collapse out with me in it and all this other stuff. It was just unsafe. So
Oh,
I had to, get people in to do the work. Anyway, they are wearing a little too much cologne, which is in the
It's
bedroom
way
that I
better than
sleep in at
cigarette
night.
smoke. It's way better than
Yes,
cigarette
yeah,
smoke.
but it's in the bedroom that I sleep in. So when I go in there at night to lay down, it is like,
oh, it all smells
yeah,
different.
it is like Old Man, like Old Spice, um, like Old Spice. It must be. It's like that like look at me, I'm a sailor cologne.
Like
And
back when back when men had two choices of cologne.
yeah,
Old Spice
exactly.
or
Or
First
Cool Water or something. I don't know. Like
Oh,
I'll
cool
take Cool
water.
Water every day of the week.
Oh, Johnny was,
Cool
by the way,
water.
100%. Johnny, I don't actually know this about you. You 100% in high school wore Drakkar Noir. 100%.
At one point, I did because. So stop it, because I have for all there listening.
It's so
I had
fucking.
two older
Oh
brothers.
my god,
I
bro.
had two older brothers, and one of them was like, "Yeah, he had Drakkar Noir," and yeah, at that tender age of like 11 or 12, I might have put that on, and then everyone was like, "You smell horrible," and
How did I know that
I
about
went to
you?
Cool Water at
How
one
did I know
point.
that about you? Because it's
I
so
went
true.
to Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Okay.
Were you going to like
in
the
case,
Chess King and getting pants and stuff? Like,
what's the
I don't
Chess
know what
King?
that is.
it's a store in the mall. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, no, I
It's
didn't
like
go
Hot
there,
Topic
but
for rich people.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
yeah. So, but then I selected my. Well, hold on a second. Do you guys wear any cologne now?
So occasionally.
Okay, so what do you wear?
I wear Drakkar Noir.
No, Adam, tell us. I know you don't want to
No. I
say
don't.
this
I'm
in
totally
front of
fine.
everyone.
I don't know. It's a Chanel cologne.
Oh,
That
Chanel.
Jen bought for me.
It's,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm a big
Oh,
believer in like the person that you're with, that wearing a scent that they love. Right. That's my
Yeah.
thing. Like I don't need
Yeah,
to wear a
that
scent that
makes
I
sense.
like. If she loves it, then I love it because it
oh, that's
makes it better.
interesting. What did you wear what were you wearing when you met Jen then? Were you wearing Chanel
No.
number 5?
It's not Chanel number 5, Johnny. That is a perfume.
Mumbo number 5.
There you go.
All right, so wait, hold on a second. So you're wearing Chanel now, which is okay. I'm actually curious, but
I just know the logo. I
I'm
actually
curious
love
what.
the brand. My son's into Axe body spray. He's 10. He's like, this smells pretty good, and he's got three flavors of Axe, and he just busts it out once in a while. I'm like, that's.
Does he do the Axe? Does he
No,
do
he
the?
doesn't do the double pit to chesty. Oh fucking! This is a funny. So I have a story about this. Because when I was running my own company, Beefy Media, I was doing games for brands, and I met with the Axe body spray people, and they're like, "We want to do a video game." I'm like, "Cool," and they're like, "We want to like where you like when you apply Axe, you get a bonus power up." I'm like, okay." And so we were in some of these early design meetings as I was sort of like doing a request for proposal and sort of developing a concept of what we pitch for. And they're like, "But the one thing we need is you only use Axe properly when you spray it on both of your pits and an X across your chest." I was like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, that's like the move. That's like the Axe move. You do. We call it the double pit to chesty." I was like, "Wait, you have a fucking name for it?"
Oh my goodness!
And they're like, "Yeah, so in the game they would have to do the double pit to chesty. Like we can't just have them squirt one or the other or just the pits. They have to do the double pit to chesty." I'm like, "What the fuck is happening right now?" And they're like, "Maybe like a skateboarding game where like one of the moves is like a double pit to chesty." I'm like, "That I don't know how you would ride the fucking skateboard with your armpits." And then I started to realize, I'm like, "Oh, you're gonna use 60% more body spray if you're doing the double pitted chesty." So they're really just thinking about how can we get users to consume more of our product. And anyway, I never bid on the project because I was like, this is the dumbest fucking problem. I'm not going to put double pitted chesty as a move in a fucking game, but I'll get Creed Bratton to do voiceover for a Sour Patch Kids game, you know? I drew a line.
Okay.
I drew a firm line.
Okay, so hold on, I'm going back. So then,
Yeah.
Jeff, do you have a cologne that you use?
My wife bought me some a while back that I almost never wear, and it's in this tiny
Oh,
it's in this tiny gold brick and I don't remember what it's called. But before that, before I met her, I used to wear Unforgivable. That's
Nice.
Diddy. That's
Oh.
Diddy shit.
I was gonna say
That's Diddy shit.
Is that Clint Eastwood's cologne?
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw
That
that.
was
No,
you were
true.
wearing Puffy's
Or
cologne?
yes, I was wearing Puff's shit, and that stuff was all right. I don't know for what it was. People seem to like it. Never got any complaints, but yeah, my wife got me some. I'll go look. It might be in the medicine cabinet still. It's been years since I wore it because I don't know.
The other thing Jen did is she went and got like 8 cologne samples and like put it in my little travel DOP kit. She calls it a DOP kit. It's like a fucking, apparently that's the name for it, but I never call it a DOP kit. Now my kids refer to the toiletry bag that you travel with. She calls it a DOP kit.
Huh.
And now,
so that's what I call mine as well, but I don't know what it means. My parents just called it that.
and I
so
don't know if
what
is
is a
that
DOP
a
kit?
Midwest thing. Jeff, do you know what a fucking DOP kit is?
I have never heard the term
See, I
DOP
knew
kit
it.
before in
I
my
swear to
life.
God, I was like, I thought my wife was crazy for years, and then I just started calling it that. I'm like, I put all these cologne samples in the DOP kit. So now I travel with basically a 1D20 of colognes that I smell like whatever the fucking the sample cologne smells like. Maybe she just put a bunch of rat poison repellent. So all,
Oh, that's horrible. But I've been trying to find like a good.
Noir, like at Costco, like a
No,
big gallon.
I wear. Not that you guys asked, but I wear Issey Miyake. That's my
Johnny,
favorite.
what do you wear?
I wear Issey Miyake.
Oh,
Thank you for asking.
that is nice.
Yes. And that's my chicken chalupa.
Oh my God. Oh.
So guess what, gents? I'm getting up. Is it 5 o'clock tomorrow?
For what?
5 o'clock tomorrow, 5 a.m. tomorrow to watch the football.
Why?
Yeah,
because my wife.
Okay.
Playing the team is Liverpool playing the.
Oh, it's Sunday. Sorry, never mind. Who's playing? England is playing. Thank you. And I listened to this song that I've heard at karaoke.
I Get Knocked Down,
before,
I Get Up in that one.
Is it like a Robbie Williams Millennium? Like, what are we? What?
No. How does it? Colette, will you sing it one? Okay, it goes like this. It's coming home. It's coming home.
Can you leave me out of this?
Okay, well, so and then I got a jersey, right?
Why?
So I'm excited for that because Colette was like, "This is something that we do all the time in England." And right before I met you, she had done something for Konami for UEFA, or was it Pro Evo? She had done an event, and she was like, this is like a really important thing to me, an important thing to my family, and so I really want to do this. So we're gonna do it. I'm actually excited because I always wake up early.
So are you like going to a bar to watch this? Are you getting like a full English breakfast? Is it like a full pub type
you
thing?
Some blood sausage, right? Some.
Do you want to go to the bar?
What are you doing now?
No, the bar will be open at 5 a.m.
She said the bar won't be open at 5 a.m. There is a place in Redmond that but I don't. Yeah, we'll probably be at home.
Yeah.
And at Bloody Marys and stuff. That'll be fun, right? Like, I'm excited.
Yeah, that's.
Is it hard to hold back making fun of me right now, guys?
Sometimes.
I think. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm actually really excited for it.
I still appreciate how sweet you were to me on my birthday, being here in Chicago and celebrating with me, and all the nice things you said. So I'm still on that honeymoon high, Johnny.
Like that afterglow.
Yeah, you got basically till July, and then I'm back on my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for everyone listening, Adam had his birthday, and at the end of the night, we did this whole thing where everyone that was there. We put Adam in a chair and basically did a roast. And for everyone that was there, they said something nice about Adam. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't really like a roast. It was more like nice stuff.
Like, it wasn't a roast. It was like people said nice things. It's bullshit.
No, I think she wanted me to clarify. Like it wasn't mean. It was actually really sweet, and everybody was said nice things. And Adam had to sit there and not.
Roast is like mean, but what's the nice version of a roast?
I love this. I love this.
It's a toast, isn't it? It's a toast.
A toast. Yeah. What do you love, Adam?
Oh, just the fourth voice, the fourth co-host in the background is just so fucking good. It's so good.
Princess Peach came downstairs.
Yeah, I am disappointed that we couldn't come to term sheet agreement with our fourth co-host, who I can't, basically because of legal reasons, can't actually name his name. But unfortunately, we weren't able to come to terms with our exclusive agreement. It's kind of, it actually reminds me of the Joe Budden situation, Jeff, where it's just like, you know,
it's exactly like that.
Yeah, we had been doing this for a while, and he just sort of like, his requirements for being part of this exclusive partnership with Twitter Spaces was just bridge too far. And unfortunately, you know, you can make friends, but you can't necessarily force them to make sound business decisions. So it is what it is. Here we are, gentlemen. The Circle of Awesome.
You're doing this. Hold on a second. You're doing this thing again, just for everyone that's listening that can go along with me, where actually I wasn't even a part of this conversation. So what are you talking about?
Well,
who was supposed to be the fourth co-host?
I mean, this is AKA 3/4 of the E3 couch. So I think you know who that.
Oh, you're talking about Lang.
Johnny.
Part
of the settlement was John.
At what point did we say we can't say our friend's name?
I told you with the term agreement, we didn't come to.
We're all going to debtor's prison. Johnny, I gotta ask about this chalupa.
I'm a huge fan. It's funnel cake tacos. They're amazing.
All right.
So so every time I'm like, I order gordita or chalupa because I always forget which is fucking which and which is which.
The gordita is like a less cooked, it's like an unfried chalupa, right? Is that the basic difference? I don't get gorditas anymore.
Which is the fried, the super fried one? What is that one?
That's chalupa. Chalupa is crazy.
Yeah,
is crazy. Like it's where you bite into that bread and you're like, this is all oil in here. Did you only get your order? Did you just
There's
get?
No way he only got one fucking chicken chalupa. There's zero chance of the.
Did you just get one steak chalupa, no tomatoes, and that's it? That's your full order?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because that's all I heard you order, and I was like, what the fuck is going on over there?
No. I got I got a steak chalupa meal, with Mountain Dew, Diet Mountain Dew, and then I got an extra chalupa, and then I also got a chicken quesadilla.
Okay.
So and all I shouldn't. I probably won't eat all this, but the chicken quesadilla actually is pretty good when it's leftover cold. Yeah. The chalupas, though, I mean, you have two, and you're like, ugh. And if you finish with the hard shell taco or soft shell, if you prefer, that comes with it, you end up being like, I actually am not satisfied. So I normally do the 3 chalupas first, and then finish with the hard shell. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because it's embarrassing. It's horrible. I've lost a lot of weight, so I'm happy. But it's Friday, and
it's Friday
you know, it
night
was
and Saturday, Sunday. Here's my favorite thing, Jeff, that we used to do when Johnny and I were roommates. Is friends of ours had an apartment that was right across the street from Wrigley Field, and right across from their apartment was a Taco Bell that was open 24/7. But they closed the lobby after midnight, and so you try to go through drive-through as a walkabout because we were like literally across the street, and they wouldn't, you know, obviously they wouldn't. You didn't have enough metal to detect as a car, so they had a stolen stop sign in their apartment that we would bring over and wave over the fucking detector. And beep, boop. They're like, "Do you have an order?" Like we make an order, and then we pull up, we walk out this thing like, "Guys, we can't do walkthroughs. How did you set up a thing where like we got this stop sign that we use?"
And when it was weight triggered, we did all go as a group.
Triggered.
There was a weight trigger one where we all went as a group.
We
would jump up and all jump down at the same time.
I do remember that too. I remember trying that.
I feel like Taco Bell is the only drive-through I've ever seen anyone try to pull that shit in. But for me, it was like a dude just walked up to the window, not to the ordering thing, while I was there picking up food. And he just tried to lean in and be like, "Hey, I want to place an order." And they're like, "You need to get the fuck out of here." Like they called the cops on him. They were not happy to see him.
It was like, I mean, but being like a block, and then right across the street from that was a McDonald's, which was 24 hours as well. And man, the people in Wrigleyville at like 3 a.m. when we're out there that are trying to get a Big Mac or a double cheeseburger, it's just the
especially if the Cubs won.
Oh yeah, then it's an absolute shit show. It's just like
Dude, you remember when we used to we did the low, like 2004, we did the low carb
I was just
diet?
telling the story to someone where like we lost a ton of weight by doing like low carb because we would go to McDonald's at 3 in the morning after drinking rum and Diet Cokes all night because that wouldn't kick us out of ketosis. We'd order double.
Also, probably why I have diabetes now. But go ahead.
Of course. And like we weren't checking we were happy with our weight loss, but weren't checking our cholesterol or sodium. And so we would order like multiple double cheeseburgers and then take the buns off and just be
Perfect.
Yeah, dude, I remember skinning chicken nuggets for you, and you doing the same. Like, oh yeah, we each get 20 pieces. Like in skinning.
Dude, a
chicken
sausage
nuggets.
pizza we would order, and then we would just rip the cheese and the sausage off and eat that and throw away the fucking bread.
Horrible.
Just awful.
Horrible.
Don't do it, kids. Anyone in the audience, don't do it. Bad.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it now rebranded keto?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Atkins stuff. It's just kind of the same type deal. But I don't know.
Right.
I think with that stuff, it's just portion control and.
Yes, no, Jeff. That's it's literally just don't be a fuckboy. That's really what like being healthy is don't do like we shortcutted it. I'm like Johnny. We would eat like we were roommates and helping each other out, quote unquote. Like, oh, I'm gonna make you a cheese sandwich with bacon and sausage in the middle, and I got some bacon wrapped scallops for dinner, and then maybe we can have these. It was just. Yeah, you don't even think about it because you don't know what you're doing, and you have no idea what cholesterol, sodium is when you're, in your mid-20s and you're single. And
yeah,
the unfortunate side effect is it worked. Like I lost 100 pounds, but man, oh man, what an awful journey.
Yeah, I did that for a little bit when I was like 19, and lost some weight, and I was like, oh, this is nice, but then it was like, oh, I just got to keep. So let me get this straight. I just have to just sit here and. All I can really eat is taco meat in a bowl.
Right, I would eat gyros and just like eat the meat and the tzatziki, and that's it. And just like, like and then Whoppers, you get like double Whopper. Anyway, it sounds. I'm sorry, we got to change the subject. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, all the people listening, all the vegans, everyone's like, these guys are just disgusting.
Oh, I think it's not just the vegans saying that. I think it's
it's literally every person saying, "Wow, these guys are really way grosser than I ever thought." They never talk about this on the couch.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm going to fucking Denny's, and I'm like 19 or whatever, so it's like
getting moons over my hammy.
Yeah, or I'm just getting steaks at Denny's like a classy guy, like, oh, I'll take the New York strip, no sides, please.
So,
Red
by
Lobster,
the way, though, I will.
Red Lobster.
Yeah.
I will bring. Hold on, I'll bring this whole thing back for everyone that's listening who has not actually been to E3. Though this is the funniest part because it gets to be super late night at E3 and everyone's bopping around LA, and then it is places like Denny's, right?
Mm-hmm.
That everybody goes, and then after a big press conference or whatever, everyone just like hunkers down to their normal. Horrible self, and then orders a bunch of Taco Bell or Taco
because nothing good is open after 2, right? I mean, there's that one diner that's I think open till 4, right? That's just right a block or 2 past the Figueroa.
Yeah.
But then it's Denny's after 3 maybe, and then
there's an IHOP near there too.
Yeah, the Denny's is always funny because you go there and then you see other people like. And nobody's changed, so it's like, oh, those are the Ubisoft guys, and those are the EA crew, and that's the fucking Call of Duty team.
Right.
Everyone's like,
everyone
like eating waffles.
Throws food at each other.
Yeah, all wearing their like work shirts with the game logo on it, and half of them are wearing their badges. And
I miss this,
I do,
right?
I do. It's sad, like I'm at home
like
and I'm comfortable, and I get a nice solid 8 hours of sleep tonight. But yeah, there's the chaos and the. What happened today? And we all took it for granted in a way. Like, it was all like, we became the fucking get off our lawn guys,
Well, it's like,
the JW Marriott.
Right, yeah.
Right?
It's like, it's
oh,
going.
What table?
Yeah, it's going to that hotel lobby and like hanging out for 20 minutes and then hearing like 9 things that a person in my position is never supposed to hear, and.
Did you really
I
like
remember,
when
Jeff, I was there when you heard the PlayStation Vita leak? it happened in front of me to you and a bunch of other people's when. Or not,
Yeah.
it was the Vita League, right? Or was it no, it wasn't the PSP. It was the Vita League.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I was at the
I think
event, and somebody started running their mouth. I'm like, there are a bunch of people here that should not hear any of it. I wasn't at PlayStation. This was years and years before. But I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? And you're right, because people, like, after a couple cocktails or drinks or whatever, they're like, and then our game's going to come, and then we're going to do this expansion pack, and we're doing this DLC. And I mean,
Yeah.
anyone, that's the thing is that you could get scoops, infinite scoops, but then it's a weird balance because Jeff, and other people in the press know, like, oh, this isn't, I could report this, but I won't.
Well, it's not, that's just not like we're just not heavy in the news game, and so it's not really our beat. And like I would also rather kind of work that angle for something else and be like, okay, so now I know about this thing. Like, tell me more. Like okay, now I need to go back to my desk and call other people to get this verified. And I mean, you remember when the PlayStation Pro, the PS4 Pro stuff leaked?
Yeah.
I believe that ended up being traced back to GDC. Someone from Kotaku was in line behind two devs who had been disclosed talking about the details of the console. And it's just like, and like that happens. And I think that's, they reported on it, or they verified it. And like, so in the middle of all that, I heard a lot of that. I was hearing a lot of that same stuff, but it wasn't in a reportable state yet. And so we were like looking at it and going like, all right, well, we need to find a second source for this to verify that this person isn't yanking our chain, even though source number one here is like a very, it's a person that we, that I'd known for years. And it was like, this is not a person who would lie to me, but like, the real way to do that is to go like hit someone else up. And so like hit someone else up, like, hey, I just got a bunch of leaked internal docs. Can I show you some of these? And can you compare them to the leaked internal docs that I'm sure you have? And just say yes or no, is this real? And and then you send it to someone and they go, oh yeah, no, that's I got all this stuff. Here's what PSVR is. Here's what, like all that sort of stuff. And then you report it, right? So, I think it just, there's just a right way to report that stuff. And I think in that case, I think the way Kotaku handled it is like the right way to do it. And like, just people need to know to keep their fucking mouth shut when they're in public. At the end of the day, like, don't be a dumbass is the lesson there. You're standing in a long line full of people. But a lot of people don't get out all that often, or they aren't out in environments where the people around them might pick up on what they're actually talking about, because they're used to.
I don't know. I just did something wrong. Hold on. I mute you, Jeff. I muted you. What happened?
Okay. I had to unmute myself after that, but you
pressed the mute everyone button by accident.
Yeah.
My bad.
Anyway, so I think that's like the most interesting, and especially in the case of like a lot of this E3 stuff, like it's stuff that we maybe have signed an NDA on, and it's like two more details on that project, or it's stuff that's about to be announced, and you're just like, well, whatever. Yes, like that's interesting, but I'm not gonna have time to go run this down the proper like journalistic way before it all gets announced anyways. It's just kind of in the wind, like whatever. And then you've just got, I don't know. I love all the crazy stories. Because it's just chaos at a certain point, and you've got
abject chaos.
Totally. Yeah, it's chaos, and you've got people just like going for fucking dolo, and they're just like, I'm gonna sneak in to the theater where they're doing rehearsals, and I'm gonna lay down in the stands and take notes, and then I'm gonna go post to a message board everything.
We found someone like sitting in the audience when we were doing run-throughs when I was at PlayStation, and they're like, where are you from? And they're like, Ubisoft. like core of the guy started asking questions for 20 minutes. Turns out, he just snuck in straight up. Yeah. Luckily, he hadn't seen any of the juicy announcements yet. But we also I was shocked at how tight a ship that the platforms hold. Like, I wasn't allowed to see anything that wasn't third party. Like, I was not allowed. I was not permitted to see any first party content. And I'm like, but I'm PlayStation. They're like, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You don't need to know. So
and even it was all the chain. Like, Jack Tretton, they were all like, no, you don't need to. I'm like, but I know what's happening. I've talked to the team. They're like, you don't get to see the asset. I'm like, okay, fine, all right.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're all one team. But I appreciate that too. And then the crazy thing is, like, you got publisher A in there to watch their trailer and do the sound check. And then it's like, okay, now we have like a 20-minute transition. We gotta get all of them out of here.
Right.
Can't have more than whatever, 5 people in, and then they can't see the other publisher coming in because they don't know what they're announcing, and nobody can see.
Yep.
Like, nary shall the two things pass. And that was, I think, my challenge is that the first party team could come in and do all their sound checks with the different teams, but ours, we had to worry about all the sort of transitions of making sure the publishers never saw each other. And then the other thing was, like, we wanted the assets like cooked and baked and submitted like 5 days before the show.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Every single publisher's like, we're gonna do some tweaks. We really have a couple extra days. We can really just like slip. I'm like, no, you fucking can't. And sure enough, almost every single time you've ever seen a press conference where the audio doesn't work, or something cuts out, or fucking something doesn't play, is because some jamoke at a publisher was like, man, we got an extra day, and slip in this brand new, asset, the day before you're going live. It's just fucking ridiculous.
I would always hear stories.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
I would always hear stories about. It was always the Sony press conference that would start late, and you'd always hear stories about, like, oh, this is the part of the show that Japan just got off a plane with in a briefcase, like handcuffed to a guy, and then they ran it to the show, and here it is. That it's just like, here's like, oh, I understand you have a format for the show. Yeah, well, fuck that. You're putting this in here and give it a good spot, or and it was always Sony, and the story was always like, this Gran Turismo asset literally just landed this morning, and they ran it in here to the show.
Well, in the years that I was there, that was absolutely not the case, because there was fucking zero tolerance. It's like, if you are more than 72 hours before the show and you got to change, you're out. And it was ruthless. It was ruthless, because I think exactly because of that reason, Jeff. So I think the latest we ever started when I was there, my 4.5 years there, was like 12 minutes late. I think was the worst we did. But it was like, Andy really wanted to make sure that we started absolutely like on time, because it was such a long heritage of late.
Totally.
Late bullshit.
Yeah, like they'd start an hour and a half late or something, and they, and like, for us, like, we're the internet, so we don't care, right? So we're just like, whatever, we'll turn on the internet and stream this thing out when it happens.
Yeah.
But that was starting to be the era when you had like a G4 or like a Spike.
Like on TV, live TV.
Yeah, that had like allocated television time for stuff like this, and suddenly it's like, oh, this is like an hour late, and you're like, this is TV. That doesn't work like that. Get fucked.
Right.
So,
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I remember when we happened to be privileged enough while at Disney to have Infinity on stage for the PlayStation thing. You guys invited me for the rehearsal, and I came in, and Shelby Cox was like, "What are you doing here? You can't be here right now." And I was like, "What are you talking about? This is like a half hour before I'm supposed to start and do this rehearsal." And she was like, "Someone else is showing their game right now." And I'm like, "I have no idea what that is. That's no big deal." Because I literally had no idea what was going on, right? And she was like, no, you can't be here. And then she was like, turn your back and go over there. And so then I turned my back and went over to and stood there. And then everyone was all mad that you had let me in early. But we still got the rehearsal done. And then of course,
Johnny, that story is just as impactful if you don't name someone. It's just as impactful.
No, but Shelby, everyone knows Shelby. She's the best.
You don't have to name anyone. You can just tell that story.
Sorry.
Person X.
She is still an amazing person.
That's the last time I was ever allowed to let anyone early, Johnny.
Yeah. Well.
Also, you were the very first person ever to request a 12-pack of beer in the green room before the show.
Actually, hold on a second. So.
Would you have a rider? You're like, I want the green M&Ms taken out.
Yeah, totally.
No,
he's like,
no,
I want 2 transition 3 chicken chalupas.
So the true story here, Adam, is that we were doing that.
By the way, just before we'll do this, but I'm just saying, you're going to look worse at the end of this story.
Okay, thank you. Then I won't say anything other than once you asked and I said, "No, this would be nice." Everyone else that was presenting that year was like, "Oh, Johnny's got beer in his little tent or whatever it was, the curtain
We
area."
called it the green room, even though it's basically like it was like a changing closet that you would go into at like, TJ Maxx.
And then all the other bigwigs that were there presenting all their stuff all came in, and we're like, "Hey!" And then you were like, "This is my friend John. Have you met John before?" Even Andy House came in and had a beer with me, right? Like everything was fine. Did I say another name? I shouldn't have said.
No, I don't think he had a beer with you. I think you had a beer with him.
Actually, no. It was Sean, but specifically Andy and I had a smoke before everything because I was like, "Do you get nervous before these things?" Because I'm really nervous. And he's like, "Of course I do, but you're going to be fine." And he was actually a bit of a mentor in that moment and really sweet. He's a good person.
Yes, he sure is. Oh, so in 12 minutes from now, just so the room knows, so usually we're taking our traditional design of this talk show, the Circle of Awesome, that we now have an exclusive partnership with Twitter Spaces. And in 12 minutes,
did you not change the name as a part of moving it to Twitter Spaces? It's still this Circle of Awesome thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can do some workshopping on. I mean, it's better than Circumference, Jeff. But
can we make it back to Circumference of Awesome?
Nope. Nope. That's still not what you think it means. We could totally rebrand it. Going forward, I think they gave us that was in our rider.
Great.
But basically, what we're doing in 11 minutes now is anyone that wants to come up, ask a question, make comments, throw out a topic for us to chat about. Here's how it works. We invite you up to talk. You have your question, your comment, your funny little quip or anecdote, and then we politely take you off the stage so we can discuss that stuff just to keep it going, keep it flowing.
Everyone's got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Up and down.
Close your eyes. We're at the JW Marriott, and it's Friday night.
Okay, am I waiting 30 minutes for my drink?
Okay, so that's what's going on.
Is someone threatening to beat up John Drake?
Oh, did that happen?
I'm not going to get any more detail than that, but yes.
Really? That's horrible.
Yes, it was fucking horrible. It was absolutely fucking horrible. Who the fuck would fight John Drake?
Exactly.
That's some fuckboy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
100%.
I want to know. I'll find out later. I want to know who it was. Okay.
Anyway,
I see.
So we're closing our eyes.
I see Johnny, David Oshry.
How are you eating chicken chalupas with your eyes closed?
Because I'm trying to put myself there at this point. Okay. I see David Oshry, and there's a
not anymore because he lives in New Zealand now.
Yeah, but I'm pretending it's E3. And
how tight is his shirt?
Huh?
How tight is his shirt?
Yeah, he's working out, right? And he's talking to a group of people, and they're all laughing.
Okay.
I see Jackie Collins looking over, smiling, being like, "I see you, but I'm in the middle of a conversation. Don't want to be rude."
Yeah.
What do you guys see?
Yeah, I see Carter Lipscomb standing up and telling a story and holding court with his arms akimbo, just like, brother,
yeah,
brother,
aww,
and hugging 17 people per minute. I see that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I see when the doors open to the JW Marriott, I see eyes darting to like do a status check of like who's coming through. Oh, it's Jeff Keighley. Oh, it's Randy Pitchford. Oh, it's Phil Spencer. I should go chat with them. And then you see this weird like traffic cop mentality of like, yeah, I see that.
Oh, interesting. Right. And you don't know who that person is, right? Like that's the other part of it.
Yeah, right.
The person is darting their way towards that person, right?
Or yeah. Then the other thing is like when you do the acknowledgement, your eyes, you raise your eyebrows. You go, "What's up?" Like you do the high, like "What's up?" But also I'm busy. Like I wish I could come over and say hi to you, but like I'm moving this way and you're moving that way, and without the finger guns, because that's the key. You can't do the finger guns.
It's like a head nod. It's a head nod. It's like
a head nod. Like "What's up?" Yeah, blow kiss, whatever you do. Now you do the virtual elbow, I guess. I don't know.
I
Like,
do
what do
the
you? I
wink.
mean,
I would do the wink and like the the head up thing, like, hey, I see you. But now I don't think I can do that anymore because that might weird people out.
why would it weird people out that you're winking at them?
Because life's changed. Like you can't just like wink and give them the like, hey, like just it might make people feel uncomfortable.
It might give people
I don't know.
lice. You said that might give people lice.
No, I didn't say that. I said it might make people feel uncomfortable.
Hmm.
Because you winked at them.
Yeah, the wink and the head nod. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
This
Why
is
is a
like
wink? Why
this
is a
is like
wink
a
gonna
Bert
make someone feel?
Kreischer Segura thing right now.
Why
Right?
is a wink gonna make someone feel uncomfortable though?
Yeah, you can bring someone for protection. Like you know what I mean? Like I meant like they might make people feel. All right, someone else go, please.
Jeff, your world was a bit different because you were obviously like talking to and interviewing people and doing like you had to be like we had to be. I mean, you were doing a show all day and all night. I mean, you were 18-hour days. Like we at least had a break, at the end of the workday and meeting day to do dinners and stuff like that. So what was your day in the life like?
So over the last handful of years, I pared my meeting schedule down a bit to give myself a little bit more time to kind of prep for the night show stuff. I used to take like a full load of meetings during the day, so I'd just be like running around the show floor, seeing games, seeing people, and then like have to bail from the show and immediately get back to our shooting space where we were getting like dinner delivered there, and so you'd like have like a little bit of time maybe to eat before people started showing up and we started getting ready for the show. And so yeah, it's like this weird endurance challenge almost of just like, okay, how long can I be on my feet and all this other stuff. So I kind of started just taking fewer meetings during the days, especially near the end of the day, so that I could have time to get out of the show and get over to the place, maybe take a shower, maybe change my shoes, just something um, to get ready for the show. But like once the show's going, like I always feel like my most tired in the hour before the live show would start. It's that feeling of just like I'm sitting here in this room, it's quiet, it's like cold but not cold enough. There's food, but it's like from this kind of crappy hotel that we're doing this stuff out of. And so like it's just kind of not quite right. And then I kind of get like, it's not nervous, but it's this feeling of like, all right, I'm flagging. Like I'm super low energy right now. And then people show up and we get on the couch and we start lining up for it. And then like, just, it's all kind of adrenaline from there. I stopped drinking at E3. I don't know how many years ago. And actually I started breaking that a little bit because I would, sometimes we would be set up early and,
Me
I'm,
too.
and we'd be set up early enough that like the day before the show would start, I could actually go meet you guys out for dinner or something, and I could have a few drinks that night, and then everything from after that. Yeah, I was just like, I need to be able to function and function good. I'm not gonna have any alcohol at all while this is going on, and I just need to focus on getting the show done and being at the top of my game, or whatever it is. But like there's that aspect to it of just like, I'm here to do this job and I want to do this job well, so I'm gonna do what I can to facilitate that. And that's kind of how the show changed for me a little bit. And it's like, it's awesome. Like I love the interviews and the couch and all that stuff. It's like my favorite thing that we do. And I want to, I hopefully get back to it someday when it makes sense to and is safe to, and all that good shit. But like there's a whole second side to E3 that I am now completely cut off from. That is the social aspect, the nighttime aspect of like, hey, I'm gonna go to this party and I'm gonna see these people. And it's that same thing I was talking about, that like, like if you're at the JW and you hear like 9 things you're not supposed to know about or whatever, like it's that feeling of like, okay, I get to get out and talk to these people I don't get to see in person very often, and get to like really pick their brain about the industry in an off the record kind of way about like, well, what the fuck's going on over here? And they can be like, oh, well, I heard this and heard this and heard this and then heard this, and and like that type of gossip about like, who's the acquisition target this year and who's this and who's that. Because like that's one of the fun things that had been at E3 the last few years, was like the wave going around the show before the Microsoft press conference of like, oh, did you hear Microsoft is buying Capcom? year Microsoft is buying Konami. Like every year it's someone different, and
Right.
it doesn't happen. And like
Yeah.
Sega comes up multiple years in a row because it's Sega. And so like there's that aspect to it of just like you're swapping stories, they're completely unverifiable, and it's just like, well, I heard at the last press conference this dude told me this, and then they're like, well, no, that's not true at all. What this game actually is, it's a battle royale or this, and, you know, like you just like hear different tidbits of information kind of as you go, as you run into different crews of people who have all run into different crews of people. And that is really fun, but that's kind of off the menu for me because everyone comes to me, honestly, and I still get to have some form of those conversations between interviews, but it's nice to just like people show up, I talk to them, and then between segments I get to talk to a couple of them for 10 or 15 minutes and catch up on a personal level, and then, you know, it's kind of on to the next set of people. It's
so in a tender moment in front of 300 or whatever it is people, I will tell you that despite all the parties and everything that was going on, no matter what during E3, what you guys always did was a party, and it was also a party for like everybody that was not able to be there but was like still there in spirit online and stuff like that. And that's part of what made the couch and what you guys did so special. And so everything will get back to normal
totally
at some point.
Johnny, I
But
totally agree. Like
you weren't missing out.
It was the North Star. It was like we're there. We like it's just us being us, and everyone always thought that we were all blackout drunk, even though we probably cracked our first beer of the fucking of the 72-hour period.
Yeah.
But like there was something that brought everyone together, and I think that camaraderie just comes through, and that's why like. And then, of course, just the organicness of us being absolute idiots to each other, and then random things happening. Like that was the thing that I always appreciate, because we were like, you guys have been planning this bit for like 2 months. I'm like, we've never talked about what the fuck we're going to talk about on this couch ever, and we never will, because that would wreck everything. And then you put the four of us together, and the wheels come off the goddamn cart every time.
Yeah, and that's always fun. But yeah, you know, it's like I get to talk to a lot of different people over the course of those 3 nights, and that is what I love doing. You know, right up there with just, you know, podcasting every week. It like that interview stuff is actually the most fun I have, and it's just not, you know, I want to do more of it. You know, the E3 timeframe, at least the way this E3 is going, it just didn't make a lot of sense because so many announcements are so
it just feels
slippery
and
disparate.
It's disparate. There's no cohesion.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, who do you talk to that has like relevant stuff at the show?
Every trailer that comes out, you guys host your own virtual event.
Part of the So, but it's the stuff that I want to do like more frequently going forward, and just be more comfortable doing stuff like that remotely as well. Is to just interview more folks, whether that's like starting an interview podcast or what have you. You know, I think there's just a lot of different ways to tackle that, but like that's something I want to do year round and not just do at E3.
Sure.
But E3 makes the most sense because it's one of the few times that like a lot of the major players, a lot of the major players in the industry kind of get together in one place. That's not to say that like, you know, like I only want to talk to the major player, you know, like it's not about that. It's like, but it's
like, convenient, right? It's convenient.
Exactly. And you know, there's just a bunch of people there that are, you know, people working on small games, big games, you know, just people from all different types.
Homecoming.
Yeah.
It was like homecoming. I'm sorry to interrupt you, right? But it was like homecoming. Like GDC was always spring break, and E3 was always like homecoming, right? Before everyone went off on or I guess graduation, but before everyone went off
to go ship their games, right? I mean, they're like, okay, this is the last break we get until we go back in the bunker and don't see daylight for the rest of the year.
Well, that's what I loved about when we started the PlayStation Experience, because it was this awesome part where everyone's games were either shipping or people are like going into relaxation mode for the holidays.
Yeah.
And so being in that spot, because E3 is like, I don't think anyone really truly understands how much extra work, like hundreds of thousands of people months that go into prepping content only for E3.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it became almost like a like a dread for a lot of people. Well, the dread was the chase up to E3. Like whether it's the bespoke demo you have to build in order for everyone to love your product or get a glimmer of your product, or the trailer you have to do, or all the, the events you have to do. And I'm not trying to do a woe is me shit here, but it's like there's so much work that goes into it that to many people in the industry, E3 almost became like a bastion of like, fuck that, right?
Yeah, totally.
It was a tax,
right?
It's like they're, like people are crunching to produce an E3 demo, and you're like, what? Why? That's and especially they're crunching to do work that might not even be useful in the final game. They're gonna have to rip all the shit out that they hacked together to make the E3 build run, and it sets them back. So every time I see one of those Twitter posts that has the image with text on it, and it's just like, we've chosen to not showcase. We're not quite ready for E3 this year. We've decided to keep working on the game, and we'll have more to say in the future. Like, I always applaud that. I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, as much as I would love to see more games and all this other stuff, like, I'd much rather have teams working on final fucking products and not have to slap something together for E3 just to do what? To kick off a pre-order campaign. Like, it just seems like a bad way to go about doing it. So as much as I love like a fun trailer and a good moment of a game being announced and all that stuff, like it can happen anytime now. I think the last couple of years now without a physical in-person E3 has really shown that you can announce this stuff whenever. I think, Sony, like PlayStation kind of like stepping out of E3 and just being like, hey, we're just going to do what we're going to do. I think that's fine. I think EA, carving out their own lane for like, hey, we're going to do Battlefield before the show, and then come back in July. We'll talk about sports and everything else or whatever. Like,
by the way, that trailer was incredible.
I liked it.
I liked it a lot. I have an affinity for Battlefield in a way that's unhealthy because it's when I moved to Chicago, when I moved away from home, the only way I kept in touch with my brother was through Battlefield Vietnam. So Battlefield has a very weird, like, special place in my heart for.
And I like the modern to near future Battlefield. So watching that trailer specifically reminded me of the PS4 launch, Adam, when you and I played a fuck ton of Battlefield 4.
We sure did.
Yeah, and I was just like, all right, cool. Like, I'm back on board. Like, I haven't really cared that much about the last couple, and but that's I'm a known hater of old guns, so that makes sense. I like new guns. They're just more interesting in video games. Give me some sci-fi guns. Why not? But
I would say this, just sorry to interrupt you. I would say this just for everyone listening. Personally, just know that the amount of work that PR, marketing, and community managers put into everything at this point, and how high anxiety and freaked out everybody is, even though everything's virtual, like the right thing to do personally is actually just to send a nice note to someone that you know on a game that you like or a company you like, and just say that you recognize how stressful this moment must be, but to thank them
or just a little, instead of for the dunk you want, just send a little, even if it's a nice, just a teeny positive sort of note to someone saying, hey, saw that, it was really cool. And when you send it to their official thing, sometimes they'll get all sort of collated and they'll get it sent to the dev team. Because you're right, Johnny, I think a lot of people also don't understand that, like, if a dev team is, let's say on average, let's say a dev team is 100 people, there is probably an extra 40 people on top of that core dev team that are supporting it, that aren't actually making the games, but are actually doing all the different things behind the scenes. And it's so much work and effort that goes into what they do.
That's right. And it means the world to the dev team, right? Like, whoever's working on Elden Ring right now is freaking out, right? And they're all very, very happy that all their hard work and effort is worth it, right? But at the same time, the coordination to get all that done and all the people that were there to get it, propagated in the way that it was and that stuff. It's important to also recognize them the same way you would the people that are developing the game. So if you can, and if you have a moment, just realize you're not acting out of character. You're actually being super cool, and shoot a note to those PR people and those marketing people, because it means a lot to them just as much as it does the devs.
And I'm sure. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
I'm sure some of those folks are just psyched that it didn't leak, right? I mean, that's like the big relief of like seeing the trailer on stage and you're like, oh, thank God this thing didn't leak out half an hour before this or whatever. Like, I've definitely talked to people who've been like, oh man, I was convinced that this was going to leak somehow, and someone in Europe was going to fuck up and leak it because that's where all the leaks came from. And,
Yeah, totally.
And all that.
Perfect segue to opening up to our chat with the crew here. We got Dan Black from Gearbox who put his hand up. Anyone else that wants to come up and make a comment, tell a little anecdote, ask a question, more than happy to do it. Dan Black, welcome to the party, pal. Congratulations on your big new announcement. That's a huge deal.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that's a big announce. Obviously, I don't know if Jeff's obviously not that interested in playing it, but that's fine.
Wow.
I'll still, hey, man, but you still like the stuff, and it's all good. And one of the things, just give the personalization of E3 is what I miss, man. That's like
totally,
man. Carter, you mentioned Carter. I guess a tear came down my eyes. Like, I want to hug that motherfucker. Like,
Dan, he fucking flew out for my birthday as a surprise to me. I know, man. That guy is just the greatest.
Right?
Yeah,
so
just
good.
The greatest. Totally.
And I just loved all your, I love, Jeff, what you're saying about everyone's working so hard on these E3 stuff, and it's like, it might even get thrown away, right? It's all this work to make, to celebrate that our gaming community is actually worthwhile in like the larger picture of the world. So it's a lot of work, and I just miss the personal stuff. You talk about going to the JW Marriott and saying hi to people, and I miss that, right? I miss, the Microsoft Xbox briefing and then the Sony briefing. So whatever Xbox would say, Sony would come back and the next day go, oh, we're $50 cheaper, or this is how we can share games.
Dan, for those of you guys that don't know, Dan was at Microsoft for what, 18 years? How long were we there? It was a long
23.
23 years. And Dan, I love this about you. To this day, you're still convinced that we would fucking change our conference based on yours, and it never fucking happened, bro. Never ever happened. We never did a single edit based on.
I always wondered that because I was like, why did Microsoft agree to go first?
Yeah, we play a lot of poker. We play a lot of poker, and we're always like, wow, we always show our hand. Always.
No, it was never. that whole idea is just hilarious. That like, oh yeah, in whatever it is, 9 hours we'd change the fucking show. That is just the funniest concept ever. But it's also an amazing narrative of like, oh, it's like SNL, like, wow, we got to change the script of the whole thing. Like, it never happened once.
So not even like, hey, we've got two slides here. One
never
says
once.
$3.99. This one says $3.49.
I swear to God. I swear on my fucking life. I swear to God, guys. I was in every fucking meeting I was in, and again, whatever, under any, but like the process-wise, never once. Never once. Mm-hmm. Not the order of things. No, it was locked a month, 2 months, 3 months beforehand, and you couldn't, because there's so much of a ripple effect on every single thing that changes. You couldn't. The only thing that I recall is the price. Like,
yes, the price.
There's only no, it didn't change, Dan. It didn't fucking change.
This small thing.
It didn't change.
Only thing I remember. This small thing.
No. During the run through, though, because there were a couple things that were so highly secretive that they wouldn't put they would just put XXX as the price in the release date. But I knew what the slide said behind, and it never changed. So the internet can keep pretending like, oh, there's a big like fucking conspiracy that everything changes. It never fucking changes. I love that. I love the narrative of like, let's change it. That's hilarious. Let's announce a new game because they didn't. That's fucking just the
Well, with you guys, it was always like a Game of Thrones thing, right? Like it was the drama.
Oh, my heart was beating out of my fucking chest. Like before I worked at PlayStation, I was like, this stuff's hilarious. And when I worked there, it was like, da-gong, what's happening? Da-gong. Like it was that da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, tell me about it. Keep going.
That's awesome. Well, and what I love you talking about, Adam, of all the secrecy and nobody, on a need to know basis, right, and stuff. And we had the very same stuff, right? You know, you're not allowed to go in, right? You know, I remember like running out and going, well, Matt and Trey are supposed to be here from South Park. They're not here. They show up like 5 minutes before they're supposed to be up. And, you know, no, you don't know if they're going to go talk about DVDA or whatever the hell they're going to talk about, right? Right. And they go up and ad lib and they just crush it, right? But it's those moments of E3 I miss. I miss the people. I miss hanging out with folks. And the question I want to sort of, I'll give an example of like what was sort of the wow moment or relationship moment or, you know, thing that you had at E3 for me, that you guys had. For me, it was like early on, it was like 2002, 2003, E3. And I set up a meeting with Rockstar. There was zero business and relationship with Microsoft and Rockstar. And they showed up. And I literally spent the whole meeting asking how we can help them, whatever. And they were dead silent, just nothing. Like, you know, it was just, oh my God. And like, I'm like writing stuff out and like they can read it. Nothing. And at the end, I'm like, hey, I'm throwing a party at the Saddle Ranch tonight. And like, it'd be great if you guys were talking about food. I always went to West Hollywood, so fuck the downtown stuff. I'm like, you know, go to West Hollywood.
So Dan, yeah, I'm with you on the quality food, but we couldn't fuck with the 45-minute commute. We just couldn't fuck with it.
No, it makes sense. Anyway, so I leave it at that, and they walk away. Nothing, you know, like dead stone cold silence. I'm like, whatever. And I'm there, and we're hanging out, and we're having a good time. And like they fucking show up, right? Yeah. And so then it's like I've got Vladko, the president of Bethesda, and I've got Julian Mershron, the CTO of Ubisoft, and all of a sudden these Rockstar guys show up. I named a couple names, but I don't want to name names. But I just started like sending like sheets and sheets of White Russians, just like trays of White Russians, like, and we just got.
Hold on a sec. Wait, before you continue.
Yeah.
I mean, you work in the relationship department.
Yeah.
Out of all the fucking drinks on planet Earth, why the fuck would you send them a potentially curdling drink to their table?
Well, we were watching interesting people ride the bull, and it was very entertaining to watch, girls ride the bull.
To make it more difficult, I'm gonna give you White Russians before you ride the fucking bull.
I don't know if it was the Vladko or Julian was drinking red wine, of course, as always. But
red wine and White Russians.
Right, and so all of a sudden, like somebody was passing around White Russians, and Vladko loved the White Russians, so we just started and the Rockstar guys love the White Russians, so we just like started doing White Russians like crazy.
I do remember the head of one big company that just only loved mojitos. He's like, I only want mojitos, and he would drink like 12 a night. I was like, all right, the mojito guy.
So I got these guys all just hammered, right? So, and they're literally there's Vladko and Jill. So I've got the head of, heads of Ubisoft and Bethesda sitting there talking to Rockstar goes like, and they're just drunk as fuck. And they're like, Dan Black is fucking amazing, Vladko voice. And like, you got to work with Dan Black. You just got to and next thing I know, I go spend like 3 months in Vienna, and I spent like 17 times in Scotland.
What year are we in?
That was the GTA 4 partnership. You landed that, right?
Yeah. That was first started in Vienna with the GTA 3 coming up on Xbox 360 originally, and then it moved into GTA 4. Then I went to Edinburgh 17 times a year, but that was sort of my big sort of like moment of E3, and
that's pretty fucking cool.
I celebrated every year, so I'd have a little dinner party with those guys and drink White Russians at the Saddle Ranch every year, and obviously not recently, but and just to celebrate that moment, like, because that was a great time and great fun. So I just wanted to ask that question to you guys of like,
what's your OP moment at E3? That's awesome, Dan. Thanks so much for coming up, dude. It's great to hear from you. I miss you. I wish we were at E3 right now. Cracking beer together.
Yeah, for sure. Love you guys. Big hugs, man. Really appreciate you guys.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah. Cheers. All right, so Jeff, I mean, you brought the heat on your show. I mean, you had incredible people come and join. And was there like a person that you've been seeking for years that was that moment, or was it just like a casual encounter?
I'm trying to think. Like the E3 show itself is it's pretty well booked, right? And so for me, it's always the segments I remember. I don't have an answer as it relates to like the show itself, because the segments I remember coming out of E3, generally speaking, are the ones where I feel like I could have done better. It's that feeling of like there were three people on that couch. I got two people talking. The third one I couldn't get to open up the way I wanted to, and damn it, I didn't crack that nut on this conversation. I didn't have the conversation I wanted to have about this topic, or I didn't get the question in that, or I didn't find a way into this person and get and get them talking and get them comfortable. Like those are the things that I think about. But like for me, like it's the Atlanta years of E3 were probably the ones where I was just
Really?
like, yeah,
Oh,
like
because you were like New Jack, like what is happening right now?
exactly. It was, and like we were getting invited to most of the parties, but like not all of them. But like the Atlanta party scene was pretty crazy, and so that was when Trent Ward was still at GameSpot, and Trent was a guy who could stay up all night, every night, as far as I could tell. And he was from Atlanta, so he knew the area super well. And he's like, "All right, come with me. We're gonna sit at this bar. We're gonna sit at an outside table, and we're just gonna hang out and have drinks. You and me and like two other GameSpot people." This is like, well, whatever the Atlanta years were. So those was like '98, something like that. Whatever years were it was. So like I had been at GameSpot for less than 5 years at this point. And he had picked the exact right table at the exact right spot to where every single person in the entire video game industry walked past us and went like, "Oh, hey." And Trent was like very well known. He'd been in the game for a while. He worked at Next Gen magazine before coming to GameSpot. And so, and I didn't know anybody. Like I was just like, I know like the dudes from Game Informer who are awesome. And I know like Tom Byron, who was doing PR for Spectrum Hall. I guess he was at LucasArts by this point, but like just a handful of people. But I just didn't fucking know anybody. And so it was this great moment of just like all these people are rolling through and they're all stopping like, "Oh, hey, Trent. Oh, hey, what's up, you guys?" And then like just stopping and hanging out for like 20 minutes, shooting the shit, catching up mostly with Trent. And I'm just like sitting there going like, "Oh, hey, yeah, hi. Let's get more drinks." And just it was like a real kind of like lesson in like these social aspects of the video game industry and the functional level of alcoholism you had to have to do well at it. I think that part has changed sort of, but not so much. And yeah, so like it's moments like that where you're just like, "Oh my God, like I can't believe I just met," and at that point, like, it's like, "Oh my God, I just met the person behind this game that I love, this game that I love," like all that sort of stuff. But then there's also like
and that guy made Jazz Jackrabbit.
Exactly. Like, "Oh my God, that's the guy that made Jazz Jackrabbit." I wonder if he'll go on to do anything. We'll see. And yeah, and then those also
he is awesome, and I love that person.
Of course, yeah. But then there's like all these backroom motherfuckers that you just never hear about.
Yeah.
And like that's and Dan mentioned a couple of them. It's like folks that you never hear about.
Never heard their name in a million years, and yet
exactly.
they're the puppet masters. Yeah.
They're never out on stage at E3. They are never really in the news. Maybe GamesIndustry.biz is mentioning them when they change companies or something, but not in any real shit. And then you start to hear more and more about like, "Oh, this person was a person at the center of," like, in some ways Carter is like a really good example of this. Like Carter Lipscomb, that dude has fucking seen it all.
Yeah,
like that dude is seen all kinds of shit and has been a crazy central figure in a lot of stuff over the years.
I mean, he was the cop. He was the chief of police in SimCity, the original SimCity. I mean, he's
exactly.
He's literally seen it all.
He's literally seen it all, and like people like that, the people of this industry that don't get that shine because they're not out on stage, but a lot of those people, in a lot of cases, are the people that really make this industry work. Yeah. Like those are the ones that are in some ways the most fascinating to me because, and over the years getting to know.
A good point. It's so true, Jeff. Yeah, that's cool.
Getting to know more and more of those folks, and like so it was a concept that I had. Here's like a real world example, I guess, of like I kind of knew this existed but didn't really know how. The concept of an agent for a studio.
God. Yeah.
Was something that, like in my line of work, you just never heard about that. And now it's far more commonplace and it never got talked about. And I remember this is years ago. This is like pre-dive kick. Like Lang introducing, I'm sorry, the Hugh who can't be named, introducing me to his agent at the time when we were at DICE, and just being like, "Wow,
The
what
most
do you?"
handsome man in games.
I don't know which agent we're talking about here, but anyway, it was just this fascinating thing of like, wow, you okay? So like, I had at that point I had heard of like individual people at a studio, like like Ken Levine had an agent. You hear like that. He was out there negotiating like his screenplay work or whatever else. But like the idea of a studio having an agent, or just like people in those types of agent roles hooking up publishers and developers, like doing that sort of work, and like that was just an incredibly fascinating thing to me that I had never thought of. You just like figure like, oh, that's just all relationship building. Someone's got to go out and buy 4 gigantic plates full of White Russians, and then business happens. Like that's that's how it works. And
Totally.
And so finding out like stuff like that, and like that role was kind of on the rise at the time, and I started hearing more and more about different people, whether it was like, I don't know, like DDM or just like these various companies that were out there doing that sort of stuff. And it was just like this whole facet of the industry had kind of opened the door, and I kind of was able to look in for the first time and be like, there's a ton of shit that I don't know about how video games get made. Sure. And it's more and more fascinating the more I learn. And so I think that's the E3 stuff. It's not necessarily one individual moment. It is this kind of like broadening perspective on like, how does this business actually work?
Right, because you just, all you see is the headlines of like, this team did this.
Right.
And the team, you always think is like, there's programmers, there's artists, there's designers, there's producers, there's QA people, there's audio, but you don't really understand that there are also, I mean, anyone that see the credits list is usually like, why is there 800 people on this list? Like, because that's what it takes. It takes a fucking village. And the village is very, very large.
Totally.
And
do you guys think it's important? Do you guys think it's important for the fans of our industry to understand the people behind the games and the products and the companies? And do you think that that's important?
I think it depends on what you consider fans of the industry, because there's a lot of people that are more passively engaged in video games. Like, so I don't really care about movies in the way I care about games. Like, people are like, oh, well, this director did this. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't care. With like rare exceptions, like, oh, this dude has done the good Fast and Furious movies. Like, I care about that, but that's rare. And so like, I consume movies in a very passive way, where I just don't care about the business of movie making. But I care very deeply about the business of game making and all that sort of stuff, and find it all incredibly fascinating. And I think there are fans of video games that are just like, oh, the next game, it's people that look at a box and would maybe go like, oh, EA, this is an EA game, so I like that, or I don't like it. I don't know, like, whatever. I'm not trying to single anybody out here, but like, they see the label on a box of a publisher and go, oh yeah, they made that other game I like. And then you've got the fans that are a level deeper, where they're like, no, I want the next game from Respawn. Like EA, whatever, I want the next game from Respawn. And then you've got people that are even deeper than that are all the way down. They're like, well, this person left the Assassin's team, and now they're over here.
Then I don't want to work.
Exactly, right, yes. Like, yeah, they're like, Treyarch makes the only good Call of Duty game, or whatever it is. And so I think you've got people that are like a little further down that rabbit hole, that very much do care about that sort of stuff. They might not comb through the credits and all that other stuff of every single game.
Sure.
Because like, there's hundreds and hundreds of people. I look at credits and go like, oh, I know that. I met that person. Oh, I've heard of that person. Like, that, little bits and pieces here and there. But even
and
me,
then you're like, where's the speed up button?
Right. Yes, exactly. It's like, okay, I want to get to the New Game Plus stuff. Let's go. And yeah, but I think that there is definitely the same way there is with music, and people know who a producer is, or oh, this person mastered all these classic rock albums, and they did Nevermind, and they did like who is Butch Vig, and all this like all that sort of stuff in music. I think you're starting to get more and more of that with games, from a segment of the audience. Like, do I think it's like the majority of the gaming audience? Absolutely not. But that's fine. The same way that it is in other mediums. So
yeah. Johnny, what about you? What was your sort of like holy shit E3 moment?
I think one of them is a video. I don't know, Jeff, if you've ever seen it, but actually, no, that's not E3. So, whatever. It's just a fun one. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Which video I'm talking about?
No idea.
Very, very famous celebrity saying.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God, bro. Oh.
Yeah.
The Samuel
So maybe
Jackson one?
That's for. It was supposed to be. It is. So, sure.
I have a copy of that.
Yeah, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I saw the cut together thing. I don't know why we didn't put it up. I just remember the last minute.
We didn't put it up because that would have been at the time with everything going on a bad look. But for what it's worth,
isn't there a 7-year sort of like after 7 years? Isn't there like a
there is
double jeopardy clause that makes
there is we and at some point the world will see it because it's the funniest thing. But
oh my God.
the quick story.
We showed it. We showed it at a PAX, and we asked people to not tape it.
Oh, that's amazing.
Did you really?
Yes.
People have seen it?
Yes, you said we could do that.
I did.
Yes.
Wow.
You heard that it could be done. You heard that it could be done.
Johnny V, the actor, not the industry professional, must have said
I have a file here in my Dropbox that says JV's GB 2016 top 10.mp4.
Oh my God, that's so good.
So, but for everyone listening, I guess the funniest thing was.
Could you play the audio? You can play the audio, Jeff. Could you, or will that pick up or not? It's a bad idea. Okay, another time.
Yeah.
Another circle of awesome. Some other circle of awesome. You know,
it
the
is
globally syndicated show that's now done an exclusive partnership with Twitter Spaces.
This is one of the funniest things in the world, which was basically, so for Infinity 3, which the whole story,
the product.
I was able to go and say, here's what's going on. But for Infinity 2, there was this whole like back and forth about like, can we announce that Marvel's coming, and this back and forth with Adam, with you and PlayStation, and then we happened to get agreement that Sam Jackson would record the intro for you and I to go up on stage and announce Infinity 2 was going to be Marvel.
And the ex roommates living in Wrigleyville as chuckleheads in their mid-20s.
Right. I mean, like,
Sam Jackson has to talk about the two of us, right? That's
right.
Fucking...
And so it was. They had just gotten done. Like the story on my side was, hey, like I was like, how did the shoot go? Sony's excited about all this, and like went pretty good actually. Sam was pretty upset because it was the end of the day, and they had just gotten done shooting all day, and we kept him still in costume with makeup, and we asked him to read this, and I forget which Avengers movie they were shooting, but it was I remember the whole thing was they just got done shooting the scene where the helicarrier had gotten shot down, and there was like it was a big action day and blah blah blah. So
we got winded from falling off of the helicarrier.
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's what it was, but it was apparently like a high octane day of shooting. And then our people said, hey, can you actually, can we get you for 15 minutes or 30 minutes to record this intro for this E3 thing and it's video games and whatever. And he had such a hard time reading my last name and then Adam's last name to do this whole entire intro for the announcement. We ended up scrapping the entire thing, but the hilarious thing is it's a 30-minute long clip of him dressed up as
Nick Fury.
In character, as Nick Fury, in character, and then being like, and he's so pissed off, and he progressively over 30 minutes gets more pissed off because
he can't pronounce either of our last names.
He keeps saying my name wrong, like Like, and I forget what the script was. It was like,
Vignoci.
yeah, he was like, the Avengers can't be here right now, but we have two Shield recruits. I'd like to introduce John Vignoci and Adam Boyes, right? And then you could hear in the background, they're like, it's Vignacci. He's like, okay, and then he does it again, and then once he gets my name right, he instead of saying Adam Boyes, he starts saying Adam Boyes. And then they're like, no. And then he's like, what the fuck? He gets so upset and has this fit as Nick Fury. And he is like his character from Pulp Fiction. I mean, like, is the funniest thing you've ever heard or seen, but of course no one's ever heard or seen. And yes, there was a year, I think it was 2016, Jeff, then? It was.
So that was when it got assembled together. I know you had worked with some folks in the Giant Bomb community to produce. I believe Hamster worked on this, and did Steve work on this? Did Bob Wash work on this?
Yeah, Bob Wash is involved.
Yeah.
The entire thing was Alex had said, "Hey, what's going to be your?" This is the last time I was ever asked. What's going to be your?
No, the raps came 10? After that, didn't it? Didn't
the raps that Johnny's producer never gave beats to anyone.
That's right. Yes.
Nope. No. This was all after all this.
Exactly
okay.
So anyway, he turns around and I go, well, I'm going to work on something, but Alex had said, it can be whatever, your top 10, your top 5, it doesn't matter, just whatever it is. And so I was going to be the top 10 or top 5 ways that Sam Jackson mispronounced myself and Adam's last name. And so a video was cut together, and it is priceless. It's cut down from 30 minutes,
and it's cut like an infomercial almost.
Right.
Or it's got like the graphics package is fucking amazing. It's got like a phone number at the like fake phone number at the end for like purchase this 2 CD set. Like it's very good.
Do you remember, like, Adam, you've seen the entire 30-minute clip, right? And he's like, what does he say? It's a Hollywood thing. He's like, is this for their, at one point he's like, is this for their script? Is this for their, I forget. It's a Hollywood thing. Is this for their, I don't know, it's supposed to be like resume, but Hollywood terms. It's the funniest thing in the entire world. And
he just clearly hates both of us. And that's the funniest thing about it, is like he's never met either of us, and he just literally hates both of us by the end of it. He's like, hey, fuck these guys.
Oh, that's it. He goes, is this for their fucking real? Do I really have to? This for the real? Do I have to do this? Right? He's so upset. Sam Jackson, you're out there somewhere. Thank you for doing that.
He's listening.
Hopefully
Thanks.
One day.
Big ups, Sam Jackson.
Hopefully one day we can laugh about it together, because it was all best intentions. It never worked out because we could never get our names right.
Yeah,
that's awesome. So my, I think, E3 highlight has to be, and by the way, while I answer this, I want other people to put up their hand if they want to come up and chat, ask a question, make a comment. Maybe they got a good highlight or anecdote. But for me, it was just like this surrealness of being at PlayStation. I'd been there for, I think, 6 months, and I did a presentation to a sales summit. We were in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Destination PlayStation.
Yeah, Destination PlayStation.
Please tell everyone how amazing and insane that event was.
Yeah, there's basically, like, behind the scenes, there were these 2 sales conferences that were basically like all the salespeople from all the vendors in America would go to Scottsdale, Arizona for Destination PlayStation, which was like, it was so fucking cool. It was the underbelly. This is a perfect example, Jeff, of like, if you would have seen, it's everyone you've never heard of.
Yeah.
They're there, so it's all sort of like the salespeople from the publishers and the buyers from Walmart and Amazon and Target and Best Buy and everyone.
Well, it's like there's this, and then there's the GameStop Managers Conference, right? Like those are kind of the two. Like there's DPS and there's this
on steroids.
Yeah.
So basically, and part of it was like just to get all the buyers super excited about the platform and stuff like that. So they were like, "Hey, Adam, we want you to present here." I was like, "All right." And I'd never done public speaking I mean, aside from the Giant Bomb couch.
Yeah.
You know, I've never been on a stage that important in my life, and they put me up there, and then PR approached me afterwards, and they're like, "Hey, all the sales people like really thought you were really great up there." I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a thing. And
You
then
talked like a human being.
They came back to me like 2 weeks later, like, "Hey, we want you to put you on stage at E3." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And it was this weird thing where like I'd never thought about it in my whole entire life of ever being on stage at E3 ever. But I had watched a million E3s, and I watched almost every person ever present, right? Whether it's you know, Kevin from Place, or like all the presenters, and I was like, I have to. Like I don't want to, but like I have to because I've been asked, and I'm a player. Like I play these games, and I'm a fan, and so I didn't feel like I would be good, but I was like I kind of have to, and so the process of like I remember writing my script and then having all the publishers edit my script and then having all the publishers change it again and change it again. And then me being like, but I need to say my words because I need to make it sound like I got a really dumb sort of Canadian dad joke sense of humor, and it has to be my words or else I'm not going to feel comfortable. And the publishers kept changing it and editing it and changing it and editing it. So we had an editor, quote unquote, that was taking in all the feedback from the publishers, named William. And William was allegedly taking all the feedback from the publishers. And for some reason, Jeff, when I went on stage my very first year, I didn't get all the changes the publishers requested. So weird. So William, this fictitious person, we had to fire him. We had to let him go. You know, William, the editor in chief of my script, unfortunately got let go. And then the second year, it was Anthony, the fictitious writer. But that was like the fact that I was just
That was not very funny.
What?
That was actually a sad story.
It's not a real person, Johnny. We made up a fake person so we could.
I know,
edit
but like,
the script.
All right, finish. Go ahead.
Anyway, I thought people got it, but no, just being given the opportunity to be on stage, like there's so many incredible interactions. To Dan's point earlier, of incredible people that I got to see and meet and interact with, but like being given the privilege to be on stage and talk about a bunch of different things and do it in my own voice with my own shitty sense of humor. I'll never forget that because I remember it being like I'm the voice of the player. Like that's sort of what I've been blessed to represent. And so it was. And I remember even Jeff. I remember your reaction because you were watching it live streaming. I remember like watching your feed of your coverage of you like shaking your head like. Is this fucking Capcom looking motherfucker? Is this BP Media fucking guy up there? Right,
this fucking
now?
Method Man gonna come out and do the
What
fucking
is
Sour Patch
happening?
Kids song? What the fuck is going on? Who let this
meanwhile,
fucker in here?
I'm on the flip side. I'm like, how the fuck are there 20,000 people in this stadium looking at me right now? This is the weirdest thing. And my mouth was getting really dry in rehearsals, so I brought a piece of gum out and I was chewing the piece of gum, and then right before I was about to speak, I put the piece of gum in my back pocket. And then I would pull it out in between while trailers, so I would chew it so my mouth wouldn't dry up. And at the very end of the show, I forgot to take it out of my back pocket, and when I fucking got my pants launder, there was just like fucking gum everywhere. It totally ruined the pants. But that was such. I was so fucking nervous. Every year.
Nice.
I mean, it was crazy. So it's not a sexy story, but it was just like the pressure and. You know, when someone gives you that gift and you're such a fan of the medium and of gamers and of the platform, I'm like, I gotta do it my way, right? And my way is to say words like tomfoolery and you know, because I got to talk about Black Flag up there and I got to talk about rum, which is like totally a throwback to our, you know, our fucking Captain Morgan's thing. Tying it all together and just having a riot. And then over time, it just sort of became a little bit more natural, and the company trusts me a little bit more to help sort of guide the future. So it was just E3 in general now held such a special place in my heart because seeing the inner workings of it and appreciating how many people work so fucking hard to put together a show that a lot of people are like, yeah, it was okay. I'm like, I will throat punch the shit out of you, you motherfucker. Right? And the thing I always say to up and coming people, I said never read the comments, and yet I was on NeoGAF every night after my press conference, being like, "Oh, it looks like the male version of Ellen DeGeneres, but not funny. We'll present it again."
Oh, looks like they got Adam out there to launch a Kickstarter. Nice work.
Yeah.
So I do remember, first of all, how nice that the company trusted you to be able to speak for gamers, and for the companies. That's amazing. But I do remember when you called me on the phone and you were like, "Hey, I tried really hard. I tried to do a good job." I'm like, "Is there anything that's upsetting you?" Or something I said, "Don't read the comments," and you were like, "No, I did read the comments, and someone did say something about me being a fat Ellen DeGeneres," and like, as hilarious as that is, it also is really upsetting.
Oh my god! And then when I look, what's so funny, Johnny? About 4 months ago, my kids, I don't know what happened, but they started Googling me.
Parker was like, "You're a fat Ellen DeGeneres, Dad."
No, they started Googling me because they were talking. I don't know, they were talking to someone about me or something like that. And then Ellie comes bursting in. She's like, "Dad, we saw some videos of some people that after you left PlayStation, like, wish you died." I'm like, "Yeah, that's the internet, honey." She's like, "But they don't even know you. Why would they wish you would die?"
Aww.
And then Parker's like, "Dad, we saw the clips. Like, you were on stage. You were a big deal." I'm like, "Yeah, I got my life threatened on all stars on stage."
That is a big deal.
These are things that happen in the internet,
Yeah.
What, we got no hands up right now. We need somebody to say, "Hey, I want to come up and chat with this crew," or else we'll keep rattling on. I mean, it's what we do for a living. But there's so many amazing people here in the audience. If anyone wants to put their hand up and come up.
Or why don't you nominate someone?
Oh, no, we got one. Look, we call an answer. We call in the answer. And we got my man, DJ Orta. You got to unmute, my man. How are you?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Doing okay.
Well.
How's it going?
How are you?
Yeah. I wanted to actually share a E3 memory of mine, actually.
Okay.
I actually live in LA. About 10 years ago, I actually had a game journalist throw up in the backseat of my car.
Nice.
This backstory.
No way. Tell me it was Dan Reichert.
No, it was not Reichert. It was not Reichert.
Well, who was it?
It was someone from Joystick. Let me explain.
Oh.
Okay.
So years and years ago, I think it was E3 2009, I decided to go to one of the many local E3 events. And I so happened to chose the PlayStation blog's 1-year anniversary. So it was this really small event at King Taco. And back then, there was no Uber. So at the end of this event, I run into 2 people from Joystick that looked just bedraggled. They had just walked all the way from downtown LA to this one King Taco. And I said, "Hey, yo, you guys want to ride back to your hotel?" And they're like, "Yes, please." So I pack a bunch of people I don't know in my car and I give them a ride. And they're like, "Great, please come to our party. We'll give you some free swag." I was like, "Great, I'm going to go check this party out." So go to this Joystick party and hang out, get to meet a bunch of people, including, all the different people at Joystick at the time, including Ludwig Kitzman and a bunch of others.
Mm-hmm.
And it was at the very end of the party, I was like, "Hey, do you guys need a ride again?" And they said, "Sure, please. We don't have enough space in our van for all of us. Can you throw a bunch of people in?" So I throw them all in the backseat into my car. We all go to In-N-Out.
You're a minch. That's amazing, by the way. You're like, "By the way, you guys need to ride to the next spot." That's, first of all, a first-class move.
Yeah, exactly.
I stayed after the party to help clean up. Look, I was trying to be super helpful. I'm one of those people. I try to be helpful whenever I can. So I give them a ride we go to In-N-Out first to get some food after the party. And on the way to their Beverly Hills hotel room, one of the people in the back seat had a stomach bug and decides to suddenly throw up in the back seat of my car.
A stomach
So
bug.
I'm
No.
Best cover story for like drank too many fucking White Russians.
So-
The Dan Black box.
I know, but I'm to this day I choose that it was a stomach bug. I don't want to cast aspersions on people, but it was still that moment of like, what? Wait, what? So imagine, for me coming to their hotel conference room that year and having, Justin McElroy come into their conference room and be like, "Hey, I see you at the party. Why are you here?" And having someone else explain, "Yeah, he just had his car thrown up in by so and so." So to this day, that was still one of those insane memories that I've told the story a few times to people to this day, and it's still one of those like I've gotten to know a bunch of people from the industry simply because I wanted to be helpful, and unfortunately, I had my car thrown up in the process.
That's lesson number one about the video game industry. No good deed goes unpunished.
That's so true.
It's still true to this day. Like I was at a
Give it inch and take a mile.
it was still one of those hysterical moments that like years later I'm telling the story to a very drunk Adam Sessler at a Polygon party, and he's just looking at me going like, "This is your way into the industry." I'm like, "I don't think it is. Not the way you think it is."
By the way, he's 100% correct. That is leverage, my friend. That is leverage.
But that's a story I've been meaning to tell for quite some time. I figured this was a good place to tell it, if any.
Perfect. A perfect
Nice.
place, DJ. Appreciate you coming up and telling that anecdote. That is amazing, and that is, to me, representative of the spirit of E3. RIP, and I look forward to the future of it.
Indeed. Thank you very much for letting me speak, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Thanks
for coming up. All right. So we got another one. We got Matt here. We're going to add. Oh my God, that was such a good story.
There was definitely that era of like the news blogs having parties, and then like, hey, we're taking over a bar and we're inviting fans for like the night before E3. Like Kotaku did a couple of those, and I remember sneaking cans of Sparks into the Kotaku party at a bar. When Sparks got banned, I still had some pre-banned Sparks, and I drove it down to LA and brought it into this party, and a few of us were drinking them, and then the bartender saw it and was like, "Who the fuck smuggled alcohol into this bar?" Like, got super pissed.
That's awesome.
And we had to leave.
Matt, welcome to the stage, my friend. How are you?
Hey guys, it's nice to talk with all of you.
Yeah, man.
So I never got to actually work E3. I always hoped I would. I was part of some of the ancillary streaming crew that helped out with Johnny when you were still working on Infinity. And the only thing that comes to mind
cool.
that's kind of
That's awesome.
yeah, with one of those stories was, I don't know if you remember Comic-Con, the year that you guys were doing it in an empty restaurant, and there was street level people, fans that were hanging out, and people were coming up and like mooning you from behind, and the emergency that my team needed to pull to try to pull down the stream and cut away, because it just completely was unplanned.
I do, because it was like it was the background was the street view.
Yes,
and you
Dude,
guys
but
had to-
hold
oh
on
my
a second.
God,
So
that's
real
funny.
quick, wasn't that the same time when I did the whole PlayStation versus Xbox thing?
Yes, I remember that
Yes.
very clearly. Because
And
you
then
didn't tell
you guys
me that
were-
Major Nelson. Well, you were like, "Hey, I want you to be on the show." I'm like, "Cool." And then the night I'm on your guys' live cast, you're like, "By the way, Major Nelson's coming too." I'm like, "Okay, cool. I mean, we'll. All right, what's the
And
angle?"
so that was
and
the
you-
thing, is that you were okay with it, and was it you were okay with it, or Xbox was so, like the whole
Well, no,
Xbox
we were okay
versus
with it until
PlayStation?
you showed up and you're like, "By the way, you guys are gonna do a race, and whoever wins this cup." I'm like, "Super no." Like, I will be there with
Yeah.
him, and we'll talk
Okay.
about
So
stuff. but I'm not gonna
Microsoft was
fucking...
cool with it. You weren't cool with it.
Well,
That's what
because
it
I
was.
hadn't
Okay.
played the fucking build, and Major
Well,
Nelson
which
had been
is
practicing
fine.
all day, and I was like, "He's gonna body me," and he fucking bodied me. But my
Did
other
he?
favorite part is you were like, "I get really nervous. Let's have a cocktail," and I was like, "Okay." And then we go over to Larry, and Larry's like, "Absolutely not." He's like, "I will not have a cocktail with you guys." I was like, "All right."
Yeah, because he had already had 9.
No.
But at the
I
same
love that
time,
that's the default place you go to. He's already drunk. Anyway,
well,
Matt,
no,
I
I
totally remember
like
that.
it.
So, Matt, how did you guys solve that? Were you just like shooing people off the
So
sidewalk, or?
here's the thing, right? Um, that setup was a gigantic mess. People that know this how to streaming, you need upload speed, right? And that restaurant that they shoved us all in only had 2.5 megs up. So the only way that we can actually stream the video was that there was like a secondary restaurant up the block where there was like demos for everybody to test out the toys or whatnot. And we had to use a shortwave microwave to cut the distance between Petco Park and the two restaurants.
No way. Are you
And then
kidding me?
they shoved me in a water closet in the restaurant there because that's the only thing that had like 20 megs up. And so I only
shortwave fucking connection. That's crazy.
Yes. And so I only got to watch the horror of it happening going live. My crew was scrambling because they said they only needed 2 cameras. There wasn't a safety shot to cut to. So we had to work several hours afterwards to try to clean up the stream per Disney. But yeah,
Well,
that was fun.
I mean, thank you. I had no idea about that. Thank you for everything that you did. I mean, honestly. And then also, I mean, Adam, you and Major Nelson driving people to be mooning everybody. Thank you. But what a moment. Wow. That's crazy.
No.
I feel really horrible. I owe you a beer or something.
Yeah, it's cool. I always thought that maybe at some point we'd work in E3, but you know what happened. But it was I just always wanted to say hi, so I'm just glad I was able to hop on.
Hey, if I ever get a chance to meet you in person, I'd love to just shake your hand and say thank you. Like that's insane. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Thanks,
That's
guys.
awesome, Matt. Thanks for coming up, man. Awesome stuff. I saw someone else that had their hand up, but then they were like, Matt's story's too cool. People mooning Johnny V in a live show. If anyone else wants to throw their hand up and come up and chat.
But it was you.
Yeah, no, I was there. I remember seeing the set. I was like, this is, what have I signed myself up for? And now you're making me fucking race Major Nelson, and I don't like losing, and I lost, and I'm not happy about it to this day, and I've not forgiven you.
Yes, you have.
I totally have. I actually don't care. I don't know. I totally have.
All right, fine. That
All
was
right.
a good moment, though.
Yeah, man. Holy crap. I can't believe he was there on the crew. That's so cool.
Yeah.
You don't, by the way, you don't have to be on Johnny's old crew to put your hand up and come up and ask us a question or make a comment. You could just come up and do it anyway. This is not like a regular podcast. We have to listen and then write some nasty comment. All right, we got Blue Phoenix coming up on stage. What is up? There we go. Blue Phoenix, what's cracking?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Blue Phoenix. You're muted. If you're nervous, that's fine. Hello.
You unmuted for a second, then muted.
Oh, that's all right.
Yo, I'm high.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, high as fuck. All right, what you got, my man?
Fantastic.
All right.
That's all.
There you go.
All right.
All right.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. We have Matthew coming up. Matthew, are you high as fuck?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, dude. Yep.
No, and frankly, I'm glad that there was at least that spacer, so it wasn't 2 Matthews in a row.
Well, we got another Matt with a hand up, so who knows where
the games industry. There's 3 names: Jeff, Matt, and yeah. The closest thing I have to an actual E3 memory actually involves you guys, because I believe the year there was a phone on the couch with a sanctioned phone number. I called in a phone number that was not leaked, which if I remember correctly.
Okay. We know how the story goes.
Well, if I remember correctly, that was the year.
I actually don't know how the story goes. I'd like to know more.
Thank you, Matthew.
People can Google it. No, I believe, John, that was the year that that was the year that you were between jobs, and I think I was, at that point I was nervous, and I called in, and I was just like, I think things are going to work out for you or something. I can't go back and watch the video because it's painful for me.
Oh my god, that's so amazing. He was. I remember that. He was flop sweaty for multiple months. It was like, I don't think anyone is ever going to employ me or love me anymore. I'm like, of course they are. Come on, you're a crown jewel. And Matthew, I can't believe you're one of the people that were like, I believe in you too, Johnny, even though I don't know you. And also, you're not a great friend by tweeting out people's phone numbers.
By the way, I will just say, thank you for doing that.
That's so nice. That's so
You
nice.
don't even know how much that meant.
I mean, I was like, as soon as the phone number was up, I was like, this could go very wrong. But then it seems I wasn't alone in being earnest then. And I don't know, I had just moved across the country then, so I was probably trying to just be my best self and put positivity out into the world.
That's awesome.
That's the right thing
we
to
need
do.
more of that, my man. We do.
Yeah,
and I think I love that you picked up sort of that, like, we're just a bunch of chuckleheads that, we don't really, I don't know. I don't want to say we don't deserve to do what we do, but like we're very lucky in our careers. And to look out for each other and to have each other's backs, I think in general, just as being a good human being is important. And so appreciate that you did that.
Well, this is all to say, like, I wanted to ask a question because then fast forward years later, I got into the industry.
Congratulations.
Rest in peace, US Gamer. But still gainfully employed now, thankfully. But that, the timing of all that worked out such that I didn't get to go to E3 because we didn't have an E3 last year. I was at the quote unquote last PAX, and that was my swan song. And so, I mean, Jeff, you alluded to the sort of functional alcoholism that was required maybe once upon a time. But I've there have been stories I've heard from folks I've worked with and folks I've gotten to know during the pandemic of weird things about E3 that they hope would go away. So, if there's anything, hoping to get back to having couch interviews or whatever, or just seeing folks, if there's like one thing, it can be a pet peeve or it can be a big thing that you hope doesn't return to E3. I'd be curious to hear what it is.
Fucking parties. Industry, huge party buyouts, thousands of people with a fucking band where nobody can hear each other. And yes, Bud Lights might be free because it's sponsored by Bud Light Lime, but you have to wait 30 minutes in line. Like, that whole scene, we don't need it. Like, I'd rant more about it, but I just, that part of it is my lead. Like, are you going to the party? Ha ha ha. I'm like, no. Like, my favorite thing is, how much would you pay to make all of this go away? Would you pay $8 for one drink, $16 for two drinks? I would pay $60 for two drinks to make all this go away and be with a group of people that I love and respect in an area where we can have an awesome conversation and just talk to each other and not try to see and be seen. And again, it's easy for me to say as someone that's like been in the industry a long time, but like that whole entire scene is just, ugh. That's what I hope. I hope that goes away.
I think on that note, I think and E3 is maybe not the place for it so much anymore as PAX. There has been at times a predatory aspect to those sorts of events.
100%.
And it's
that's
just
also disgusting. Yeah.
It's fucking not okay. And it's stuff that I think the industry has improved along those lines. When I think about what E3 was like in the mid 90s and late 90s and stuff when I was first getting into it and how this industry, I was going to say policed itself, but didn't police itself. It is better now, but there is still so much more to do on that front to make these events feel like, to make everyone feel welcome at these events. And I think that's why I think that big party culture, I'm glad that it largely did go away. You still, again, you do still see some of that stuff at PAX, and in some ways that's a little more troubling in some ways, because I think those parties get attended by, you'll have like streamers that in some cases it might be their first event. You'll have people that are very young. It might be their first or second time away from home, and they're suddenly at a party and they got drink tickets. And it's just like, there's just a real, you end up with a lot of people that don't know how to handle themselves in those situations. And they can sometimes be taken advantage of by bad people. And that's the stuff I look at and go like, man, I don't want any aspect of that to be a part of this business. And
the power dynamic too, Jeff, to that point.
Yeah.
Like, people thinking that they have to have 4 shots or 2 White Russians just to fit in. And then they're like, they can't handle, or they should, like, I just don't think booze needs to be synonymous with game development at all. You know?
Yeah, it's yeah, and I I have not had any alcohol in a long time. It's not to say that I stopped drinking. I probably will drink again, but it's like I feel lucky, and especially there's been quite a streak of addiction through various parts of my family. Like I feel lucky that I've been able to do that sort of thing, and there's a lot of people who don't have that choice, and I'm rambling now, but like yes, the point is definitely like I think it needs to be. It needs to like these sorts of events need to be better for people that don't drink, and for people who maybe overindulge, to make sure that they are kept safe, and to make sure they're not taken advantage of, and all this sort of stuff. I think there's a lot of bad shit, and and I'm sure it still happens in some corners, or I mean, not over the last couple of years, but man, when I think about the '90s, I think about like there was a lot, and maybe it was just these bigger parties, or just the vibe, and maybe I just don't hang out with the same people, or I don't know what the deal is, but there was like a fair amount of cocaine around, at some of those events. And so you'd have just like people going like, "Hey man, you want to meet me in the bathroom?" And you're like, "Absolutely not, sir. No, I do not. I'm good. I'll stay in right here." It's just like there's just, I don't know, just weird vibes, and very dangerous situations that would arise. And I just want the industry to feel like it is for everyone at every step of the way, whether that's industry events, the forward facing stuff, to the games themselves. Like that's something that I think everyone needs to be doing better at. So yeah, I think that's the stuff I hope everyone continues to improve upon, especially when we start going out again, and start getting in the same physical space. Like I hope it just doesn't revert to the worst of the worst, because it's been bad. It's been real bad.
Amen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny,
Word. Well,
after that, or you good? Johnny's like, do you agree? Sure, agree.
What?
Yeah.
About
what do you want to see go away from E3, these big shows? And I think that Jeff really summed up the most important. I mean, unless you have more thoughts on it.
No, I completely agree with what Jeff was saying. I reflect back as he was speaking. I reflect back on all the times that I went to shows, and how I was fortunate enough not to run into those situations. And I think now about how things have changed, and how we all actually have a responsibility to protect people and protect everyone around us
100%.
when those situations arise.
Yeah.
And the industry was smaller, and it's grown, and all of us have been a part of how it's grown. And it's a bummer, because you should feel like you spend your hard-earned money to go to one of those things, and you go, and you should feel like you should be able to network and meet people, and hopefully land a spot in the industry or advance whatever you're trying to do. And when bad things like that happen, it's a reflection on all of us that are here, that someone ran into that situation. And we all need to be woke and pay attention to when those things are happening, and make sure we're defending and protecting people around us. So I don't know if that's the right answer, but that's the answer personally from me. And I've run into it with my own family, and I know what it feels like, and I'm very attentive to it. And I hope once everything gets back to Bowser, stop it. I think once everything gets back to normal, that we will be able to make sure that we're all woke and taking care of everything.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, amen. I had asked that question expecting maybe like some sort of like minor complaints or things that like made living through the days of it like just sort of logistically hell. But
and the sandwiches are too expensive.
Exactly. But like,
I'm so sick. Yeah, I'm so sick of chicken on a stick.
Yeah.
But no, it's reassuring as someone who's newer to the industry to hear folks who've been in it for a while like come around to the same way of thinking, where it's just like, hey, maybe there's a different way to do this to keep everybody not only safe, but to like let more people in and feel like they're a part of this.
Yeah,
totally.
And Matthew, I think it's all of our jobs to have strangers' backs. you know, the guys know, actually all three of us know that we all do this, where it's like you start seeing someone that maybe might be wobbling in the corner, and I will always sort of post up near them and be like, if anyone tries to fuck with that person, fists are coming out. Like that kind of stuff is like you're permitted in this industry to be an advocate and be an ally to people that might be putting themselves in a bad situation. You always wish that they won't do that, but you know, it's all of our jobs to speak out and shine a light on it and help those people, you know, and support them. So I appreciate you coming up here and bringing up that topic because I think it's a really important one.
Yeah, well, here's to future better E3s, and maybe we'll all chat in person.
Awesome,
yeah.
man. Well,
all right.
Right on.
Yeah, awesome.
Peace
Thanks
out.
for coming up.
Yep. Take care.
All right, later. All right, we got. I think these come in order. I think. I believe Corey's next. Look at this. Look at this handsome package. This handsome bag of human.
Yeah.
Right here, Corey Schmitz. He's muted.
He's
what's
muted.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey.
I'm in an Uber.
Yes.
We
Yes.
can. Are you? Are you coming back from an E3 party? Are you inebriated?
I'm going to Queens. I have my mask on, so I
Okay.
wasn't sure if it was muffled. I was wondering if you had any favorite, like non-conference E3 traditions. Like when I went to be here, coincidentally, kind of extracurricular activities that you miss from year to year.
You broke
Yeah.
up a little bit for me. Did you guys
But
hear
yeah,
everything you said?
yeah,
Oh, no.
extracurricular activities outside of E3 proper. Is there anything you like to do around the show that's not necessarily part of the show? I think that's what your question was, right, Corey?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Yes, yeah. That is a good question.
I mean, Jeff, I think my favorite thing is our little sojourn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think driving back from the show with Adam those past handfuls, like the past 4 or 5 years that we did that. We missed 2019, right?
But we did it. I think we started like probably first time we ever did it. So basically, Jeff, like I was living in the Bay Area. Jeff, obviously born and raised. And it was, I don't know, it was before. I think it was before PlayStation, right? And you were like, "Hey, I'm driving down with a squad," right? I think you and Alex and someone else were driving down, maybe Drew.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds like a pretty full house." And I'm like, "But I might take the drive up back with you." And so I feel like we've done it 5 times over the last 8 years.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, driving
and
up.
just you and me in the car, and it like literally is my favorite fucking like that. And then PAX East, when we would just do dinner and hang out in your room and shoot the shit. Like those are literally 2 of my biggest highlights of every year because it's just we're unpacking a very complex show and all the stresses we're going through, but like just and also on 2 different sides of the world. You know, when it comes to what E3 is, right? You're
right. Yeah.
Grabbing all the information to meet with everyone. I'm just sort of like, you know, working it from a business perspective. And to me, that even I remember because you're like, well, now you're at places you probably don't want to do this. I'm like, fuck it, I absolutely want to do this.
And I remember that first. Well, maybe it wasn't the first year there, but I remember it was the year all our shit got stolen right after. I guess it had to be the first year because you went to Sony the same year we went to CBS.
Yep.
And that was
what I brought. Wasn't that when I brought the PS4 controller to the show?
You brought the PS4 in the shell. You brought the console over, and had it. And then the next morning we went home and we just had it in the car. We drove down to Portillo's in oh
my god,
in like Irvine or Anaheim or wherever it is for lunch, and we're just sitting there with a prototype PS4 shell that lights up, sitting on the top of my car as we go in and get Italian beefs. And I remember when we drove back up,
like get the big beef and 2 large fries.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then I remember driving back through, you were already starting to get like antsy calls from someone else who was like facilities person that was responsible for that thing. And we ended up dropping it off at a hotel on our way out of town. But I remember that being funny, having that thing in the car, like just driving down to get food. Just be like, oh, it's crazy that we'd have this crazy thing. And you're like, yeah, no, they trust me with this. They were weird when I said I wanted to take it, but I said, I got to take it. I work here. You got to let me take it.
In hindsight, maybe I wasn't dealing with the full deck. I was just like, this seems like a fun idea, doesn't it?
It was super fun.
Yeah.
It's exactly how an empty shell of a PlayStation 4 that lights up for like pictures. It's exactly how seriously that thing should be taken after E3. Everyone already took their pictures. Whatever. Right. You're going to go make real ones now. Now let's go get some sandwiches.
Yeah. Totally. And then I think the other one that comes to mind is that sushi place right by the JW Marriott. I can't remember the name of it. Johnny remembers the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
Where we have like
Katsuya.
Katsuya, where we have 2 or 3 dinners every single E3, and it's relatively quiet. It's great food, and it's just like it isn't the cacophony of noise and shenanigans. It's just like we're chilling, having a nice meal, and we always book it for a couple nights that week. It just to me is like semblance of relaxation and just camaraderie with friends and peers and stuff like that. It's awesome.
The last time I was at Katsuya with you, Adam, Danny O'Dwyer sack tapped me, and there's a picture right in the midst of it where I'm doubling over in pain, and where I like my eyes are watering. It's the worst thing ever. So I'm not a Katsuya fan. But my wife just turned and said, I love Katsuya.
Because Danny O'Dwyer assaulted you. You're not a fan of the restaurant that we go to and spend time together?
No, because every time
you're off the list. You're off the list. It's fine. You're off the
no,
list. You're fine.
Don't you dare take me off the list.
You just said you hate it, and you're off the list.
I said that the last time I was there, because when I look at, when we all look on our iPhones,
it's okay. It's easy. You're off the list.
Here's Adam. Stop it. I know you're looking for reasons to take me off the list for anything, but when I look at Los Angeles photos and I look at LA Convention Center, because everyone's like, post your E3 memories. So I zoom into LA and zoom into that area to be like, all right, here, like, what are some cute photos? And because the Game Awards happened, that's when it happened. He did that. And Jeff, I know you guys are doing stuff together, but I'll never forget that.
He was in this room earlier, and I called him up to the stage.
I love Danny. No, Colette wants me to clarify. I love Danny, but in that moment, where I was like, let's all take a photo. Now do the crazy face. And Danny did that, because I always do that for everyone listening. I'm always like, now everyone do the crazy face. And when we went to go do the crazy face, Danny, did what he did. And I still owe him for that.
Corey, look what you've done, Corey. You've broken friendships. I appreciate
That's right.
it.
No,
you've driven a wedge.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Those like all those places around there, the food spots are always interesting, because I sometimes I'll end up meeting you guys out before the show starts and grab dinner or something, and it's that feeling of like, it's not quite high school cafeteria. It's not like, but it's like, it's not cliques. It's like you look over here and you're like, oh, there's like half of the Xbox leadership team having dinner, and you look over here and like, oh, here's Sony doing this. Here's, it's like, oh, there's Sarah Bond and everybody over there, and then, like, you just see all the like everyone is out the night before at the same, all in that same shopping center full of restaurants, eating at all those places. And it's like it's like, I always think about it. It's not this way, but it's like this weird thing of like, there's always just weird tension, because everyone, like, you see the Sony people walk by, they cruise by the table with the Microsoft people, go, hey, what's up? Hey, have a good show. Hey, have a good show. How's the show going, Jeff?
Yeah.
How's the show going? And that's always like, those interactions are always really funny to me. It just feels like slightly high schoolish. I don't know.
Which party are you going to this week, Jeff?
Right.
Go to the Ubisoft,
hey, did you get the invite to this thing? You going to this thing?
Hey, Matt, Corey, sorry, we're just moving along. Matt, welcome to the stage, my friend. How are you?
Doing well, Jim, and how are you all?
You're okay.
Fantastic.
Good. Well, I just wanted to say I'm glad you guys are doing this to kind of fill in the gap of not having the couch, so appreciate it.
Yeah, no.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're just, the saddest part, Matt, is just that we couldn't come to terms with our fourth member, and it's really, we're taking to a Supreme Court to figure out if we can come to terms, but, R.I.P. that other guy.
Well, Dave Link. Well, yeah.
God bless you.
So I guess my question is, just kind of with how things went down with last year, and everything being canceled because of the pandemic, and how E3's kind of responded, the ESA's responded. What do you all think is the most logical direction that they go forward from here? Because it feels like with how Sony is just not doing their thing anymore there, and how Nintendo doesn't either, and they just do like the directs. Do you think companies will follow suit and start doing that instead of doing big conferences?
Awesome, Matt. That's a great question. Thank you very much, man. We're actually going to recuse Johnny from this conversation. I don't know, Jeff. I feel like it just, we got the directs, we got the showcases, all that stuff. What E3 to me was, and Johnny really put it well, where it's like homecoming, right? Where it's like everyone together physically in a space, celebrating games together. And I do think we might be closing the book on that chapter of where everyone is at one space at one time. Because if you think about it, it doesn't give enough shine to any one entity, any one company, any one publisher,
right,
for them to feel special. It sort of commoditizes the whole entire industry as a whole. And therefore, it's like, oh, who's going to pay the most amount of money in that sort of short time frame to rise above the noise? And I just don't know if that, if we do go back to it, I don't think it's ever going to be the same. Do you?
Yeah, I think, okay, so last year everything was more spread out, like the events and the news and
not
information.
Everyone was there, right? EA was off campus and
exactly. Well, I don't mean it. I don't mean last physical E3. I mean like actually last year the digital stuff.
Oh, right.
All the streams and everything were all spread out, and you would think that would be better than clustering it all together and having everyone step on each other, but everything I heard was that just even numbers wise, just the excitement wasn't there. So they didn't attract a mass audience the same way E3 normally does. And so this year you see these concerted efforts from multiple parties. Keighley's trying to do his thing, the ESA is trying to do their thing, and so on, to try to remedy that and try to corral all of this into something that more people can get excited about. But I feel like COVID has impacted development so much that I just don't know that that this year is going to be exciting for like different reasons. I mean, they'll be exciting. They'll be cool shit. I don't mean to say that there's nothing, but I mean that mainstream level of excitement you'll see around video games when E3 is really big. Nintendo would go get the front page of USA Today. They would give them the exclusive on like whatever they've got, and it would just be this huge story. And so you're not seeing that. And so I think, a pushback to what E3 could be or should be probably needs to take that into account. And meanwhile, you've got the ESA, I guess, at the request of the member companies that make up the ESA, to some extent at least. My understanding is that the message to the ESA has been like, hey, you need to find ways to make this show more relevant because it's just kind of not anymore. And that's why you're seeing more and more companies drop out. And so they've tried to take it. I mean, I think the best thing that happened to the ESA was that last year's E3 got canceled and turned into a digital event, because the physical event they were planning sounded like a disaster. They were trying to, and all the stuff.
Dude, I had to check my bag because I was trying to bring a laptop in to do a presentation. It took me 90 fucking minutes. I was late for 2 meetings. I was like, what is happening right now? I can't bring my own bag in with a laptop to do a presentation.
Terrible.
I'm with you, Jeff. I think if it was more like, okay, there is a 2.5 day. There's 2.5 days of presentations. If you are, X-Size or you're a Y sponsor, you get a slot. There's a slot every 2 hours, and we're doing live shows all day, and they are the entire showcases. So your showcase better be 90 minutes or less.
Right.
And we're doing boom, 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 and we're doing, let's say, 4 to 5 a day. And just, because you're right, I think when there's disparate things happening, like too few people, all they're doing is they're waiting for the TikTok fucking TLDR. Like, what's the highlight reel on TikTok? Like, how do I get the... If the more and more disparate it gets, the more separate it gets, then the less interest there is sort of focused on one thing. And the reason why I think E3 has been successful to date is they're all physically there. And media is physically there. And they know there's a 5-day period where all the announcements are happening.
Right.
So unless they really sort of try to, I think, boil it down and be like, hey, we're going to make it more potent and almost like take less of your time. You know, you can still hang around and play games and all that stuff. You want to hang around for the extra 3 or 4 days, but like they either need to take a driver's seat or switch it up.
Yeah, I think that their approach of like, let's let the public in and try to get celebrities in here to try and make it worth their while, and like that aspect of it, I don't think serves the needs of the industry the same way that the show used to. And you know, it crowds the show floor.
Justin Bieber isn't going to save E3.
Yeah, and you know, I think about, to me, the clearest example of like why letting the public into E3 as it existed in 2019 is not the right move. It has nothing to do with like trying to gatekeep or whatever. It's literally like, if you look at the PlayStation booth, there was a whole section of the PlayStation booth where there was just a ton of kiosks running third-party games. And it was like, oh, here's everything big and small. Like EA's got some kiosks here. All of Capcom stuff is here, one per kiosk. But then here's all these indie games. Here's, you know, like here's Supergiant's new game. Here's this, here's that. That whole section, which had been in that booth for years and years and was a great place to just go and see a lot of third-party stuff all at once, was replaced with empty space, because suddenly it was like, oh, now we have people waiting in lines to see more theater demos or waiting in lines for a theater experience, and we just need this space. And so suddenly it's like, oh, there's just fewer games here now, and that's bad. That's not a better show. And so I think it just, you know, you can't make existing E3 work for the public. I think you need to make a different thing, and whether that's it's the week after, so like all the stuff gets announced and then the demos are there for people to play. Or I honestly, I don't even know if it needs to be a physical event. Like, you know, Xbox has demos up on Xbox Live right now for stuff, and I always thought that was a really cool thing when publishers would do that. But it's PAX is already so good at that. E3 is not the place for a PAX.
Totally agree.
And if they want to do a PAX, if the ESA wants to do a PAX, they need to do a PAX and do it. You know, they can do it the week after, so everyone keeps their booth set up and doesn't have to tear down and set up. But the industry still needs its place. Or if the industry is going to continue to have a place, it needs to be a good, well thought out, dedicated place, not something that's trying to serve all these different masters and ends up being kind of a bummer of an experience for everyone.
Yeah, I think our joint fear, Jeff, on all sides of the industry is like, there's a different event every month for the 12 months of the year. Like, please don't do that.
No,
For the love of God, don't do that. Because then again, at least with E3, we can all compress our pressure into building some visual content or a demo and stuff like that to one spot. Michael, you've had your hand up for a long time, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. For an hour and a half, you've been up and on. How are you? What's going on?
Hi.
Happy Friday.
Hi, happy. Actually, I live in Japan, so it's Saturday morning for me.
Nice.
From the future. Calling from the future.
I'm in the future, and I'm kind of glad that I was lucky to be able to listen to this today. It's been fun listening because you guys' interactions is always one of my highlights every year on E3 era for the time and stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah,
thanks for coming, man. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, and I really wanted to say that because it always, like, especially like when you're living abroad and stuff, it like this kind of like goofy interaction that you guys have every year really cheers me up. So
yay, that's cool.
Yeah, thanks.
But also just like not kind of what was Jeff was saying about the whole like kind of like either trying to do something like PAX and that kind of stuff. Do you think like they'll do something, say like a like developers only kind of thing, or just try to do like a area where just like public only, where people could just play games and not just wait in line, just watching like a demo kind of stuff?
I think that's possible. Yeah, that's a good question. I think that, there's a lot of different ways that they could go with it. And I think, it ends up being like, here's a place that is built for this larger public crowd that is here to wait in line to see these presentations and get a chance to play some games and, maybe get autographs from LeBron James, like the different stuff that the ESA was trying to do with that stuff.
Or John G. Vignacchi.
Or John G. Vignacchi, absolutely. And LeBron James on the same thing. NBA Ballers is coming back.
With two Z's this year. Ballers with two Z's.
Yeah, Ballers with two Z's. Except for all the camera code got stolen. Damn it! No. I think I think there's definitely a way to, leverage some of the stuff made for E3 for a more public audience. And, but I think the way that ESA has tried to do it so far seems awkward. And I don't know enough about the internal politics involved. I know there was leadership change at the ESA over, some of these things and years ago, and they've been pushing in this weird direction ever since to try and make it to try and kind of transform the show into something more relevant. And yeah, I don't know, the deck, the leaked deck for E3 2020 that talked all about, all the marketing activations and all the other stuff they wanted to get the public to do when they came. It just didn't seem like they had the interests of players in mind. It was like, well, let's let the public in and then serve the industry in letting these players interact in these small handful of ways. And it just, PAX is so like fan focused and fan friendly that if they're not going to do better than PAX, they shouldn't even try. And
Yeah.
or if they're not going to at least like match it, I guess. And you got to start somewhere. And that's the impression I got with E3 is that they started somewhere. They made a bunch of mistakes, but instead of getting better, it seemed like they would make the same mistakes and then some the following year. And it's like, this is headed in the wrong direction. And
yeah, it really comes down to I think the fundamental problem, Michael, is return on investment of experiential things in the games industry is super hard to measure, right? So when we did PlayStation Experience, right, when I came up with the cockamamie idea of like, let's bring all PlayStation fans together and everyone goes to Vegas and we get to play, interact with developers. It was an uphill battle to sort of convince the management team to let it happen. And then you do it and you go, and everyone goes, hey, this is pretty expensive. What is the return on investment of a fan that experienced that whole thing? And I think why PSX was more similar to PAX than it was to E3 is because there was a ton of square footage. And we limited attendees so that way there was smaller lines and people could experience stuff more quickly. It's really hard because the sort of capitalistic way in which I think we treat like Disneyland or Six Flags is incongruous with what gamers want, right? They don't want to have to wait in line for 3 hours to ride, Matterhorn Mountain. They want to play it quickly now. And so over time, you start to realize that how do you really measure the return on investment of this person experiences the thing, especially when you have to sort of bifurcate it and it's a bunch of different micro experiences and you can't even control it. So it's not even one platform putting on the show. It's all the platforms at the same time, right?
Also, it seems like, also, it seems like you're trying. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah,
yep.
we can. Yeah,
okay.
Totally.
It seems like either they're also trying to see like, okay, well, it's also like the demo or something will be enough for this person to buy the game when it comes out.
Right.
So at that point, now that we can sort of like throw content to people's platforms really quickly, right? And then the concert part of it, like part of being a concert is the togetherness, but it's also the energy of the crowd, right? You could always get better fidelity music at home. And so I think with games, we need to find the right balance. What is the right balance of if we can't have this cacophony of, 900 different companies trying to show our content all at once, and we start to break that up, how can we still represent? And PAX, Jeff's absolutely right. Like PAX does this, it's still too squishy. There's still a lot of it that hasn't figured it out. But the spirit of PAX to me is the most representative of what I think we should be aiming for in the future. Is how do we sort of thread that needle and give people an awesome experience of togetherness and camaraderie, and also give them the ability to play these games. And I think there's a way for us to do a little bit of both. Do a little bit of digital from home, but also some in-person stuff, because there's nothing more powerful. I mean, PAX is the closest thing we have to Comic-Con as far as experiential. We're together, playing this stuff together. Like, I remember my very first PAX ever, and the first thing I said to a friend of mine that I was with, I said, these are my fucking people. Like, this is home. This feels comfortable. E3, I don't say the same thing, because there's different people that are there for different reasons. But PAX is there. Everyone's there for the love of almost like nerdiness. And E3,
the camaraderie.
The camaraderie. And so, Anyway, I'm rambling.
Yeah, no, it's like there's a kind of like there was like this campaign here in Japan where PlayStation went to different regions in Japan. Like usually they would do like they would do things like in Tokyo, Osaka, but instead they did this whole fan event where they would go throughout the whole country, limited number of spaces you had to reserve, but then they would have a bunch of demos so people could just play the games and stuff.
That's cool.
And
Yeah, that kind of stuff I think is really important for the future. But I think how do we do that post COVID? I think it's gonna be challenging. I think the industry won't be the same. I don't think it'll ever gonna be like the E3 Super Bowl experience where everyone's back to back. But hopefully we can adapt. And I think the other challenge is we got to have all these sort of different companies play nice together. And now we have companies of different styles. And like if you think, olden days you can compare the big five publishers against each other, and it's like, okay, yeah. Ubisoft stacks up against EA, stacks up against Activision. Now we're like, okay, how does Prime Matter stack up against Paradox, stack up against Tencent, stack up against Epic? It's just a different equation, and everyone's pushing for different things.
Well, if you think about it, the way the industry is consolidating, it's eventually just going to be 5 companies anyway. So
that's a good point, actually.
Yeah, the weird part is that you'll have like 3 different flavors of Tencent competing with each other.
Or you see how like fighting games, there's just like, okay, now all the fighting games are together now for guest characters from every game.
Right. Exactly.
Awesome. Well, Michael, thanks so much for coming up, man, and thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you. It was great listening to you, and also great to talk. Sorry if I asked a lot of things. And
no, that's awesome.
No, that's all right.
Right.
Thanks, Michael.
All right. So I think I'm realizing that now it goes oldest to newest, and I think I've been approving people. So we're bringing Ben up. Ben, I think, has a fossil as his image. I don't know what that is. I actually probably don't want to know. Ben, how are you?
No. It's like the inside of a tree trunk that had suffered a wildfire or something like that.
Good.
Actually,
I'm glad, because when I was looking at it, I'm like, that might be something else that I don't want to know. But
No,
I appreciate
no.
that it's the inside of a. Cool.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question. I want to say, just like Michael said, I'm really thankful for you guys doing this. This is a big part of my year every year, so it's awesome. So I was thinking while you guys are talking about some of the older times in E3, about I think it was E3 2010 when Microsoft was revealing the Xbox 360 Slim. At the end, they had removed the fake Xbox 360, and underneath it was the Slim. And I remember I was so surprised. I was so taken back by that, and it made me think like we don't really see things like that happening anymore, and I don't know that we will in the future. But what was maybe one of your favorite or biggest surprises from a past E3 conference?
Ooh, that's a good one, man. That's a good one. Jeff, I bet you have a few.
It's the Saturn suddenly being out. It's them just releasing the Saturn at their press conference. It's Sony coming up after that and beating Sega on price at the exact same time and burying the Saturn before it had a chance to even take off in the US. Like those are probably the bigger ones. God, I'm trying to think like what are some other like big crazy moments. But you're right, it's a different kind of showmanship now. There's that whole like it's almost huckstery in a way, like the idea of like, and this Xbox is smaller than the Xbox. Like there's it's like a Randy Pitchford sleight of hand moment or something.
For me, it was like I didn't know what the PS4 looked like, even though I was at PlayStation.
Yeah.
And we had never seen it, and even in the run-throughs, there was nothing to be seen. And so seeing it on stage for the first time at a company I work at, where I helped build the specs for it, was pretty fucking surreal. I'm like, holy shit! I guess that's the PS4. Looks pretty small. I like it. And I remember hearing an anecdote of, this is one of my favorite anecdotes, is after we revealed it, Phil Spencer got a PS4, and he brought it into an executive room with all of his leadership team. And he dumped it in the middle of a massive boardroom table, and right beside it was an Xbox One. And he goes, hey, I have a question for everyone. How did they get everything into that when we got it into this? I just fucking love the idea of that. I mean, whether it was true or not, I mean, I've heard from multiple sources it was true, but like, that's such a crazy moment.
Well, I mean, considering the design of the Series X, yeah, probably true.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that Xbox One, that original Xbox One was a big hollow feeling thing because of all the heat considerations they were worried about and all that stuff. Is definitely a very different approach. I mean, I guess they have
Johnny,
different
what
approaches
was your
now.
big? Oh, sorry.
No,
Johnny,
go ahead.
I was
go
going to
ahead.
ask you what your big wow moment was because you've been kind of quiet. I don't know if you're just getting your
No.
second order
I'm
of
just.
chalupas
I
in
was
your
listening.
house.
No, but just listening to what people were saying, and I think for me it was the E3 where Pokemon was revealed, and I mean this was, geez, I think it was '98, maybe a little bit before, and I just remember the whole thing of you never bet against Nintendo, and it was like, here's this rabbit that came up on stage and no one really knew, and then Pikachu would burst out and throw all these Pokeballs out into the audience and in the booth. They're like little plushies with a zipper. I still have one, and you could undo them and you'd like pop-ums or
It was like a popple,
yeah, and that to me was that crazy moment because I think it was the same year N64 was announced. There's these like crazy. They had like GoldenEye and Perfect Dark and all these other games behind closed doors, and I was like quote unquote media at the time and able to go and walk around, and that to me was a crazy E3 moment. I think. It was, and then also another crazy E3 moment would be, when Sony was having those ridiculous parties for retailers and for partners that would be on top of the hill at Dodger Stadium. And everyone had to go to a hotel and had to have like a really special bracelet. And then you'd go and, as you walked in or walked out, they gave you like these insane presents full with like, plushies and games and all this other kind of stuff. That was nuts. Actually, a fun thing personally is when I went home for my stepfather's funeral, my parents are actually like cleaning out the house a bit. And do you guys remember the GameCube bag that Nintendo gave out to people?
I was holding my GameCube bag about 3 days ago.
Oh my!
Were you really?
Yeah.
So my parents, my mom turned over and gave it to me, and she was like, I thought you'd like this, honey. And I was like, oh my God, like I didn't even realize this I forgot where it had gone, and I had it, and yeah, I'll post a picture of it and put it on Twitter. But it was that those types of things, those crazy memories that you hold on, especially being young in the industry and trying to break in and do crazy things, that you remember those events. Yeah, that's probably what it is Pokemon, that moment, and just realizing that, like, as crazy as something might seem very small when you see it, it can become huge. And then also the care that people put into some of the things that you hold on and treasure as memories for forever.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks, Johnny. Ben, thanks for the question, man. We got Adam on stage now. Adam, how are you? How are you, Adam?
Hello, Adam.
Hello, Adam. Strong first name. Long-time listener, first-time caller. You're not muted, so I don't know if your headphones are on, but we will keep moving this along, and then we can always come back to Adam. So we got Jacob. Jacob's coming up, rocking it out. Unless, Adam, you got one last chance, my friend. Jacob, how are you?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing well.
Doing all right.
Well, I think I'm doing okay. I can't say we're doing well.
Yeah,
Johnny's 3 chalupas deep, so he's not doing that well.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Oh, he's good. All right, I respect it. It's kind of weird to, I guess, say it's an honor to talk to you guys. I'm really big fans of Giant Bomb and everything you guys have been doing. I mean, Jeff especially. It's kind of weird to say that, but
no, that makes the most sense.
No,
the other
yeah,
two of us are inconsistent, to say the least.
Yeah, like really, it's kind of like the guys that come in every once in a while. So like, I respect that you guys come in and make a great show every time you do. Random question, I guess. What's up with Geometry Wars?
Yeah, right.
Oh my
That's
god, I love that fucking game. Such a good game.
I'm kind of sitting here playing the third one, and I'm kind of just pissed that there's not another one.
Yeah, it's
Did they do a third one? Where was I? Was I asleep?
So Activision bought the developer. They bought was Bizarre Creations was the driving developer that did Blur and stuff. Yeah. So along with that went the Geometry Wars license or rights to it or whatever. That IP moved over. So then Activision put out everything after those first two XBLA games and the Easter egg that was built into, I guess, Gotham or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. So I imagine that just kind of sits in the vault of Activision IPs that they cannot annualize and monetize the way Activision likes to annualize and monetize things, right? I mean, I would love to see I would love to see another Geometry Wars and see him take a crack at that again. And then was it Stephen Cakebread? Is that the name of the guy that made Geometry Wars? I'm not making that up, am I? Anyway,
it's a strong name. I think Johnny just did another Postmates order based on that name alone.
Yeah. Anyway, they should get the original dev behind those games to revisit it, I think. But I don't know. I think that the later games, even 3, I think kind of got away from what I liked about the first 2 standalone games. So I don't know. There are a billion dual joystick shooters out all the time now. It seems like every week there's 5 more hitting Steam or different platforms, and so it's maybe not as much of an immediate standout as it used to be. But God,
Jeff,
I would love to
a
see.
Question for a team that converted from an incredible dual stick shooter studio to making Returnal. Like, holy shit, right? Wasn't that like super surprising? I was blown away by what those guys did with Returnal.
Yeah, totally.
That's the same developer.
Yeah.
Pardon
me.
I mean,
not as Geometry Wars, but of like of Resogun and House Super Stardust.
Stardust. Yeah.
Can we talk personally about Returnal?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Jacob, is that hopefully your answers suffice because now John.
Sorry, no, please.
Totally
Sorry,
you guys are totally good. It's an honor to speak to you guys. Have a great night.
All right,
thanks.
Pleasure to speak with you.
Have a good one.
All right, let's talk about Returnal, Johnny.
Sorry, I have no idea what's going on in that game. I actually texted both of you. Can someone tell me how to play this game? And none of you guys responded. So, which either
because
means
when someone texts you and says, "What do I do in this video game?" You say, "You fucking play it." What do you mean? What do I do in this?
I've
game?
tried to play that game.
You shoot monsters. What the
fuck? I'm just confused about what's going on.
Open more doors. Open more crates. Fucking keep grinding. What?
Okay, and then here's a lake with a bunch of stuff in it, and then I jump in it and die.
Yeah, don't jump in the lake.
So
you
don't
can't.
Do that again.
Yeah, don't jump in the lake.
When you die from doing something, don't do it again.
Okay, guys, I got it, but like at the same time, for everyone that's listening, I tried really hard to get into that game. I think it would be way cooler if it was called Metroid, but it's not. And I just was like,
wow.
I was just like, I'm trying to super get into this, and I can't.
Maybe you need to get good.
I mean, I'm not good at it, and I took some time away from it because it was in need of a patch or two at launch, and when I took that time away from it, it completely broke me on it to where I went back to it and I was like, oh, now I suck even more at this thing. Like that's not good.
I fell hard for that fucking game. The first 2 hours
was
a grind, and then I fell hard. I was like, I'm going to play this in between meetings every single day until I get the credit roll, and I did.
Just for what it's worth, everyone's listening. Can you imagine you're trying to get into it? You spend $70 on this, and you text to your friends, and then they don't respond. But then now you're hearing right now.
Because Johnny, read the message that you sent us.
I said, I think,
how do I play this?
Yeah. Okay, fine.
So now let's fucking role play. You receive a message from a friend. How do I play this? I don't know. Reddit. Fucking like
shoot
there's a million YouTube, any playthrough, any like what do you want me to?
Or you spend 2 seconds.
What do you want me to say?
You spend 2 seconds and you say, "I had a hard time at the beginning as well." what you need to keep doing, like,
Is
don't play it fast,
shooting
play
more
it
and
slow.
shooting less.
Don't get hit. Shoot more.
Yeah. Avoid, roll, dash. Michael, welcome to the stage. I'm glad you came during our Thanksgiving dinner where we're yelling at each other. Oh, poor Michael. Michael left us. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's
Can you hear me?
had enough.
Oh, Ken, I can hear you.
Hey guys, great show. This is way better than tweeting out anyone's phone number ever. Great idea.
Okay, got it.
Oh, Michael's
All right,
an
keep...
MVP right here. Michael,
Hello,
you
Michael.
get
Go
a free
ahead.
Patreon.
Yes.
First, a long-time listener. Chat's not negative enough for me quite yet. What is like the lamest E3 booth that's ever existed?
Kensha Hall.
If you guys say one of the ones I worked on, I will be so mad at you.
Oh my God! Do you want me to say one of the ones you've worked on? Sounds like you
No,
want me
I'm
to say
saying
one of the ones you worked
absolutely not. Do not.
There was never a
My
crime
entire
craft
point
booth.
is
Come on.
I'm laying this out now. You cannot say that. That's not okay.
You did
That's
this.
not okay.
You did this, Johnny. You did this.
I didn't do. Listen to me. I
My
was there
favorite
in
thing about
support of
the
the company.
NBA Ballers booth is that there was no manual, so you didn't know how to pull off any of the moves.
Okay. All right.
Kensha Hall. So, Michael, there was this, there are all A, B, C, and D, and then there are 2 sub halls, right? That
Yeah.
are underground. And that was where all of the crazy, dumb, as seen on TV shit you would see, like rumbling chairs and, right, weird float planes and crazy.
Yeah, I think there's that, and then also there's like that style of booth, which those are just small and weird, and you're like, who are you? Are you actually doing a lot of business here? Because this just seems like a weird place for you to spend your money. And then there'd be like hey, we've got a new Duke Nukem game, so we've got a throne here you can sit on, and then we got 2 ladies that'll stand next to you for a photo. And like
so gross. We'll tattoo the logo of the game on your body for free if you let us tweet about you. Like,
Hell
what
yeah.
the fuck is happening?
Hell yeah.
What is that? Literally started happening at PAX.
Yep, yeah, like get a Clancy tattoo, and
That
then
was a super fucking nope. That's a
they
super
wouldn't.
nope.
Did they even give you the game, or did you like still have to pre-order the game? Because they were like,
they just like tweeted out hashtag.
yeah, I
solid
think it's
gold.
I think it's super weird when you have booths at a show like this for games that aren't out yet, and they're like just physically taking pre-orders on site. There's just something about that. I mean, I get it. Like, whatever. It's probably like a sensible way to be like, we got a hot call to action here, and we'll give you a free T-shirt if you pre-order here. So we'll rope people into buying it. But it just, I don't know, something about that always rubbed me the wrong way.
There was a
But if they
Tom
give you a
Clancy
free-
booth
a
where they were
free-
giving. Wait, hold on a second. There was a Tom Clancy booth where they were giving tattoos.
I think it was it was one of the Clancy games. I think it was.
That's so. My mom would be so pissed at me. That is so horrible.
Why did you get the tattoo?
No, I never did. I'm just saying.
So why
I
is
went
your
home.
mom mad
Oh,
at you?
jeez.
Yeah.
Well,
I went to the reveal event for the last Mortal Kombat. They had a thing in LA.
I remember that tattoo spot.
Yeah,
that could be okay.
And they
That
had,
will
yeah.
Why
hold
is that okay and Tom Clancy not?
Because MK's got like the dragon.
Yeah,
there's so much
Johnny,
stuff
how
you
about
could do.
how about no tattoo promo?
Yeah, well,
better
that's
than a tattoo promo.
For me personally, yes, that would be the right thing. But I can
And also,
understand.
no one wants the Iron Galaxy tattoo on their body.
Why not? Dave Lang would
It's
love
stupid.
that.
It's a horrible
Hey,
logo.
baby, I got my Colt. It's finally here.
No, we did actually get Dave really angry because we did exclusive 1 year for a holiday present. We gave everyone a pair of shoes, and on the bottom, the tread was actually the Iron Galaxy logo, but inside on the sole was Dave Lang's face. So every time people put their heel down, they were putting their heel down on Dave Lang's face.
Nice.
Sorry, I said his name twice. God damn it.
Oh.
Michael, look what you did. You tricked me. You tricked me.
Huh.
Michael, thanks for coming up, my man. All right, we got some. Okay, we're going to try this Adam guy again, but also bring up Nick just in case Adam.
Chester?
What? No. Yes.
Oh, hey, yes.
Hey! All right. Sorry about that. I think it was like a permissions thing.
No,
okay.
I think it was user error, Adam.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Also, to echo everybody else, what you guys pull off during this time every year keeps a lot of this running. And so much that I went from, years ago just being a listener. I own a very tiny VR company in Tacoma, Washington.
Cool.
And we just started working on our first game, which is basically it's Skitchin in VR.
Nice.
No way.
Yeah.
Skitchin was such a good game. I love that.
It's Skitchin with power-ups. So like imagine if, you get one of your power-ups is actually like a bike mirror on your wrist so you can see behind you, because in VR it works differently. Because the old game was just that they just gave you a mirror on the bottom of the screen. And then we just got our first hardware patent too. So things are going great.
Congratulations.
Hey, so three things, Adam. First of all, big VR nerd, so I'd love to try out the demo. If you can hit me up and DM me on Twitter, they're open. Second thing, fantastic first name, best in the planet.
So even more so, every time I would go to Giant Bomb and they would start talking about Adam Boys, my last name is Adam Boyd.
What?
So to my ear, Jeff was constantly talking about this dude and I would be like, having it in the background, like with UPF on, I would hear my name, and I was like, what the fuck? And it just, until I finally did some digging, like, who the hell is this guy? And I was like, oh, okay, they're saying something completely different. But I thought that was always fun.
Hey, Adam, wait till you hear Sam Jackson shitting on our name, our collective name. And then the other thing I was going to mention is Tacoma. So I just got a Tacoma Rainiers hat because they used to be a Cubs affiliate, and it says Tacoma Cubs on it, and it's fucking super dope. So
yeah, where the Rangers play, everybody gets right now. That thing's being used for all of the COVID shots. So in fact, I got both of mine at that stadium, which is used obviously not for playing baseball right now.
Yeah, and then one of my favorite people live in your town. Gio Corsi lives in Tacoma now.
Really?
One of my best friends and favorite people who now is at Ilphonic. Yeah.
Oh, it's a great place. I mean, there's not a lot of us. There's not a lot of industry here. It's a lot of us against the world, but it's kind of got that attitude anyway. Tacoma's very scrappy. I mean, its nickname is Grit City, but what I wanted to ask was, now that I'm in a different position than I was before, years ago, I'm hoping to make, assuming everything goes well for next year, to make my first trip to E3, whether it's, me standing on the side of the road handing out, I don't know, CD-ROMs or something, or us getting a legitimate booth that we can work our stuff. And I was kind of wondering if I could ask, what would your top, insider advice be? Don't take meetings on the veranda or something like that, or make sure you talk to people because they're the ones who need power.
It's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Take fucking meetings everywhere. So jokingly, when I joined Iron Galaxy, JW Merritt is where everyone's at, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I was like, well, we can't get a room there. Our rooms, we were staying in East Jesus, 3 miles from the convention center. And so what Chelsea, Dave, and I did my first year is we found this random table that was it had a skirt hanging from it. And it was clearly somebody had used it for some check-in at some point for some event before E3 started. And when I saw it, it was empty and it had 3 chairs. And I was like, this is our meeting space.
There
and
you
I
go.
literally put the chairs, I was like, we're at the top of the second escalator at JW. And people were like, oh my God, this is really convenient space you guys rented. I'm like, we fucking super didn't rent this. Yeah. And so, and to me, Gorilla at E3 is memorable. As long as it's Gorilla with space and if you're doing a VR demo, if there's a lot of action in your VR demo, trying to get a room. Some of my favorite stories have been people that got an Airbnb or found a space and made it their own. So it felt very custom. I can go even deeper Gorilla. I used to do, when I had my own company before I went to PlayStation, I was doing demos down at DICE in Las Vegas, and I didn't have enough money to really set everything up. But I rented a room at the casino where I was staying, and then I got the casino limo to take me to Costco. This is a fucking straight up true story. And I bought 2 42-inch TVs, and I brought them back and a bunch of booze because I was like, hey, if you go to Costco and you buy everything, it's going to be 1/3 the cost of everything you could buy on the strip. And so I kitted out my it was a 1+ apartment, right? Or sorry, room. Like you had the bed and sort of one side, and then I had the demo station. I had these 2 TVs I set up. At the end of the weekend, I returned the TVs, got all the money back, and sort of totally did a grill. But everyone was like, "This is amazing! You have vodka and you have Red Bull and you have these 2 TVs for demos." I was like, "Yeah, it cost me like $80, net." So that's, I think, a big recommendation I have is that just because you might not be able to get a room officially in a place that is, within walking distance, if you can kind of fake the funk, and as long as people feel like your approach is deliberate, then you get a far more credibility when people sort of evaluate your experience. If you're doing VR stuff though, and it's very interactive, then you might want more of a private space. But that's where I would go Airbnb or maybe adjacency or sublet to sort of
just think outside the box.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. And don't worry about the official. Like, I didn't get approved for. It fucking doesn't matter. All that matters is it convenient for every client you're trying to meet with. That's the most important by far. And the second is, does it feel deliberate? If it feels like you have to get a shit, or you're doing it in an alleyway, fuck that. So convenience A, deliberate B, and you're off the races. And I wish you luck, man. And if you want, seriously, hit me up on DMs on the side, and we'll do a call, and I can give you some more pointers.
All right, I'll be more than happy to. I appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen. Good to see you all together again, couch or no couch.
All right, thanks, Adam.
Have a good one.
Thanks a lot, man.
That Costco trip was pretty crazy. I remember going with you to buy the stuff. I don't think I was there for the returning, but
Nick, welcome. You've been on the stage. Thanks for your patience. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing good. Yeah.
So I don't work in the games industry. I'm a graphic designer, but I have a question about I've been to like industry events in my own industry where I've met designers or artists or creative directors that I looked up to, and I have one specific memory where I met a famous designer and I just fumbled my only interaction I ever had like with him. I just couldn't think of the words to say or anything like that. And I was wondering if you guys have any kind of embarrassing or awkward moments that every E3 maybe you see a person and you're like, oh man, it just takes you back to that moment.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good, Nick. That's such a great. God, because I thought your question was going to like, have you had people that got nervous or got uncomfortable? Like 100%. I've been that weird, shaky creeper.
Yeah.
For other people. I guess I can go first. So back in the day, I guess, I don't know, when did Justin Roiland, I've been a fan of Justin Roiland's for many, many years. He had this animated Cosby show that showed up on YouTube like a dozen years ago, 15 years ago. It was so long ago. It was like super inappropriate, and now it's even worse because it was like
I bet.
It's way worse. But so one of the guys I was working with when I was at PlayStation was like, "Hey, by the way, we're down in LA. I'd love to introduce you to Justin Roiland. He's a friend of mine." Like, what the fuck? Like, and it was just as Rick and Morty had come out. I think there were 6 episodes live, but I was also a huge fan of his Cosby stuff, his previous animation stuff. So I was a massive sort of fanboy. And he goes, "Yeah, we can go and you meet him and Dan Harmon." And I was like, "This is so fucking weird. I'm super fans of both of them." And I walk in to the meeting room, and Justin looks up. He goes, "Oh my fucking God, Adam Boyes." And I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, he had seen me on the E3 stage. I'm like, "Wait, what?" He's like, "I'm a huge fan, man. PlayStation, like the way you present on stage." I'm like, "Wait, what? The fuck?" Justin Roiland, Cosby, dude, the clones, the whole thing. He's like, "Wait, you saw the Cosby stuff?" I'm like, "Dude, 12 years ago, huge fan." And so we sort of like, it was the weirdest thing because we're geeking out about each other, to each other, and we're both like intimidated by each other's presence. And then one of the coolest things ever that I will always remember for the rest of my fucking career is he goes, "Okay, well, hey, I have some ideas." I'm like, "Okay, cool. Like, I've heard this story before." And he pulls out this fucking massive binder. And it's in the cover of its cloth, and he plops it on a table, and it literally has scrawled on the front, Justin's game ideas. And he's like, and it's fucking full. It's probably 300 pages. He's like, okay, so I have, and every page has a drawing and it sketches and how the mechanics will work. And he's got VR ideas, he's got console ideas. I'm like, what is happening right now? Justin Roiland wants to make video games.
Yeah, like the deal
And he's
is
like
that
nerding
dude
out about
actually
me
really
being
wants to
there.
make
I'm like,
games.
what the fuck is happening? So that to me is like one of the holy like oh shit moments that I had very early on.
Definitely. Do you think that? I bet one of the games on that list was maybe like Trover Saves the Universe or some of that stuff.
100%, 100%. Because he started doing, he's like, and the accounting plus, because like, and then fuck you, hey, fuck you, buddy, and I was like losing my mind. I was laughing so hard, and he's like, and then this guy's in a tree, and he's like, hey, fuck you, what are you doing here? Get off my lawn, fuck you, fuck that shit. I was like, what is happening right now? And I was laughing so hard, and then when I played the game, I was like, this is the scene. That's exactly what he was describing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was
I remember,
wild,
by the
so
way,
wild.
to verify this story, I remember 2016 E3. Adam, you scheduled a dinner. You, me, Drake, Justin, and one other person.
Oh my god!
And that exact same thing happened, and you were like, Johnny, you should actually like think about working with this person. And I was like, oh yeah, like totally cool. Like you seem cool, but like being jaded from Disney of like, you know, and here's all these creative people.
And
That...
you'd be like Rick and Morty, whatever, Adam. It's something you like. I probably won't like it. Sounds stupid.
well, of course, right? He was already at a disadvantage at that point. But I absolutely remembered that entire dinner and then you doing the introduction and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy.
Jeff, what about you?
Man,
like your starstruck moment, right?
A starstruck moment. I'm usually the person who will just like not go up to somebody and initiate the conversation. Like I had like dumb moments where like I was in an elevator with Peter Moore and in Japan. It wasn't the E3 thing, but just like didn't really say much. I was like, oh hey, what's up, man? And instead of just like, hey, we know who each other are. It seemingly.
He's like, aren't you Gerst Jeffman?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, it's just like like it's just one of those dumb situations where I'm sometimes extremely bad at meeting people. And
I remember my youngest one. I was so I was working in customer support at EA back in '90.
Sorry, Jeff, did you finish your story before Adam?
No, that's pretty much it. It's just like I'm I'm frequently awkward in those types of situations, and so I don't know.
Yeah,
Johnny,
no,
did you have a second one? Johnny, do you have a second one you want to talk about?
No, Adam, go ahead. We want to hear your story.
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure you didn't have a second or third one. What about with a rapper or maybe a basketball player that you've met that maybe you supplied with?
Adam, tell your story because I do have a funny one. But tell yours.
No, I remember my first one, Nick, where I was absolutely starstruck. The very first time I remember in my career was I was working as like a cleaning boy at it was GDC when it was in San Jose, and I walk into an elevator. I was working at EA at the time. I was in customer support, and they had transferred me from the Vancouver or from Burnaby office down to Redwood Shores. And I walk into the elevator, and motherfucking Richard Garriott's there. I'm like, oh my god, Lord British in the flesh. Like I'm the biggest. Like Ultimate 7 is my favorite video game of all time. I played UO for fucking 4 years, and I was like, oh. And the doors closed, and you know how they go. You got one shot. You got one opportunity. You know the Eminem
That's
song.
right.
The Mom Spaghetti song had not come out yet, but I was like, I'm gonna do this right now. Hey Richard, my name's Adam. I work at QA, but also now I'm doing customer support down here. Hey, I got a whole crew up in Vancouver that I work with that we want to test your games for free. We'll totally be your like away team. We'll work extra hours, whatever you want to do. I just want to like let you know we're huge fans, man. Whatever you want, UO, like UO for life. Let's go. He's like, that's really nice. And he was like, oh, my name's Richard. I'm like, yeah, I fucking know. Okay. He's like, hey, that's awesome. And he gives me his card.
Oh,
like,
wow.
yeah, hit me up. It would be great to like, because I was like, we'll do it off the books. Like, you don't have to get charged for it. We just are super fans of what you do. He's like, yeah, that'd be awesome, Adam. Reach out, you know. And then, of course, I got home with the fucking card and I was shaking so hard that I never emailed him because I was so intimidated by meeting fucking Lord British.
Yeah.
And then they had that one event where like somebody found a hack and figured out how to murder Lord British in a public square. I was like, lost all my respect for that guy. But that was the moment where I was like, I was literally, my knees were shaking when I met him.
Mine is it's a story I heard about somebody, but they had just started at Nintendo, and
they meet E3, They meet you, John G. Vignacchi.
And E3 opens early, as it does, right? For distributors and publishers to be there. And so this person had to get there early because that's the rule. And they were there early, and just the people that work for the company were there. And one person turned around to this new employee and said, "Hey, new guy, you've been here for like 2 weeks. Miyamoto is right over there, and you are as a new employee, it's actually tradition. You're supposed to go over and introduce yourself to Miyamoto-san and tell him what a big fan you are." And this person turned around and said, are you serious? Is this real? And the person that was instructing this person to do that has been at the company for 23 years and is fun and funny, a bit of a jokester, but also was instructed to make sure this new person that was working at the company, didn't make any missteps at their first E3. And so,
hey, John, you know what we call that on the streets? We call that hazing.
Yeah, I was going to say.
so not a great practice.
So I'm telling a story about a story I had heard. So
you did this.
So not to be repeated. So blindly,
you 100% did this. I love it.
Blindly, this new employee, with trust in this 23-year-old employee, sucked in his gut and said, okay, I'm going to do this because it's the right thing to do. And this is tradition. Right. And walked over and interrupted Miyamoto-san with his translator and introduced themselves as a new employee and said their name and what a big fan and thank you for all the wonderful memories. And was here's where this employee was located and who he reports to and how proud this employee was to be a part of the family. And it was all being translated and everyone had raised eyebrows like what's going on. And Miyamoto-san turned around and said, "Welcome to the family." And they shook hands. And then this new employee walked away and walked back to the person who had instructed them to do this, who had a group of people around them. And as they walked back, was smiling and sweating and excited. And then as they approached the employee that had told them to do that, looked and said, "I did it." And the 23-year-old employee from Nintendo looked at them and said, "I can't believe you fucking did that."
I was gonna say, I'm sweating for this employee right now.
No, Johnny was the employee. I'm how did I not read this from the start? You were the one that interrupted Miyamoto to introduce yourself. "Hey, I'm really excited to meet you. I'm such a fan. I'm honored to work here." He's like, "Welcome to the family." That's fucking amazing. That's a great story.
Well, I didn't say that was me. I just 100% said this is a story. I said this is a story that I heard.
And then he approached. I'm like, "It's fucking you."
And so it was. That's probably a very embarrassing E3 story for somebody. Probably the most embarrassing.
No, it's not very embarrassing. You did the right thing, and he was like, "That's great. I love you too."
I was gonna say, yeah, that could have a way worse ending.
Yeah,
right. Like, who is this?
And you're like, "Yeah, please have this person escorted out because he looks very sweaty and very Italian."
But for what it's worth, just realize that how cool that person was for being cool in that moment, despite everything that's going on. No, and I'm not talking about
Nick,
the person that approached.
For the question. I love it.
Yeah,
Johnny's like, and that person was cool under pressure.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't talking about me or whoever it was. Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, we got Will up on stage here. Will, how are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys all
admit,
doing?
Good. I mean, you look like John Drake's cousin in your image. I gotta be honest.
John's a great guy. We follow each other.
Oh, there we go.
I like
Yeah.
him too.
I would hope so. I don't know anybody who's actually said anything negative about John.
Yeah, he's very smart.
Like everyone else, thank
Will,
you guys
do
for
you know
doing
that,
this.
that John Drake and John Vignacchi like grew up like 5 blocks away from each other? True story.
Really?
Like 5 doors down. Isn't that the most
5
crazy
doors
thing?
down.
It's the craziest thing.
Randomly.
And we didn't know each other until the industry.
No, until Giant Bomb. Do you guys meet through Giant
Yeah.
Bomb?
Yeah.
There was a connection through
I'm
a real
from Lake Forest. I'm also from Lake Forest.
If you want to hear another crazy story, I mean, not that this is really that, but I see Corey's still here. Corey Schmitz and I used to work together in a movie theater like
what?
2007, 2008
No
or
way.
something. Yeah.
Were you guys friends?
Yeah, I mean, look, put him on. Put him on. Ask him.
No, I don't think we have to do this.
He's verified. he's still in an Uber somewhere.
Corey actually sold me my first MacBook.
That's awesome.
But my question is, my like favorite E3 on this side of the fence was 2006 probably, because I had a 360, I had the Lost Planet demo, I got the Dead Rising demo, all the information was coming in, but for all the new consoles. But like those demos, it was just a really cool experience at home. And I thought that with Stadia and xCloud, because I didn't understand data mining and everything else, that with those streaming services, we'd probably have a better chance of getting, something like that at home. And I'm wondering what you guys think, if that's like a future state or something more reality.
I hope so, Will. I really do. I mean, the idea of like, and it's available now, and I can play it for the next whatever hour or 2 or 4 or 5, I think is super, super cool. I think I think the problem with all this sort of cloud-based stuff is nobody's been able to land the hype train as heavy. I mean, they work fantastically, but the intent behind them, I don't think has been able to sort of create the hype and excitement that we all want as gamers, right? Like if you said, and it's available now on Stadia, right? It's just not the same as, and I could download it and I'll wait for fucking 6 hours because I have a shitty connection,
right?
And I'll play it and I'll enjoy it. The fidelity, we're close, dude. We're so. I mean, it's there. The tech's there. I think we just haven't threaded a needle between the tech and the intent and the experience being ubiquitous. I think the other problem we have is that most of the games that people are excited to play right away are multiplayer-focused games. And multiplayer-focused games, especially large multiplayer, like if we said tomorrow, hey, Warzone 2 is available via Stadia. So you have 2 problems. One, a massive user base, which is awesome, but you need fidelity, right? You need sort of FPS fidelity. You need 60. You need really high fidelity sort of responsiveness on the controls, and then all of a sudden you add like that angle of it's on cloud. You just don't get the same experience. So it's like it's almost better to want people or to make people download it and have the intended experience that the artists designed it for, versus I get to play it right now. But there is going to be a cross. I think there will be a play where it doesn't have to necessarily be the highest fidelity. It doesn't have to be Warzone. It's more of a Roblox or more of a play around ubiquity and just how do I get quick access to this content. But I think we're a year or 2 or 3 away from like the next biggest thing, the next Fortnite sort of being thrown out there in the world with an instant click here and play now.
Am I totally wrong in guessing or assuming that the number one reason why we're not getting like E3 demo at home is because of data mining, or because people don't want an unfinished product to be readily available?
No,
my
I
assumption
think you're
with
wrong. I think you're wrong.
streaming was purely to like block anything like that.
Yeah, no, I think you're wrong, Will. I don't think there's enough, because you got to think about these things. Like it's super hard to re-stand up an entire gaming ecosystem. Like even if you have the source code, even if you have the client, the back end, and I've learned so much more about this now, being in a studio now for almost 5 years, is like the back end system is almost like 40% of the load of the client that everyone gets downloaded, right? So the security, I don't think security is honestly an issue. I think it's more about the fidelity of the experience from the first time I put my hands on the controller to choose like what's the brightness setting to when I press the trigger, how fast, how many, what's the latency, what is, what's the delay on the input. I think that's far more of a bigger aspect of it.
And also, I think, there's the other part of this is that when we see demos at E3, actually at E3, those are all running on dev kits, and if they crash,
the server is literally they're calling from inside the house, right?
yeah,
It's
and if the client crashes, then someone's there to go like, hey, it's a demo, and then it's just because since they're showing it to someone who has seen these sorts of demos before, they're likely to go like, oh yeah, I know. But if they put it out for retail Xbox or PlayStation for people to download and play, that has to clear cert. That has to be like a much more bulletproof build than what they normally would bring to an E3. And that's even more work for these teams to try to shore up these builds. And so that's that's another part of it. It's a lot easier to just exactly. Right. It's a lot easier just to run it on a dev kit, and when it crashes, the guy standing next to it can just turn it off and on again and go like, so how you having a good show? And that's just easier to manage.
So true.
Makes cool sense. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Will. Fantastic. Cool. All right. Bunch of other people here that have thrown their hand up, want to come up and chat with us. Is it Ramy or Rame? You tell me.
Oh, there we go. Is that working?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Hey, cool. It's Ramy. It's like Ramy without a dough.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Hello, Ramy.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Ramy. I know
Hello.
you.
Yeah, you do. Hey, John.
I downloaded
What's up, buddy?
the PS5 Jedi Fallen Order today.
Woot!
Nice.
Woot, woot,
Nice.
woot, woot, woot.
I just you guys were talking about getting starstruck or not or whatever, and I just had two really quick. The first time was before I was in the industry, and I was at E3, but I wound up smooth talking my way. It's the one time I've ever smooth talked, and I smooth talked my way past a security guard to go listen to John Carmack talk for an hour about hyperspace.
That's amazing, and also I'm sorry for you, because how the fuck would you retain that knowledge?
No, I didn't. I just got dumber.
The guy's like, oh my god! Every time he like tweets, him and Tim Sweeney and Elon Musk, like, hey, by the way, if you thought about the bifurcation of the
I know,
like,
those guys are way too smart. They're way too smart for everybody.
Sorry, Ray. Go on.
No, it's all good. No, and the other one that I remember probably once a month is so the first game I ever worked on in the industry wound up being Call of Duty 4. Nice. And so the E3 we were showing it was that really weird E3 where it was all in the hotels, like on the beach and in the hangar, and it was just insane. Yeah. But at one point, and so the whole 3 days is crazy, and like I'm trying to help out, like again, it's my first job and stuff, and I walked by Jeremy Parrish, who I knew he must have been like at 1UP or around then. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, holy shit, hey, and he's like, he's all super nice, and I don't remember what I said exactly, but I said something along the lines of like, wow, like thanks for taking the time to talk. It was something like, wow, like you're a superstar, and he just looked at me in a Jeremy Parrish way and was like, you make the games. Like, yeah, but anybody can do that shit. You're like on podcasts and shit or whatever it was at that time. But anyway, he seemed to be super nice. That was my one interaction. But
so I have those same moments all the time with media people where I'm like, I read your stuff. Like I'm a huge fan, and everyone's always like, okay, but like. So I know exactly how you feel. I had the same moment. I personally had the same moment with Andy Eddy, who used to write for like video games and computer entertainment, and had that crazy moment. And I've had that moment with Jeff. I've talked about it before. And,
oh my god, that was
yeah.
one of my favorite things. Oh, so good.
Yeah, but
I just
I
the
know
guy that gave my
exactly how you
game like
feel.
a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, whatever, right? But like, I know
I
how
don't
you
think he
feel.
wants to talk to me anymore. I think he hates me. No, your
Stop
game
it.
has nothing to do with how he thinks about you.
Yeah, that's true. But I know exactly how you feel, and I've gone through that, and I still go through that all the time with media people and people you like, and I don't personally get to meet a lot of the streamer people, but definitely the people that write articles and stuff that you read and digest, and as you're reading it, you're thinking like, oh, like
Johnny,
just
tell me
as
more.
it did.
Who are the streamer people?
What the streamer
the streamer
like the
people.
ninjas, like those people. Like I don't get to meet those people.
I've never heard
like,
them referred to as the streamer people. I just was really
Sorry,
curious about that.
That's the official. That's the new official name for them. That's.
Oh, I'm showing my
I
age.
represent the streamer people.
With their YOLOs and their
No.
sneakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
With their
I'm
their wallet chains and.
They eat fools.
All right.
Ska music.
You guys know what I meant. But like,
ska music.
Anyway, sorry, I'm with you.
This is the best night ever.
And I wanted to ask as my question, going back over the times you've been to E3, the time a lot of E3, especially before video was so easy, I felt like a lot of the magic in being there was seeing the stuff in person. I was just thinking, what stands out to you in your mind is the time where you saw something and it was the most I don't know, like optimistic you felt about the future. Like you saw a thing, you're like, oh, cool. Like I really can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for this to it's cool that we've evolved to this point.
Yeah, huh.
For me, it was always the Ubisoft press conferences, Remy, because it was like a Jimmy Fallon show. It was like, the other one's like, I'm on stage, I'm going to show you how virtual reality might work. And they're like, fuck it, we have cans, and we got a whole musical going. You're like, what is happening right now? And you can't, and at home, everyone's rolling their eyes like, this is the worst night ever. And I'm like, this is amazing. Like, this doesn't happen anywhere else on the planet. And anyone watching at home should be really disgusted with what's happening right now, but I'm loving it. And so for me, the Ubisoft press conference that was it. That was like where I was like, this is only in the games industry can this crazy shit go down.
Because it was a show, right?
Yeah,
like it was a show.
Yeah, and they did that on purpose. But I'm like, what they didn't realize, like, okay, yeah, 10,000 people get this, and 4 million people are like, what the fuck is happening right now?
I think the thing, it's maybe not the most immediately impressive, and it wasn't, and my reaction to it at the time is maybe one of the worst calls I've ever made. But when Rockstar used to go to E3, they showed Grand Theft Auto 3 just there on the floor, and it was that obviously turned some things in some new directions in the business. But at the time, I've told the story before, but like they showed it right next to State of Emergency, which was that the build of that was very solid and was just like 60 frames a second, and there's a billion people on screen running around blowing stuff up, and I'm like, this looks like a whole lot of fun. This Grand Theft Auto 3, we'll see. Transitioning GTA to 3D seems like a dicey proposition, but State of Emergency is looking real sharp. And I guess I should also point out that was
bad take.
Yeah, bad take for sure. But also that was maybe one of the few. There's still a hands-on preview of GTA 3 on GameSpot from E3 that I wrote, and I had to have been still drunk from the night before.
Oh my god! See, that's when I bet you're fucking super glad there wasn't video back then, right? You would have been like, "Hey everyone, this is the best build I've ever seen."
Yeah, just like crazy hungover. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were still doing stage shows and stuff from E3. I just wasn't hosting them at that point, and so I got to dodge a lot of that. But yeah, that's one of those moments I look back on and go like, oh yeah, that actually was a big deal. And I was, but it's one of those things like, I think for me, I look at that and that just proves that you can never really truly judge an E3 build because it's just some sliver of a game, you know,
totally.
and you're never going to really be able to know for sure, like, hey, was this even functional, or was this, if I turned right here instead of left, would the whole thing have crashed and fallen apart because it's such a guided experience, you know, like all that sort of stuff that we know, or that I know about E3 demos now. You know, you can just never take that stuff at face value, and it's why, you know, awards around preview builds of games it's like fun, but it shouldn't be taken all that seriously. If it's like a cool validation of like, hey, the team is on to something here, like this shows well, hopefully it keeps going in this direction, but it's not some guarantee. Like when people put it on the back of their box, like, we run 11 awards at E3. It's like, well, that was a year and a half ago.
E3.
So, like,
Demo
what,
year.
you know, how did it turn out? Like, I remember that 2007, I remember, I think it was Jason Ocampo came back from the Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare appointment, just going like, you guys, this is something you need to see this. This is the craziest thing I have ever seen. You know, he was just like losing his mind over that demo, and it was at a time when it was really hard for people to just like, we couldn't get the entire staff in to see every demo, right? So it was just like, he came back and was like, I took this appointment. It's incredible. And then I don't think I saw the game until it showed up for review, and I remember playing and being like, oh, this is a lot more than the last couple of these. This is crazy. This is awesome. Yeah, that was a big moment. It was a big year. It was a big year for a lot of reasons. 2007.
It was.
So wait, hold on. What was it? It was the biggest surprise? What was the question? The biggest.
Oh yeah.
It was the biggest surprise at E3.
Oh no, I'm probably not expressing it very well, but just at time you saw something at E3 and we're just like, oh holy shit, like cool, like the future, cool. And I should give an example. For me, it was another Carmack thing. It was my friend Chad Armstrong and I, went to E3, and then we sat in line all day, and then we watched the Doom 3 in-person demo, and we're like, oh my god, it looks so real.
Right. Mine was actually it was thanks to Adam, but it was I think it was at PAX actually, but it was Adam, you were like, you came up to me at PAX at one of the hotels, and you were like, this company is giving a demo and you have to go see this, and you have to see this like specifically. And I'm like, okay. And then I went into a room, and it was Rain and Pitchford and me, and you were there and one other person, and they were showing a technology demo, and it was augmented reality, I believe.
That's right. Yep.
And everyone was in there and like shook hands with, all the, the luminaries that were there, and they put on a demo where they were showing in AR a game being played and characters in the middle of the room, and Pitchford's walking around, I'm walking around, and Rain's there, and everyone's like, this is nuts. This is so crazy. Mm-hmm. And it was like Star Wars chess. And I'll never forget that moment and being like, wow, there is the there with AR. There's something so incredibly special here. And it wasn't Microsoft. I think it was it was a company in Salt Lake eventually that came out. But it was I remember thinking to myself, this is like a super future forward what games can be.
I love the idea right now that you're answering this sweet question, and then Jeff's like doing his taxes. He's like, and also,
right. Or he's texting you and being like, "Tell JV to shut up.
Wrap it up. What the fuck?"
Yeah,
right.
Johnny, he texts on his keyboard, just like every 45-year-old.
Yeah, well, you iMessage, but that was. Do you remember what that that demo was?
Totally.
And
it was very inspiring.
I walked in that room and I was like, that's where, and I still am personally a firm believer in AR. Like, that's a totally different type of gaming experience. It's not there yet, but it will be there, and it's incredible. it's really incredible. So that was a huge eye opener for me from a tech perspective. Way back in the day, all the N64 stuff when I was on the media side, like seeing those games and the control stick and everything that was going on, that stuff was so much fun, so different, and so crazy. I mean, whenever there is an E3 with a hardware reveal, it's so much fun.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys, and thank you for doing this. I missed the E3 couch last year.
Awesome, Remy. Thanks, dude. It's awesome.
Thanks, bud. Good talking to you, man.
Later.
Good
hearing from you. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at this. Michael, how are you?
Hello. Yes, I was.
Michael, our clubhouse homie.
That scared the hell out of me. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm doing okay. I saw that there was Michaels that were taking my throne of.
Michaels and Matthews and Matts and Matthews and
yes,
Chalupas. We got a
but
lot
specifically raising their hand for an hour and a half. That's my throne, so I had to do it for 2 hours and a half to beat that time. So
and here we are. Here we are, my friend.
Yes, exactly. I kind of want to ask, because I've been watching E3 from afar for a very long time now. In a way, I'm sort of now in the industry as media, once again looking at E3 from afar. And I'm curious, I don't think I've ever really asked this question to the many times I've talked to you all on here, but like, when you were outside the industry, what did you perceive E3 as? Whether it's from its humble beginnings or from as it started to become bigger, to then where you are now in the industry, where it's like, I'm glad I no longer think of E3 as it used to be, or as I used to think, because of what I've seen, working it and being inside. I don't know if that's not enough info, but
Say
I'm
it
just
again.
curious. Basically, what about E3 from the outside when you were first, liking games, or, whether making games or covering games, and you've never been to an E3 before, what were you perceived E3 as?
Versus what is actually, like, what has lost its shine?
Yeah.
From your perception versus reality. Is that what you're asking?
Basically, yeah. I can clarify if needed.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I think from the outside looking in, I was just like, this is so impenetrable, right? It's a pyramid of, tens of thousands of people that I'll never be able to interact with. And I don't even know how any of this stuff works. Like, when I joined the industry in '96, I was a QA tester. And so I had no scale or understanding of how any of it will work. And I think over time, you sort of start to understand what's happening in the industry. And so it becomes a lot more approachable, because it was more about my knowledge pathway of like understanding more different disciplines within the industry and stuff like that made it more approachable. But nothing was ever like, I can't believe they don't do glow everywhere. Like, I don't like, I never had that perception, so it never really broke for me. So it was really just more that, like I said, education, information over time.
I think for me, it was like, I mean, I went to all the E3s, so, and I went to see.
Jeff's been to every E3. I was just wondering if you've been to every single E3 ever, Jeff, and clearly you have.
Yeah. And so I went to. Well, yeah, I went to 4 CESs before that, which is 2 years worth of CESs, because there used to be 2 a year, and I think for me it was like, but I always felt like I was on the outside looking in, and I still feel that way, because that's kind of the nature of the job. Like, I don't really consider myself to be like a part of the game industry, right? I mean, I cover the game industry, and
what? Really?
Yeah,
you
sort of.
I mean, think that you're part of it?
I mean, like, I'm part of the overall ecosystem in some form, but I don't make games. I don't work at a dev. I don't work at I don't, like, I play my role in whatever you want to call it. It's fine, but like, but I think for me it was like, it wasn't like knowing what E3 was. It was like just kind of being at this very tiny magazine for my first E3 and around that time, and then going to CES, I was just like scamming my way in, saying that I was media, even though I wasn't really. Though eventually that kind of worked into something. But it was this feeling of like, all these people here look so important. They look so busy. They're out there making it happen. They're out there making games and doing it. And then come to realize years later, especially in those CES days of like 92, 93,
that no game developer works really that hard.
and also none of those people were like what we think of as pure game developers, because they were just like cigar chomping sales guys that were just like, yeah, we're going to get these into the stores, these Ninja Turtles, these kids love them. And they were just like the guy standing there trying to sell as many copies as possible to retail buyers, while there was some localizer somewhere else turning it into an English language game, and the game was being developed in Japan, and none of those people were there, generally speaking, and it was just a much different business back then. But it always just felt like there was just infinitely more out there than what I was able to perceive at that time, because like I barely knew anybody, and we were taking some appointments and all this other stuff, but at the same time, especially in those early days, I was fucking 16. It was just like, all these people are adults, and that's weird, and I'm here wearing my sport coat to try to look like I'm a business guy, and it's not working, but at least I get to play all these SNES games before they come out. And yeah, I don't know, it just I just kind of always felt like that I was at the periphery of this weird thing, and now I'm in a much different role over all these years, for sure. But in some ways,
I'm gonna go into what you had said for mine, which is, you have to remember that the whole reason this conference, this time of year, everything exists, is because it was all about the publishing,
the Benjamins, baby.
Well, it was all about the publishing people getting together with the retailers, and talking about, here's going to be the cool games that are coming out this holiday, and here's why you should care, and here's why you should buy, instead of 50,000 units, 100,000 units, right? And everything was in such a different state than what it's evolved to, right? And if you think about just how life has evolved and social media and everything, it's turned into a thing that's no longer about, it's about the salespeople within the publishers talking to retailers. That still happens, don't get me wrong, right? But it was all about this whole thing of like trying to promote these games and get them excited. And now over time it's evolved where it's like, again, it's like GDC is spring break and E3 has always been homecoming, and everyone gets together, and the developers now, it means so much to them because everyone puts so much work into their games to make them shine at these events, because now consumers are involved and media is super involved. And while a lot of this stuff is supposed to be intended for the holidays, some of it's even longer and further out. And so the reality is it's, if we don't want to care about it anymore, that's okay. But there was that year, and I think we all remember that year, and I forget how long ago it was, but where all of a sudden E3 wasn't E3. And this moment in time, this excitement that we have to celebrate the characters and the worlds that we're going to have an opportunity to explore, all of this actually took a back seat because no one wanted to do it anymore, and everyone perceived that no one cared. And it happened for a year, before, as prolific as social media was and everyone talking about all this stuff was. And we all came back and said, no, actually, we need to do this. Like, it's an important thing for our industry and our developers and the publishers and everybody. And so while it's changed from what it originally was, it still is like an important thing. Like, and for everyone that's listening, like, you still feel it. Like, actually, you want to embrace this moment and have something as you head into the summer and you start thinking about all this stuff that you're seeing and thinking about, like, it's like, at the end of the day, you want this, right? I mean, don't you? I do.
Totally. And I think that's I think a lot of people get it fucked up because we've spent a lot of time over the last probably 5 years talking about what role E3 plays in the modern industry. And you look at it and there was something wrong with E3. And clearly, some of the publishers, Sony and stuff like that, Activision and at different times, EA for sure, is just not seen the value in it anymore. And they're like, we can put on our own event and we can go and we can do something else. And so but for as much as I can look at the show and say there's something not right and I'm not sure we need to do this in this form anymore, like I don't want that to happen. Like I actually really do like E3. It's like a very useful tool for me and my job, but also is like a great time most of the time. It's like a fun set of new challenges or whatever to cover it and all that sort of stuff. But I would really, really miss it if it really went away for real. But at the same time, when I see what they've tried to do to the show over the last handful of years, I just go like, like if this is what you want to do, then I don't think that does it either. I don't think the stuff that they've tried to do to the show is going to make it any better in terms of like, feeling it, like you say, just like looking at the industry and just go like, yeah, this is it, man. This is a big deal. If anything, they're making it slighter. They're making it feel like it's like the games are taking a back seat to, well, we've got Elon Musk coming and doing a talk here on this stage, and Jeff Keighley's going to interview Elon Musk, and then some of the stuff that they had supposedly planned for last year, the idea of like, what if we got some NBA players to just hang out and play stuff? And it's like, that's fine if like you're making a basketball game and you're doing an appearance, they used to do that, I remember when Jurassic 5 played at E3 for a little game called NBA Ballers, and that was cool as hell. But at the same time, that was in service of a game, whereas a lot of this other stuff seemed like it was in service of like, we've got to make the show have more hype. And it's like the same problem that the video game awards had when they were on Spike TV. It was a bunch of people from seemingly, and yeah, like it's like they're trying to add star power to a thing where you should be able to look at this and say, no, the games are the stars. And the industry has its own stars as well, but really the games are the stars.
That's right.
And trying to make this show appeal to an attending public by like, oh, we're going to put some celebrities in here and more concerts and more this and more that, I think detracts from that focus. And I just don't think it's the right path. I don't know what the right path is, though, because clearly in the handful of years leading up to this, you had a company like EA look at it and go like, we just don't need it anymore. So clearly the ESA needs to do something to try to get all those companies back in the fold and on board and all this other stuff and stop them from having their rogue events, because the show ain't what it used to be. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it needs to maybe this will be the catalyst, like these 2 years of it just being a weird remote bummer. Maybe everyone's going to be clamoring for it in a whole new way next year. And the ship will right itself, just like it did from 07 to 08 through that.
But I feel like
stretch.
some of it is like I think the OGs, like if we look back, whatever, 15, 20 years, it's just the industry's so different than it was then, right? We got mobile, we got Roblox, we got like so many different sort of subgenres of like, if you were going to put Dream SMP and Ninja and Tfue, like all these different people in the same room at the same time, it's just not everyone would be happy. And so it almost is becoming its own sort of territorial thing where back in the day you could shoot one big huge cannon and hit the world. And now you can't.
Right.
It's just fundamentally a different place, and people have different expectations based on what they play and how they interact and stuff like that. So it's really, really hard to predict. And I think the problem is ESA and the whole entire organization is just stuck in the olden days. It's kind of like the get off my lawn, TikTok's fucking dead, Roblox is a fad, like all these things that are just fundamentally not true. Like these things are going to be prolific for many, many years from now. And we can stand back and be like, not for me, that's fine, but it's for someone. And this someone is literally in the future probably the most people. So how do we sort of embrace that without shoving them away and be like, it should be like the way it was 20 years ago when we're putting fucking quarters on a machine in an arcade.
But I think that's that's okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say that like that's way deeper into and personally speaking, that's way deeper into what I'm talking about, right? Which is actually like this moment is important for us. And it would be like saying, imagine if everyone was all up in arms about Comic-Con. Like, we shouldn't do Comic-Con anymore. Comic-Con, we could do all these different events, blah, blah, blah. But like, for some reason, whatever is going on with Comic-Con in that industry and that side of it, right? They're like, no, we actually love that. Like, we want to celebrate that, and we want more people to embrace that. And I actually think that the correct message as a game fan is, you know, we want this right now. Now, tactically, can things look different, and could they be different? Sure, but like actually, this moment is important for us. I mean, we spent the entire first half of this call being like, you know, geez, imagine the JW Marriott. What, you know, close your eyes. What do you see? And we all have these memories and stuff, right? And
Yeah.
If we actually were to say like, you know, oh, this is horrible, and you know how people are treating it horrible, or whatever, like, okay, sure, right? We have a voice, and our industry is crazy in terms of listening to people online and on social media. Like, everyone's happy to.
But Johnny,
to
we can't
change
even
and-
align on what console we want. Like, come on, dude. I know
No,
you're trying to
no.
do this kumbaya
And-
shit,
and-
but like, until
and
we get to
the
the point of like, I
ESAs
just love all video games equally.
Well, right.
It just isn't
So-
the
so
case.
it's not
the
about-
case.
I'm not talking about one console in particular. I'm talking about the industry as a whole, right?
I know, but I'm
And all
saying, in
is-
order for us to kumbaya around the ESA and E3, we need to kind of kumbaya against like, let's not play fucking favorites, and let's just be happy that games are being built and consoles are being supported.
And I'm not.
It's
I'm
really
not talking
hard.
about
It's a
playing-
hard problem.
I'm not talking about playing favorites here. I'm just saying, if you want this to go away, that's one thing. Ask yourself in your heart of hearts, do you actually want this to go away? Because I don't think we do.
No, but at the same time, I mean, I think what you're saying about the larger industry and how much it's changed, that's some of the stuff that the ESA was trying to do. Like, oh, what if we got a basketball player and like we'll get an influencer, like a ninja type, and he could sign autographs, and like, so it's trying to play to that end of the industry. And it's like, so like games like Roblox are criminally undercovered by the media and all this other stuff because it's just
Because we can't wrap our
It's
heads
not-
around it. It's not normal. It doesn't fit into a box, right? Like all the
exactly, you know, and it's the same way like ongoing coverage of Fortnite is also really weird, and the same way that mobile, like, you know, covering what's happening on mobile, especially out of China and stuff like that, like it's just not interesting to the audience that is consuming most media coverage of games in English language territories, as far as I can tell. Fortnite is a different story because Fortnite stories do well because typically those Fortnite stories are about like, here's where the secret shit is for season 8 and you can get the hot skins, you know, and like people are Googling that. So it does okay. But like, you know, ongoing coverage of Roblox, like, so here's the thing. I've been in this business for 30 years. I have never played Roblox. I signed up for a Roblox account and I need to text my nephew back and talk to him about it because he had some questions for me that I never got answered, unfortunately, and figure out more. But like, that's the thing driving me to learn what Roblox is. It's not something I need to do my job because the audience is the same way it would have been completely easy for me to continue to ignore mobile and iPhone games and all this other stuff,
Right.
because there's still enough of a segment of the audience that consumes that type of content online that is still just like, these aren't even real games. Don't waste your time. And so,
And that's the thing, Jeff, to your point, I think that's the biggest flaw we have as an industry. It is so easy for us to discard things that we don't understand. And if I didn't have a 10 and 12-year-old that have discarded all of their gaming time with all of the games we ever played together, including Minecraft and Fortnite, to play Roblox exclusively for fucking 40 hours
Yeah.
a week, then I also wouldn't give a fuck about it either. I'd be like, I don't know, Roblox, it's not even a game, it's a platform. And when I see them, and I'm like, what are you doing? How are you playing? Tell me about your friends. I caught Parker, my 10-year-old, dual screening. He has an iPad, he's got the laptop. He's like, well, Dad, you know, I have 2 accounts now. And I'm like, you're literally doing what I did in World of Warcraft. He's like, if I trade from one, I can min-max, and this person's doing the trade on this, and that person's, and it's way faster to like earn money. I'm like, God damn it. They built an MMO. But I would
guess,
never know that if I didn't have kids. I would never know that in a million years.
The point is, here's, I guess, to try and land the plane on my side, right? The point is, if Parker were able to know that this year around this time, there's this gigantic, industry thing that's happening, whatever it looks like, whatever the form is, blah, 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 right? Right at the start of summer for everybody. And Roblox is there and everyone is there. And he's actually able to not only come in through his love of Roblox, right? But then also see so many other things. Do we actually we don't want this type of thing to go away. I mean, I personally don't, right?
No, definitely not. But I think the question is like, are those audiences the same audiences? Yeah. What does that show look like? How does it actually cater to all these people?
Like the six audiences of PAX: the board game people,
the
cosplay people,
right,
the live chat people, the video game people, the indie people, the mainstream people. Like, do they really? I mean, the thing that brings us all together is just like nerd culture, shrug, right? But the future state of that is not the same, because now video games and the whole essence of gaming is ubiquitous. So in a world where it's like, now we're talking about just food flavors. So are we saying that foodies want to go to, the food conference? No, they want to go to the Chinese food conference, or they want to go to the Mexican food conference. Like, they want to choose the stuff that really speaks to them. And so I think the problem is E3 is trying to be the generic food conference. And so we need to really either rethink, how can that generic food conference serve the planet, or do we need to break this thing up into cohesive subunits that really serve the fans and followers of the different genres? This got really deep, by the way. This is an awesome.
I know it has.
Yeah.
I know it has.
That's the same. It's the same thing that game coverage had to go through, and it's the same thing that games themselves went through. I mean, remember, in the 16-bit era, everyone could kind of play everything, because it was like the only people playing games then were, generally speaking, there were people playing a lot of games then, were people that were just into games. And so I would play anything I could get my damn hands on. And it wasn't until sports games got just good enough to where you're like, oh, there's like a dedicated audience of people that only want to play sports games. And then suddenly the magazines had to go out and hire a Craig Kuyava to write about football. I know, right? This is the mistake that the business made, right? They hired that dude. But they had to start bringing in people that were dedicated specifically to sports. And once the door was open for here's the team over here covering video, real video games. And then, I don't know, we got two sports guys that are over there that are just like, I don't know, hockey. And then from there, it just continued to separate and separate. I think the next big moment, I've talked about it before, but the next big moment was World of Warcraft. Like, there were MMOs before that, but not like World of Warcraft.
Right.
And suddenly you're like, well, now we need an MMO person. And the thing you're running into if you're running a generalist website like a GameSpot back then is you don't have enough people to cover all those different beats, and you can't cover World of Warcraft better than a website dedicated to World of Warcraft. And the same thing is true now for Roblox and Minecraft and Fortnite and all this other stuff. And to where it's like a GameSpot or a Giant Bomb or, IGN, anybody, they're not going to cover Roblox better than, a robloxfans.zone or, whatever, like the best Roblox. I don't even know what the fuck it is, right? I mean, that's the thing. I don't even know what the fuck it is, but I guarantee you there's a great Roblox website, there's a great set of resources out there that people are going to turn to for the best, most accurate news on Roblox. And as that stuff continues to splinter and splinter and splinter, the role of the generalist is still unchanged. Like, we move on to the next thing, and we're never going to be the super in-depth. We're not going to cover any beat to death as much as I might want to do the Phantasy Star Online 2 beat to, for the rest of my days or something. But, but it's Call of Duty is the same way. Any sufficiently large mainstream game, Warzone, all that stuff, Apex, they're just going to be people devoted to that one thing, whether they're streaming it and getting really good at it, or whether they're covering it in a journalistic way with written, whatever, like all that sort of stuff. and now take that up a level to what we're talking about and think about like, how do you make a trade show that covers all that stuff, especially when we think about trade shows in the way of like, oh, well, the normal thing for trade shows is it's retailers connecting with publishers to put games on shelves.
And that's what it used to be, right?
Yeah,
And
but
now,
like that's not. Yeah, like like there's still some of that, of course. Like people are still putting games in boxes, but not all games,
right?
Roblox is. I'm sure there's some boxed version of Roblox somewhere, but it's not the primary distribution method. Fortnite, they did their like now incredibly rare PS4 box, and all that stuff, but that's not how people get their hands on Fortnite. And so as that goes away, if the biggest games in the world aren't being sold at retail and you don't need to appeal to retailers to sell them unless you're like trying to pitch a bundle or, obviously sometimes that stuff gets boxed up and collated, then that aspect of the show, yeah, exactly. Right. The show changes.
Okay.
And so I feel for the ESA in some ways because I don't know how to solve this problem. I just know they haven't solved it.
Well, and so that's the thing.
What a fantastic segue to our next speaker. Sorry, Johnny. This is literally an amazing topic that we could talk about all night, but I also want to be respectful of the people that have put their hands up for the last couple hours. Is that cool?
Nice.
Of course, please.
Corey?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We got super deep right where you're like, I just got to stay up 10 more minutes. And then we're like, dropping some fucking knowledge.
What's real?
Or not some knowledge, just some editorial perspective.
My question was going to be related to that anyway, because I don't work in the industry. I work in a different industry, and I've been to trade shows in that industry. I work.
You sound Canadian, Corey.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, I'm from Abbotsford.
Oh. God. What the fuck is happening right now?
Yeah. So.
Oh my God.
So
I was like,
I
totally.
don't just sound Canadian. I sound like you.
Yeah, you do. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, I'm 18 years later, but sure. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Hopefully, never become me.
No. I don't recommend people become me either.
Right on.
But I work in the beer industry as a beer manufacturer.
Nice.
So.
What brewery?
So we make breweries.
Oh no shit! That's amazing.
Oh.
So which is weird.
You're one of them.
Yeah, one of them. It's one of the few people in the world who do it. So I've been to other trade shows about beer, and I was
let's go, shorty.
And those are weird because they're not public facing. They're actually all internal. So they're a lot what you're talking about.
So it's way more deviancy. Is what I'm hearing.
It's kind of not, from at least what I've experienced. It's because it's a lot of people who already drink for a living.
Sure.
So if anything, they're more impressed when you can hold your alcohol and then you're perfectly fine. You can make a cohesive sentence and actually can make a deal. And can exchange business cards without falling over, which I've also seen.
That's awesome.
But have you guys ever been to trade shows outside of the industry, and what was the difference?
Oh yeah, I fucking yes, but I want to go with Johnny and Jeff first.
So I accidentally closed the Twitter app on my phone. So Jeff, go first, and I'll catch up on what the topic was. I'm sorry.
What other the trade shows
have you been to?
I stumbled into, it was at Moscone Center near the office, and I just kind of like walked in, and I was there for something else, and then just like took a wrong turn and was suddenly in the middle of a dentist convention.
That's amazing.
And it was like, here's all the latest dental tech and all this stuff, and I was kind of like walked around for 10 minutes, and I was like, I don't have a badge. Eventually someone's going to stop me, but I'm still going to try to walk through this thing and take a look at what they're doing to people's teeth. And, it looked like any other trade show. It was just like, here's a bunch of booths, and, it looked like GDC, how the GDC show floor is not as like full of pomp and circumstance as E3. It's a lot of smaller booths saying like, hey, we're Speed Tree, and we got our shit over here, and like those that type of
welcome to the kitchen.
That type of work. Yeah, exactly. Yes, the whole show is Kensho Hall basically, But I've never like fully attended a show outside of games. Yeah.
For me, it was when I joined our Galaxy, we were pitching a bunch of different game ideas, and one of them was involved in like, hey, let's go out and get some other intellectual properties. And so I went to the licensing show in Las Vegas,
That's the
which
one.
was
That is crazy.
fucking the craziest shit ever. Because think about every single IP, every movie character, every movie franchise, everything on the planet you've ever thought about. Muppets, Fraggle Rock, uh, fucking Terminator, right? It's Muhammad Ali, and it's Dolly
The
Parton.
biggest
Every single
to the
thing you've ever
smallest.
thought about in your life, right? Yeah, Biggie Smalls,
It's
like
the Ready. Did you
rappers,
the Ready Player
every
One
single
of
character on the
trade
planet.
shows?
And you're meeting with these vendors that are basically are usually not employed by the company, but they are the agents of these IP holders. And every single agent thinks that their IP is the most important. I'll never forget. I sat down with the crew that owns what was it? A really old school. Oh, Zorro. He's like, Zorro's been in the private sector for 140 years. I'm like, yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Zorro. He's like, this is the most prolific IP of all time. And he's like, here's the comic books we've done, and the TV shows we've done, and the movies we've done. I'm like, yeah, nobody cares about Zorro. He's like, so we are a premium product, and I'm like, nobody gives a fuck about Zorro, bro. Like, and then I tell him, oh, we're in video games. He's like, oh my god, so we're willing to go to a discounted rate for video games because that's an area we have not tapped into. I'm like, I know that. Like, I'm on the buyer's side, and you want Zorro in video games. But it was so fascinating because the everyone at the licensing summit, at these licensing conferences, has heard a bajillion pitches for merch, right? For T-shirts, for stuffed animals, all this stuff. But they've heard very few pitches for video games. So it's the weirdest thing because I felt like I had gold in my hands, even though we're just a game developer. I wasn't pitching them a specific game concept for their IP, but like Care Bears, Fraggle Rock, like, this sounds amazing. Are people going to get in touch with your people? This is the greatest thing ever. And we felt like superstars because we're like, we're just a game developer. This just seemed like a cool idea. So to me, yeah, the coolest conference I've ever been to was definitely the licensing conference because you're able to meet with any IP holder on the planet. As soon as you say, I work in video games, meetings open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zorro the Chronicles is coming out for let's see, PC, Mac, Stadia, PS4, PS5 in Q3 of 2021.
There you go.
From BCom Studios, apparently doing development work on
that. Actually, so that conference, Adam, that licensing conference.
Yeah.
If for everyone that's listening, if you take in Adam's story and you could imagine you're an independent developer and you're like, I have this really cool game mechanic or this really cool game idea, and
they will totally take your meeting. That's such a great point, Johnny.
Awesome point. That's where I'm going. Is if you've got a great game mechanic or a great game idea, and you're like
if you want to make a Care Bear game or a Fraggle Rock game, like, they're fucking there for you. Muppets game, they're there for you. They will 100% meet with you, and they're excited.
And by the way, like, you know, as a developer, indie developer, whatever size developer, if you actually believe in that and you believe that your gameplay mechanics you've developed would actually, you know, work really, really well with that IP. The thing that you'll be surprised if you were to attend this meeting is that the people that are there representing the IP are like, to Adam's point, oh my God, never thought about video games. That'd be great. Because most of the time, those people have never worked in the industry or even close to the industry because they're way more interested in like licensing product, like consumer products, like, you know, bowls and T-shirts and all that other kind of stuff. But the minute that someone from the interactive entertainment industry comes in and has those conversations, it becomes totally different because it's something that's huge for them, is potentially a thing that's a reoccurring licensing revenue based on the amount of additional games that can come. And also at the same time, our industry is loud and noisy beyond Hollywood. And that's the thing that you have to understand is that, like, we have grown so big, regardless of how new you are into the industry or how old you are in the industry. Like, our industry is gigantic. And so these guys are all looking like, what could I do to get someone to actually care about my video game? And all of a sudden, you take
That's such a good point. Like, oh, my little cousin really wants to be in a video game. Like, that actually carries a lot of fucking water with this stuff.
But my little cousin that really wants this to be a video game is also like a very smart person and cares a lot about the IP and is going to make something exceptional. And as a result, that licensing a conference that happens in Vegas in February every year, whatever it is, or January, it's nuts because you've got the people that represent Charlie Brown. And they're there, and someone's like, I've got this great Charlie Brown, life sim, and I want to do this. And those people aren't like actually looking for a ton of money; they're actually looking for the opportunity for the brand to be exposed in a huge way, such that they can then, based on your ideas and how you've reinvented or brought it to interactive entertainment space. To actually take that and upstream, they call it, license it out, your idea and your world and the way you've created it to be something specially unique and different that people care about. And the reality is the stuff that we make as an industry is the stuff that, like, I mean, I hate to say this and I mean to say it in a weird way, but like the Hot Topics of the world and the box lunches of the world, like those people that are the buyers there that care about the product that comes in, cares about what's cool and what's hot. And our industry is actually what makes it cool and hot. I mean, Hollywood obviously makes it cool and hot, don't get me wrong, but the way that we actually take those properties, interpret them, reinterpret them, and make them special and unique and different, those guys that own those IPs turn around and go, I can turn this into t-shirts and I can turn this into other types of consumer products and license those out to people that care about it. And the people that care about it are the people that, love our video games that we all make. And so
every time you say cool and hot, everyone starts logging off.
Sorry, I mean, like, here's an easier way to think about it, right? Look at the way Insomniac took the Spider-Man license and made it super dope. And actually, Spider-Man now in our minds is, I don't think it's, for me anyway, it's not what it is for the films. It's what Insomniac put out there. And so if I see something that is PlayStation Spider-Man Miles Morales at Hot Topic, Box Lunch, wherever in the mall, right? I'm actually like, that's dope because I know that, I love that, and I'm a part of that, and that represents me. Like, that's the type of thing that if you're an independent developer or a small developer or a small publisher, whatever, if you go to one of these licensing shows and you've got a team that actually cares about an IP and can take it and nurture it and turn it into something better, different, new, cool, those guys will end up making it way bigger than you can possibly imagine as a result of just your passion for whatever that is. Like, everyone was freaking out about He-Man the other day.
Yeah.
I saw that. Like, that's a perfect example, right? And Voltron and Transformers and, I mean, G.I. Joe. You just name it. If there's someone's got an idea, it's got game mechanics, and it's something that's awesome, and you're like, this would be perfect if I had it with this nostalgic IP that I love, or this IP that I love growing up, SpongeBob, whatever it is. Like, that's the show that you go to actually show those things off, and those people love it. Sorry. Off my soapbox.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Jeff, welcome to the stage. I'm so sorry. Now we're just fucking rambling at this point.
It's late in the evening. I'm over on the East Coast, so even later over here, but it's perfectly fine.
Well,
This is the good stuff.
For hanging out with us.
It's the good stuff.
Is it really? Though?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a 4 to 10. 4 to 10.
I'll grade on a curve. So, I hit you guys up over at Clubhouse a couple weeks ago, maybe over a month ago.
Up, man. Bless up. Yeah, before we did our exclusive deal, I'm so sorry we had to
that's right. From it had to get invited and all that kind of funny stuff. I was the very nervous young dad, still am, have not changed there, that asked for completely solicited dad advice around potty training way back. And good bad news is that never happened. We're still working on it. Pull-ups have been purchased, and we're it's a slow grind. I think that's what you guys
Like
recommended.
I said, Jeff, yeah, but also I got a 10 and 12-year-old, and guess what? One of them still wears pull-ups. So buckle up, Buttercup. Just don't make the same mistakes I did, like I said before.
It's gonna be a long decade. Let's hold on for as long as we can.
Exactly. Who knows what's happening in 2031?
Holy shit,
Right?
man! That's a date that's on my mind. It's weird. It's weird that can be a thought. That seems like a video game year. You know what I mean?
It totally does.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally.
But no. So the new one on my mind is just bought my wife a new iPad for her birthday,
Nice.
and we had a conversation about it, whatever, and we're like, this is gonna end up being the girl's iPad, and I'm like, yeah, I guess. Damn it.
Well,
she's only like 2, so I'm like, I worked for Apple at one point, so I had to like take that Kool-Aid intravenously, and like I know the stuff inside out. But it still makes me nervous as sin to put this screen in front of the little one. She loves her TV right now. Like Bluey is a thing, and I'm hoping for a game to come out so I could just engage with it more, because apparently that's, like Johnny said, it's like a sales finds a way to get through everybody. And
I don't think that was my exact words.
I think it was.
It's what it felt like, Johnny. It's what it felt like.
Yeah, you're gonna shove consoles down my throat. What do I do
That's right.
to prevent this? Yeah, I heard that.
But yeah, so any thoughts on the iPad? I mean, we're gonna get the kid-proof case, but
Yeah, that's
what are you guys
important.
thinking?
Yeah, Jeff, I got a couple thoughts before the other guys jump in. So that's obviously the kidification, the thickest, the massive plastic rubbery edged one. Unless you just want to see $1,000 being thrown in the garbage. I remember the first one that we bought for the kids was literally like an inch and a half of this rubberized material, thick, like you could barely press the volume buttons, the power buttons, but that motherfucker never got smashed, which I appreciated. The other thing is the iPad permission system is actually really come a long way. So right now with my 2 kids, I can control exactly how many minutes of every single application, and I can also ban whole categories of applications. So if you want to get early into this sort of monitoring, reviewing, and sort of policing what they're watching, it's really important. So now my kids are limited. There's no one app that they can use for more than 1 hour. And there's certain ones that I don't allow at all. There's other ones that are might be less. You can only use it for 15 minutes. And then they have to basically come to me and make a proposal of hey, Dad, I'm making a TikTok. I'm filming with my friends. I'm like, great, I want to see it when you're done. Before I see it, or after I see it, then we can review it and put it up if I approve. And I think that just forces those conversations. I think it's really hard the younger they are because they don't understand those limits, Jeff. So, that's where they're I've been watching YouTube to them, an hour is 3 hours is 5 hours, right? They don't really understand. So I think that's better of having an egg timer that you put near them, because all the stuff you can do on the actual device itself isn't going to help you for them to truly understand, hey, your 45 minutes or your 60 minutes is up, or your post-dinner time is up, or whatever. I think it's really important to create consistency. And what I'm now realizing, I just got a new puppy 5 weeks ago.
Oh, man.
And I'm realizing that all the shit that I'm doing with my puppy, where I'm in charge and there's no fucking deviation and you work for me, with a kid, it becomes infinitely more difficult because you just get soft, right? And so consistency is so fucking important. And your wife, your alignment with your SO is so important too, of hey, what's going to be our policy? Let's figure out before we even talk to our kids about it. And then we need to stick with it. And we don't deviate from it. And if they're getting zombie face, we kill it. We can change it. By the way, we're in charge. There's no negotiations. You can't negotiate with terrorists. They're going to try and push you really hard to change to what they want, but you're in charge. And I think that's, dude, but also everyone's on their own journey. Sometimes you're going to be stressed. You're take the fucking iPad for 5 hours. I'm going to nap. Then I'm going to watch this movie. I don't care. I'm a bad parent. Fuck me, right? But I think the important thing is just being able to go back to okay, this is a regular cadence. It's just diet, exercise, all these other things in life. That's a balance, right? But every parent's on their own journey. Yeah. Long way to answer the question.
Yeah, we we caved on some stuff. I thought like, oh, we had TV on relatively early, like with a lot of Baby Einstein and stuff like that, and my daughter's going to be 2 pretty soon here in about a month. And we gave her an old phone. We gave her an old iPhone at one point because she kept stealing our phones. And I think we just got to a point where it was like, okay, yeah, no, check this phone out. And she got way into it, and then also got like weirdly good with it in terms of like she knew how to load the camera up, and she would started taking pictures of me while I was changing her on the changing table. So like to keep her from kicking around too much, I would give her the phone.
I remember my daughter took a photo of me coming out of the shower, and then she took a photo of herself after a bath, and I was like, what the fuck? Absolutely not. This is also being automated to like iCloud. What the fuck is happening? What?
Oh yeah, no, I have all that stuff turned off. But
I learned, Jeff.
Yeah, but yeah, and she actually got bored with it eventually, and doesn't really spend as much time with it as she used to. But yeah, like she would go into, because it was my wife's old phone, so it had a bunch of her old stuff on it. And so she would go into the text messages and dig up a video that my wife had sent to her mother. And she was watching a video of herself on the phone over and over and over again. And it was just like, on one hand, it was like, this probably isn't great. But also she's like learning skills about how to use this phone in a way that is like alarming. And like, it's crazy how good she has gotten. Not that she's, like typing texts or anything crazy like that, but like she's navigating that phone quite well, swiping from one screen to the next, hitting the app that she wants to open to find the video she wants to find. It's kind of crazy. But she lost interest in it eventually, which I'm kind of glad for, because we just, I think, through the pandemic and, as my wife and I with no help, like you definitely hit some limits where you're just like, okay, yeah, to take the phone, just take the phone. I need to be able to sit down and not be crazy. And yeah, so we ended up going that route with it. And she liked to play a lot of Sally's Spa. Not that she ever got good at it, but she would tap the little people from place to place and little stuff like that. And a couple of other games here and there, but then also it was the camera was the big draw there. So not, but the thing I wish you could do is, we just took a long car, and I wanted to be able to put her videos on an iPad, but she really wants to hold the iPad. And so if it's in her view, she wants to grab it and hold on to it. And there's no way for me to take, like, as far as I know, there's no kid-safe video player that just locks out every other button on the device. And I wish it had that, to where I could just say, like, I can hand you this and it's playing the videos and you're not gonna be able to stop it. You can't hit the home button, you can't hit the power button, like everything's locked out. I wish there was some mode like that where it just forced that video to play until I came along and did something special to, unlock it and get it to stop. Because right now I hand it to her and she is, and also like it's videos playing off of a Plex server here at home, so it's like it needs to be online. And then before I know it, she's like deleting my emails and stuff, and I'm like, okay, this is no good. And so my answer is I don't have a great answer for you. It's been an interesting experiment, but yeah.
It's good to know we're in the same boat, though. Like, I'm right there with you. I just took a long car ride myself, and that's kind of where I'm like, this is why it's going to be the kid's iPad, because it's 6 hours. She knew about hour 3 that this is going to be something else, and she's like, I'm going to lose my mind here. So, yeah.
Well, and then what happens later on, Jeff, is is like my son, like I have all these limits, and I'm like very like militant about it. And I look over one day and I'm like, I know he's over his limit for YouTube. I know he's over his limit for TikTok. He's on his iPad. I'm like, what are you doing, bud? He's like, watching TikToks. I'm like, you're out of time. He's like, well, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to hold this against you, but please tell me more about how the fuck you're watching this stuff. And he goes, well, so there's 2 ways to watch TikToks if you're out of time. One is you can watch it through the Chrome browser, because Chrome browser doesn't count against YouTube and or TikTok. And the other way is to save local TikTok videos as videos, and then I can watch them on the video app because you didn't block that. I'm like, oh my God, I love you so much, but also what the fuck? Like, It's all when you roll it all back. Every kid is a fucking gamer, and they're gonna try to game the system just like you did when you were a kid. And you gotta kind of respect the game, but also as a parent, you kind of want to stay one step ahead of them.
Well, it's the zombie face you brought up earlier that freaks me out, right? Like it's the 2-year-old that she's like gone. I'm like, you've disappeared. I've lost you. It's just like, but anyway, thank you guys so much for the digression. I know this wasn't E3 related, but I thought I'd come in and like I said, if Adam, I keep seeing your job postings. I'm like, I like my job in higher ed right now, but if I were another kind of designer, I would be on that in a heartbeat. And
buddy,
Jeff,
we're growing, man. We're 2 people. Keep on, on, my man.
Yep.
All right. Good hanging out, Jeff. Thanks so much. Paul.
Yeah, take care.
Bless up, dude. I know you have your hand up for quite a while. I know we got a couple other people that have been wanting to chat for a bit. How you doing? Paul, you doing okay?
Hello, Paul.
Paul?
Hey guys, sorry about that. My mic was muted.
No worries, man. Here you are.
Yeah. Hey, I'm very happy you took my call. I've worked on many E3 demos over the years.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you know what's up.
Yeah, it's a stressful experience. I'm sitting here in the UK,
awesome.
watching people play it live on game trailers or wherever, and I send a list. I'm QA lead. I've sent a list of like, don't do this, don't do that to our producers and whoever it is that's playing the games. Guess what? They always do the thing you tell them.
Every fucking time.
Every time.
Every time.
And as long as you guys understand that QA break their hearts over trying to make sure that these E3 demos are as solid and bulletproof as possible, that's all I want to know. I just need to make sure people out there know that QA break their hearts over these games.
Paul, that's where I started. I was in QA for 8 years, from 96 when I joined the industry, and I feel you like a motherfucker. One of my favorite things, Paul, is when I went. So I was in QA for a bunch of years, and then EA offered me a transfer to go down to work in customer support down in Redwood Shores when I was at EA. And so I went down there for basically a holiday season because they're like, hey, we're going to get inundated with all these phone calls. And the coolest thing, Paul, was people would call up and they would, and I was like, oh, are you calling about this one issue that I found? And it was like the most prideful moment where I was like telling them how to fix a problem that I fucking found in the game. It was the most amazing feeling. But you're absolutely right, man. It goes back to sort of what we talked about earlier. Like there's so many different roles in game development that people don't really truly understand or appreciate. And I think QA is the front line and the back line. Like they are the shield, right? They're the body armor, but they're also in the hospital, trying to suture the wounds and stuff like that. And I absolutely agree with you, man. It's so painful. We're like, don't turn that way. We know the frame rate drops. And why did you do that? And you fell down and you died. Now, now it's like, how come QA didn't find that? Like, fuck you.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I think it's important that everyone knows that, and I appreciate you taking the call. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Paul. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Johnny, Johnny, I'm sure you have a lot of appreciation for QA as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Before you go, Paul, thank you for everything that you do. It's a role in the industry and a job that, like, I don't think people understand how hard it is, right? And the only frame of reference is jokingly like Grandma's Boy, right? For how insane testing can be, and like all the different characters and personalities and crazy stuff that happens. And also at the same time, or more importantly, is like the insanity of the deadlines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the thing that people don't get. It's like, we're all expecting to go home on Friday night. Nope, this new build came in. It's got to be approved. And what you do is so critical, and it's something that needs to be highlighted more. So thank you, especially TT, right? Like,
that's right. Yeah, we make the Lego games. So I've worked on E3 demos since 2013 with Lego Marvel, and then Lego Batman, and every year since. So
what's one of your craziest stories for trying to get something through for an E3 build?
So we had a demo for Lego Batman 3 in 2014, and we were on right before the Sony press conference. Like,
oh shit, really?
The 10 minutes before, like you watched on Game Trailers, it's like, okay, countdown to the Sony press conference, we're gonna have Lego Batman up soon, and we're like, okay, sweet, can't wait. I'm sitting here 2 a.m. in the UK, waiting for Lego Batman, and then you get to 5 minutes to 2, it's like, where's Lego Batman? And then 2 a.m. rolls around, no Lego Batman, and then the Sony press conference started, and we're like, where was Lego Batman? Like, I worked for months to make sure this demo was good to go, and it turned out the producer tech hanged the game before on like the pre-record, and we didn't get to do live air. And we're like,
I'm sorry.
Hey, not your fault. Producer fucked up his fault.
No, Paul, I believe Johnny. I think it was his fault. I totally think he was there. He was in the room where it happened. Absolutely, John Vignacchi.
No, but like the reality is that people don't understand. I mean, for people that are listening, right? You don't even understand when something actually doesn't hit for one of these huge events, right? It's people like yourself, Paul, who are there and like, dude, I did this for months. Like, and it feels like that work is wasted. I mean, it goes back to the whole, like, if you can, in this moment, just send a note to the PR person, the marketing person, or the community person that's doing these games. And in this moment right now, and just be like, hey, just want to say thanks for all the hard work and effort. And because it comes back to, Paul, like your team, right? And the development team and everyone, like people get it.
Yep. No, we appreciate it, and I'm just glad that you guys were able to take my call and acknowledge the hard work that development teams and QA teams do around the world, especially when trying to make E3 demos as solid as possible. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, man. Thanks, Paul. Keep it up, bud.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks, Paul.
Cheers.
All right, Arlen. I think I'm doing this all in the wrong order. People are putting up their hands. We've got a couple more people. Arlen, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm great. How are you all?
How long have you been waiting with your hand up, just so I know that I'm doing my job poorly?
It's been 75 years. No, I'm actually I'm working. I'm doing design stuff right now, so I don't know. I think it's been like half an hour, maybe.
Good. All right. So everyone else is gonna be mad at me because it's been 75 hours.
Arlen is designing on the Xbox research and design team.
I am.
Johnny, I don't think he asked you to dox him, so please don't.
It wasn't that. I mean, anyone
Johnny,
can look at
I
this.
know you're in the brand of fucking doxing people, but if they don't ask,
would you please stop? I just, sorry, Arlen. Like, here's Arlen. I would like to know a little bit about you, so I'm reading your profile.
No, that's great. I'm sure you know my blood type and social at this point.
No, I
don't. I heard it. That's all Johnny's looking for.
So I have a weird question that I've been thinking about a lot this year, and maybe all of you thought about already like 20 years ago, and have already, you already have the answer. But the WandaVision with the ship of Theseus reminded me that like all companies are kind of the ship of Theseus, because all the people that you love or enjoyed to make a game could be gone. Right? So is it still the same company? So I've been thinking about that a lot because I've had a lot of jobs where I get warned that the job might be bad and then the job's amazing, or vice versa. And like, I mean, even the current team I work with is amazing. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if this team, like what this team was like 5 years ago. So I guess for all of you, are there still game companies that you think is still the ship? Or for the most part, do you all just look at the releases now or the names and not really the companies?
Oh my God, this is one of the greatest questions.
Yeah, I agree.
I've ever been asked.
Oh wow!
Like, it literally it suits because, dude, like it cuts through. And John, it's so funny because when Johnny got the job at Nintendo and he had to work with all the different publishers and developers and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, by the way, I built like a character sheet for every publisher, and most people that work there sort of fit within these sort of confines. But it's so I'm gonna give you a really dark perspective on it. is I felt, and I this is a relationship that I had like about halfway through my career. So what it was 13 years ago. Every single company you work for has a cancer, and that cancer, and it's analogous to a cancer in your body, right? Is a cancer, is it brain cancer, is it lung cancer? Where does it live within the organization, right? So the first few 2 to 4 years you usually spend trying to find out where does that cancer live within the organization, and then the next sort of once you realize where it is and you identify it, you have to figure out whether you're okay living with that cancer. And it's really deep, and it's one of the reasons why I never stayed at any one company for more than 4 years in Tower and Galaxy, because it usually takes you 2 to 4 years to find out where it is, and then you sort of have to come to the realization of like, am I okay with it, right? And not all companies have the cancer. And again, it's a very dark. I've lost my mom had cancer, my dad had cancer. Like it's a dark topic, but I think the more we think about companies of like all of them are fallible, and they're fallible to a point like instantaneously. Like every company has so many fucking problems with it. So your goal as an employee at any company is to try to profile it, figure out where the cancer lives or where the problems live within the company, and really truly understand of whether it's compatible with you and your longevity and your career path can align with what their goals and aspirations are. And if you can't find it, that's great. Maybe it's super complementary. If you're like, oh, it's over in this department, or the weakness is really here, and it doesn't impact your department or what you're looking to do in your career, then great. I think too many times we try to find comfort within an organization without truly understanding what the motivations of the underlying organization are doing. And comfort, I think, is the wrong place to be when you're trying to find happiness in your career and your work-life balance. So that's the biggest revelation I've had. And early in my career, when I was super young, sometimes I was the cancer. I was the person sort of like, what? Being like, I'm going to call people out on stuff. And then I realized, wow, I'm not actually adding to the value of the company. I'm just trying to be like the gotcha guy, right? So it's, I think as you proceed through your career, you look at these companies, I think so many people don't interview a company as much as they interview you. And I think we need to change that balance. I think when you're interviewing with a company, I think you should literally be asking as many questions to them as they're asking to you, because your demand should be very high and your requirements should be very high, because it should align with your life and your lifestyle and what you're trying to accomplish. Anyway, I'm very passionate about this fucking topic specifically, but I'll move on.
I think when I think about like publishers and devs out there, like I think especially the spot we're at right now with all this consolidation, like you're having a lot of situations where studios are getting acquired, and then the people that run those studios are, the culture is either changing to the acquiring company, or hey, the people that were like the keepers of that studio's culture are reaching the end of their contract and getting their earnout and bouncing to go start something new. And so like maintaining the ship, right, of just like keeping all of those people together, I just don't think it's possible anymore with the way things are. People don't stay at the same. I mean, Adam himself, saying he's, how long he's only stayed at a job like 4 or 5 years. Like I think just people just naturally change jobs and all that sort of stuff. So when I like who makes the good stuff, I think it's hard because teams are so large now that there are tons of great people and incredibly talented people who have worked on games that are reviewed poorly, sold poorly, that I personally think are bad. Whatever metric you want to use, it's not to say that they're bad people or that they're bad at their job. Maybe someone else was bad at their job, or maybe just circumstances didn't line up and shit went sideways. And there's so many reasons that a game cannot come out the way that it ideally could have. that it's hard to look at any one dev team as infallible, or like, hey, when this team is together, they're unstoppable. I think, I think Supergiant has a really amazing track record right now. Like they've done some really great work, and they've continued to grow and do all that sort of stuff and all that. But like, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like any studio could be on the verge of getting acquired by any of these conglomerates that are out there doing all these acquisitions or investments that lead to acquisitions, or or whatever. And so it's just, we're in a real weird place right now with that stuff. It's not like it used to be. I think this comes up talking about Blizzard a lot lately. That you have a lot of the old timers getting out of there, and what is that studio's culture nowadays? Maybe it's better. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. I don't work there, but maybe like with those people moving on, there's like younger, hungrier people there that are just like, finally, now we get to make our mark on these games, and stop being beholden to this weird legacy that these people believed in, and maybe it's a good thing for them, but maybe it's a terrible thing. It's hard to say. So, that's my rambly way of saying, like, I don't know that there's a right answer to that anymore, just because of how crazy things are these days.
So mine is, it is, and this is super cliche, right? It's not about the, it's about the journey, not the path. And it's taken me a very long time to realize what's going on with me. But I think probably an easy way to say it is, I had I got my bachelor's at Midway, and I got my master's at Disney, and I'm getting my PhD at Nintendo. And so I bring this up because you have to ask yourself, what is actually the journey that you want to have in the industry? And are you devoted to the industry? And do you care about the industry? And do you care about your craft and what you do? And the most important thing is to be able to try and identify what is your future, and where do you want to go, and how do you want to do it? And is the actual situation you're in right now nurturing that? Or what is the narrative to what you're trying to do? And I can tell you that I've learned more in the past 2 years now than I did collectively in a decade at my previous job. And you have to think about these things, and think about the narrative and where you want to actually go, and what ultimately you want to do to be able to better answer your own question, and what it means for all these things. The thing you should always be challenging is, and this is something I learned, is the why behind everything. The why behind your own personal emotions, the why behind everything that's happening at your company, the why behind your position, and all that kind of stuff. And I know it sounds silly and to some, and but it's part of the journey that I'm going on right now, and I share this with you as what I'm learning, and I think that that's really important, just to embrace and stop and think about in order to take the next step with whatever, and answer whatever question you want.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for all your answers. I think I already aligned to all of those things, and that I also, I think that companies prioritize comfort, not growth or learning, which is a problem a lot of the time. And people also don't know how to grow if they've never done it. Like
That's right.
Sometimes I ask myself if I should be a writer, but I never ask myself if I should be a deep sea diver, because I have no concept of what that would even be. Right. So
right.
You have to try new things and fail again. And corporate America is so failure adverse that they really struggle with that. And then, Adam, to your point, it's like, I also think about that a lot. Like, we've all worked with toxic people, whether they're proactively hoarding power, or if they just don't want to be there, because you can't convince someone to care about a job if they're already checked out. And so there's all these moving organisms of people that care for a while, and then they don't, because nobody's static, or people that get ignored and slighted. and then hold a grudge that you might not even know about because you showed up 2 years later. So it's all these shifting pieces that sometimes make really cool stuff.
Have you ever done Have you ever done the exercise of interviewing your boss?
No, but I would love. Right now, my boss is a very kind Icelandic man who used to work at Bungie, so I would love to do that.
Like the most important thing that I learned in my journey was interviewing your boss to make sure like your boss is the person that you want to work for is one of the most critical things that is part of like modern day employment. Like, is this someone that I love, trust, believe, have the back for, and can always support, and has a greater vision for themselves, but also for me? That's something that's super critical in your role and any future role, and something you should always consider as you're going through your journey.
Yeah, I love that. The two things, I used to be a project manager, so the two things I remind people all the time is people don't leave jobs, they leave bosses.
Yeah.
And Google spent $100 million to try to find the perfect team, and they mostly failed. But the only thing they found out is that everybody on a perfect team feels like they have an equal voice, no matter how the team is run, which speaks to how hard it is to get people that trust each other.
Yeah. Well, I see. So trust came down to the failure point there.
Right. Yeah. I guess I personally believe that making really good things repeatedly requires criticism, and criticism requires like real actual trust, right? Unless it's YouTube comments, that's the other side of zero trust. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Saul. I appreciate it.
That was a great question. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Did Adam run away? Oh, Adam left. Oh, no, he's there. Okay, never mind.
I don't know what game he's
His
playing.
icon moved.
I can hear him clicking in the background.
I don't know.
I can fill in for him. Yeah, so
yeah, that works.
Right.
It looks like Riley is at least up on the stage here. If these icons are accurate. Hey, Riley, how's it going? Do you have a question?
Yeah. Hey, guys. Thanks for having me up. I just have a question going back to some of the licensing stuff. I know that, like in modern gaming, I know a lot of games tried tapping into the licensing aspect, whether it's Smash Brothers or Dead by Daylight or Mortal Kombat or Fortnite or, Warzone. Like they all seem to be leaning that direction. I'm kind of curious, like, do you think that's a matter of like accessibility and like getting those IPs, or do you think it's beneficial to, like the individual IP holders, or in how much of a role do you think that'll play continuing?
It's a good question. We've seen so much of it lately. Like crossover stuff is just, it's the order of the day. It's you see Marvel crossing over with itself through all these movies, trying to weave its whole cinematic universe. But then, whether it's like guest characters in old Soul Calibur games to, kind of where we are now with Fortnite, where they're really trying to just like become that IP clearinghouse of just like, hey, you can get all these skins. Like it's really in your face in a way that I maybe wouldn't have expected. But I guess, it's the way they're trying to treat Fortnite, right? Is they want it to be a platform and they want everyone to kind of come and play on their platform and hey, we can get these IPs in here if it makes sense and do all this stuff and I guess probably make a buttload of money along the way. But I guess that's ultimately, it gets back to, that is how I've always viewed that stuff, is like, if there's money to be made, that crosses a lot of bridges that would have been harder before, where they're like, oh, well, our IP is so big enough, it doesn't need to play in your space. We're going to make our own game. I think now everyone's realizing, especially with these free-to-play live service games that just kind of stick around for years and years, that no, actually maybe the better business play is to get a piece of the action in, hey, here's Rambo and John McClane in Call of Duty. Here's, Rambo again in Mortal Kombat, and that sort of stuff. I think it's weird, I think a lot of it ties into a lot of the hope, and I think a lot of you see a lot of companies seeing dollar signs in this whole metaverse concept, and a lot of companies are trying to tie that to various cryptocurrency schemes and all this other stuff. But ultimately, that whole like metaverse buzzword has just become too big for a lot of publishers to ignore, and especially when you look at what Fortnite is doing, and you look at where VR and AR seem to be kind of headed. It's easy to understand why different companies think that they could be the one to maybe own that space and get a piece of every IP along the way or something. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I know word on the street is that Zorro is a very hot one. So.
Oh yeah, no, Zorro's the biggest one. I mean, are you kidding me? Like, God, look at Zorro. Zorro's been in, all these movies, this TV show. He's got a video game apparently coming out in Q3. I need to look this up and see how real this upcoming Zorro game is. I go to the giantbomb.com Zorro franchise page. Zorro the Chronicles. Is there an actual? Okay, this is a cartoon from 2015. So it's just, so again, just the layers of the Zorro IP are just deeper and deeper all the time, to where now they're going to make a game based on this animated series based on Zorro. I mean, hey, why not?
I would never tell you how to do your job, Jeff, but you should look into that.
Yeah, maybe I can get a piece of this Zorro money. That's probably what I should be doing instead of this stuff. But hey, what are you going to do? All right, Riley, thank you for your question.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one.
Sounds good.
Cool. I don't know where Adam went.
Adam, are you still around? Oh, something's wrong with my microphone.
Jacob, how's it going? Seem to be back up here.
Yeah, I don't know how I got back up here, but one thing I've always kind of wondered, since you guys have always been doing like the sit down shows for E3, is there devs that you run into that know that their games are bad?
Yes.
And like,
absolutely.
is there like just kind of like silent mummery, like kind of silent like acknowledgement, like, yeah, we're just here. Like I'm not going to put any developers or anything on blast, but I would say like sometimes you'll just see a game, especially during like kind of the watching the live shows of the press conferences, where you're kind of looking at this and it's going to be bad, and then you might have to talk to this person later. Is that a weird thing to kind of like try to not say the wrong thing to them, or just try to just show some sort of
No, it's usually that's not something that it's why I do everything I can to reserve at least some judgment for the final product. And because games can always turn on a dime, there can always be like one weird thing about a game where you're like, this is a great game except for this that ruins it. And simultaneously, there are always things you can pick out of a bad game. Well, not always, but a lot of the time there's stuff you can see in a bad game and be like, hey, you know what? There's some cool stuff here, but it's usually not in the preview phase that you talk to someone and they're like, this game sucks. Like it's usually after the fact. Like when they're in the middle of making it, even if they suspect like, hey, this might not come together, I think they're still like, well, I've spent the last 9 months on this and I've got another 6 to 9 months to go before we're out the door. So I've got to keep telling myself that it will turn around at the to go before we're out the door. So I've got to keep telling myself that it will turn around at the
Am I back? Does this work? Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Jeff, Johnny. All right, we're trying to get this back up. I don't know if you can hear me, give me the high five or give me a high five symbol. No, Jeff's connecting now.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yay. Good.
All right. Zorro, let's talk about it.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
So you guys.
I don't know why you asked me to speak. I'm just sitting here playing Final Fantasy VII, enjoying the conversation.
All right. I love the so here's what happened. I took the dog out to take a dump. She's got diarrhea. And then Johnny started making fun of me because he thought I was playing a video game. And I said, no, fuck you. Yep. That's not happening. And then John's like, well, you should just reboot your phone then to fix it. And then I did. And then apparently Twitter Spaces fucking melted down. So here we are.
Yeah.
Jenny, how are you, man? Long time no talk.
I'm good. Yeah, sorry, no, I'm just hanging out. I'm trying to play this new hot video game, Final Fantasy VII, that I never played.
I'm sorry.
Before.
Well, you shouldn't. I don't know who announced the remake or anything. You shouldn't play that.
Is it the exact same as the first, as like the old ass
No.
PlayStation game? Was it always like
No.
They made it.
Is like the story different?
Yes. The story is actually dramatically different in spots. Like they throw some swerves in there to make sure it's not just a full on retelling of the original game, which is like kind of fascinating when you think about how iconic that story from that other game is. That they're just like, oh, by the way, we're gonna totally fuck it up for you.
Well, I keep hitting these parts that are like, I'm like, how the fuck would they have communicated this in a isometric looking weird? I'm like, what the fuck? Like all these weird subtleties. Was Sephiroth always like turning up at the start like this? Was that?
No, I think that's because they had to split the game into like 9 different parts or whatever, and they needed to make sure that they had some kind of bad guy in there somewhere. So I think they inserted Sephiroth way earlier into the story. I'm not sure. I didn't play much of the original. I played like the first 15 hours or something and was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Well, this is now a bummer because this was like sort of the only real reason I was playing this was to fill in this blank spot in my gaming history, and now it's like, oh great, I'm getting like some weird reimagining of it.
Danny, you don't want to hear my real truth about that and about Shenmue is that I've never played any of either of them, and yet I was very excited about announcing both of them. The real talk.
If Yu Suzuki was here now.
Danny!
Uh-oh, your number one fanboy is here.
Danny, it's JV.
What have I know? Yeah, as if I couldn't figure out whose voice that was.
Shut up. I told a story about you earlier.
Oh shit! Which one?
The one where you sack tapped me at that dinner, and I have the photo. I'll post the photo without any description.
Post the photo, Johnny. You don't have to post the photo.
Which dinner was this? The one with Boogie?
Yeah. Yes. And
yeah.
And you did it, and I was like, oh, like it's the funniest thing. I actually I did an internal presentation.
Inappropriate.
What? No, it was funny. It was like, it's like what friends do, right? But the nice thing is I didn't fall down and split my head open like I did with Mike Builder. But
Jesus.
I did an internal presentation, and that photo was in it. And I said,
wow,
things happen, as your life goes on, and you run into these things. And I told briefly the story of
these things.
And I
run
go,
into you.
Right, and I go, and you'll run into Danny O'Dwyer, who might happen to do this to you, and blah blah. It was a good laugh. So anyway, I miss you. I hope you're well.
That's weird. I don't. Yeah, you too, man. I don't tend to do the sack tap, so there must be something particularly alluring about your sort of nether
Danny,
regions
I think you probably didn't do it, and Johnny just made it all up because sometimes he makes things
No,
up.
no. What happened
100%
was I
that's
said, I was like, everyone let's all take a photo together, right?
Let's all do a
Clint's
sack
there.
tap to each other.
And
That's totally something you would say.
no, we do
100%
that,
you
and
would
we
say
took
that.
the photo, and then I'm like, let's all do a crazy face, and I was like, and then that's when you
The
did
more
it
you
to me.
tell this story, the more I don't fucking believe you at all. And I've known you
Listen
for a
to
long
him
time.
laugh.
No, I
Listen
don't
to
know
him
Danny.
laugh.
He
It's
says he's not that
obviously
kind of guy, and I
right.
believe him.
And he's like,
Is
no,
it
he's
weird
like,
that I
okay.
believe him more than you?
No, I hate you, Adam.
What?
Listen, he's laughing because
really
he's
harsh.
like, yep,
I'm
that
going-
sounds.
It was a very fucking weird night. It was a weird. We were having dinner with Boogie, who had just beaten me to trending gamer, and we were sort of like having our post-war, post-social
dinner.
media
That
battle
was weird.
dinner
Right.
about it.
Did he pull a gun on you, or is that?
No.
Wow.
But he
Too soon.
the trending gamer curse has clearly maybe also.
Wow.
I actually didn't even realize what was going on. So the reason why we were all having dinner together was because Adam, you pulled us all together because those two were fighting.
No, because dude. No. Oh, they're rivals. So I was like, let's have a rivalry dinner because that's what I fucking do. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you?
Well, hold on. I don't know.
No,
so I
met
that's why
Boogie,
we had that dinner.
No, I met Boogie years ago. He came to PSX when we announced the PS4 because he was doing his Francis character, and we had gotten to know each other through that. And then every time he was at E3,
I think that was the first expo he ever went to. Actually, right? You guys got him out there.
Jack Trenton fell in love with him, which is crazy. Yeah. And Jack Trenton was like one like, hey, this guy is hilarious. We should bring him in and embrace him. And that was literally the first his first show. And then him and I met there, and we just became fast friends. I like the dude. And then so every E3. Or it was the Game Awards, right? Every Game Awards, he would be there, and I'd be like, "Hey, let's all hang out, and we're having a big dinner." And the big dinner was always like, "Come on, bring bring everyone." And I remember
Was it?
What?
Was it? Sorry, go ahead.
It was because Johnny, you weren't there for the first 2 years of that dinner because you weren't going to the Game Awards.
Oh, okay.
So you were my plus one. But Danny was there, and I remember because it was Alex. Yeah, there was a ton of people. Just a random scattershot of a bunch of friends, and it was this weird serendipitous thing where it's like I didn't even realize when Danny you showed up, and then also Boogie. I was like, oh, both of them were fucking. Both of them were up for the same award. This is awkward. And then Johnny started acting a fool.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I just asked for photos. Anyway, Danny, have you figured out how to play Returnal?
No, I don't know. I keep hearing Jeff gets pretty far and then talks about it, and it sounds like it's kind of a slog. I have a lot of difficult games in my life already at the moment, and I don't necessarily need a new one. It looks really cool, and I've enjoyed what I've played, but yeah, it's not happening.
I sent a message to these guys and I was like, "How do we play this?" And then we talked on the phone, and they were like,
"Tell them exactly what
just
you
stop,
no.
just stop." But
Danny,
Danny, for what it's worth, they were like,
Danny,
"Adam, stop!
John,
No, Adam, let me talk.
Let me read it.
Adam.
Hold on, I'm gonna read it.
So
no,
what
fuck
Adam
you.
said was, Adam and Jeff both were like,
No.
"Oh, have you gotten to the first boss?"
Nobody said
Because
that.
after the first
Nobody
boss,
said
it gets
that.
I'm like, first boss, first boss.
I have the fucking
What?
text right here. Don't make me tweet it out, Johnny. Here's what it said, Danny. It says, "How the fuck do I play Returnal?"
That's broad.
Verbatim. And I didn't answer, and he's like, 4 days later. How did you not
Nintendo's
answer?
made
I'm
him
like,
soft. Nintendo's made him soft. He can't play.
You shoot
guns.
guns. You complete rooms. You gather items. What the fuck are you talking? Like, are you that stupid that you? How the fuck do I play this game?
Hey, I'm not stupid.
I know you're not.
I'm smart.
So why would you text me that and then get angry? You just called Jeff and I out for being like, Why did my friends respond to me when I said, how the fuck do I play this
No,
game?
because when we talked on the phone, you guys were like, well, once you play 5 hours and then get to the first boss, I mean,
No, Johnny,
then
your text was
eventually
flawed,
you
and then you can't get angry for saying a text like, hey guys,
whatever,
do you guys know how to buy produce at Whole Foods? I'm very confused.
whatever, whatever. Fine.
Okay, so we're over that? Are we over it?
Hey, what's up with this Tifa lady? What's her deal?
Who's Tifa?
She owns a bar. She just got me an apartment. There's an old lady. I tried to kill the homeless or the old guy monk who lives next door. This game's confusing.
Well, if you put in
game
5
is
hours to
that?
get to the first boss,
Just get to the kid's bedroom in Returnal, and then everything opens up, right? That's all you need to do. Okay, we got more people. We got, got some people.